Hello race fans and welcome to the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour. We are ready to go racing halfway around the clock here at one of the most incredible motor racing venues anywhere in the world. We have 49 GT3 cars piloted by some of the best drivers in virtual motorsport to take us through the next 12 hours of racing. It's Peter Mackay here in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth alongside DJ Clark. DJ, the Bathurst 12 Hour, one of the fiercest challenges of any iRacing special event. It's going to be a tough one for the drivers today.
Yeah, it certainly is here, Peter. Obviously, starting off in the nighttime as we see the run up and down over Mount Panorama. Always something fearsome, no matter what conditions you are in. This is going to be a real test of these drivers and a real test of their composure as they come up and over the mountain here today. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be one where you've got to have a lot of patience and you've got to line up your moves well in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fascinating race as we go from darkness into daytime. iRacing is full of different categories of motorsport. Whatever your flavour of racing is, we have it here on the iRacing platform. We've had two special events so far, the iRacing Roar Before the 24 and the Daytona 24 Hour itself, setting new records for participation. It's the Bathurst 12 Hour today before, just in a few days' time, we go to the Daytona 500. So if oval racing and NASCAR is your thing, that is one to watch out for as well. Then it's on back to sports car racing, the Sebring 12 Hour, then through Road America, the Nürburgring, the Coke 600, Watkins Glen, Spa, and many, many more. So if you haven't already joined the party here on the iRacing simulator, please do come and join us. There is something for everyone. Well, since it's been an all GT3 class here at the Bathurst 12 Hour, it has been the exclusive playground of Team Redline, with Max Verstappen winning the Bathurst 12 Hour in both of the years. He won his Formula One World Championships as well. Will Team Redline be able to make it a triple today? Well, let's wait and see. At the moment, they're sitting 7th in free practice, so they're definitely on the pace. Now, balance of performance is something that is well talked about in the world of GT3 racing. Cars from many different manufacturers and many different configurations balanced together to make sure they're as close together in performance as possible. As you can see, a few cars having power taken away and also fuel capacity removed as well, which we'll talk about when we get into the race, the effect that might have in terms of how long the drivers can go on a tank of fuel. So DJ, at the moment there's lots of Mercedes AMGs up at the front of practice. I have to say, that was judging by the practice through the week, that's a little bit of a surprise to see so many of the Alterbach muscle cars up the front.
Yeah, it's not exactly what I would have expected there necessarily, but clearly the drivers and teams thinking that that's going to be a good option with teams, obviously like Mercedes-AMG teams, Williams Esports up at the top, but Urano also as well being in those Mercedes, Altus Esport Yellow up there, as well as Altus Esport Green. The other thing that's surprising me a little bit is the number of McLarens that we're seeing in the field today. Obviously a little bit expected, that car tends to do well around here, but even with the balance of performance, plenty of drivers and teams thinking that that's going to be the way to go. So I think we're going to be in a battle here, potentially up at the front of the field between McLarens and Mercedes.
Yeah, that's a great battle we're going to see, I think. The McLaren, for whatever reason, has really been a car to go for here at the Bathurst 12 Hour. Of course, the winning car last year, both the winning car and the pole-sitting car were both from Team Redline, and both were McLaren MP412Cs. The car itself has long been replaced by, the current edition is the 720S GT3. You never know, we might see that come on the iRacing platform in the future, but for now, this is our McLaren representing the Woking Works. And the thing I love about it, it might be childish, but I'm childish. I love just the flames that spit out the back of this McLaren.
Yeah, it's sort of the car's calling card here on the iRacing service that you can see those flames spitting out the back. And rest assured, that's not going to be a sight necessarily that I think some drivers want to see directly ahead of them, as the flames that come off clearly mean that the driver is off throttle, and the notorious off throttle oversteer of that car may be coming back to bite. But clearly these drivers and teams feel they're going to be able to handle that and be able to handle some of the trickiness of that car and sacrifice for some of the good top speeds that it will get on the run down into Murray's Corner.
Gustavo Ariel for Tactical Racing by TK has also gone for the McLaren, and at the moment they are sitting around in the mid-pack as things stand in practice, 12th position at the moment. So we'll see how they go as we get into the race. Practice is just completing now. Qualifying coming up next. 2 flying laps here, DJ, and the way that the tyre behaves in qualifying has changed a little bit since last year. The driver's got to get the tyre in a little bit differently.
Yeah, they've got to warm it up a little bit in a different fashion as opposed to last year. The iRacing model obviously reconfiguring everything and getting set back around. And so drivers are going to have to be a little bit more careful. They're not going to be able to go out and really be aggressive with this tire right off the downsets. And as a result, I think you may see, and especially the cooler conditions out on track right now is courtesy of the darkness surrounding, I think we may see the faster lap times getting set here on lap 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I think it's going to be a qualifying session that goes to the wire with setting in that banker lap, letting the tyres warm up, and then really going for it on that second one. Of course, one of the unique things about the Bathurst 12 hours is the starting in night and going into day. You get some other endurance races like Sebring 12 hour and Petit Le Mans that start in daylight and go into night. So it's totally reversed, but it's lovely to see the sun rise over a virtual Bathurst. As Felix Kernbach runs a little bit wide there on his outlap, showing DJ that those tyres, they do take a little bit more to get up into their operating window. The car, front of the car, just wants to push a little bit more when those tyres are cold.
Yeah, you pick up just that little bit of understeer coming up and over some of these curves, and is particularly on the run up through Solman Park and McPhillamy there that you saw him be able to take. You've got to be careful about that. You don't want to be pushing the car too early because you can pick up some damage here in the beginning of this qualifying lap, and that's a couple of hundredths of a second, for example, that you could be slowed down on the straightaway as a result of a mere brush with the wall. That could be the difference here between a pole position and even a 5th or a 6th. So very, very crucial to be able to get everything up to temperature and not push too hard when those tires are nice and chilly.
So Chris Lullum for Team Redline running the number 1 plate in this event. Long-standing driver with Team Redline has got many special event wins with the outfit. Let's see what he can do, just getting set up for a proper run at qualifying. So off he goes into the number 1 Team Redline McLaren, up towards Hill Corner for the first time, and then getting hard on the power up the mountain straight. That's horsepower, horsepower, horsepower. That's what you need there, DJ.
Yeah, it's just this long run on the mountain straights. You have to really nail that corner coming out of Hell Corner, and it's a deceptive corner here, Peter. You know, really and truly, just a 90-degree left, but you want to carry more speed that you really can into there. Although, as we're watching some of these drivers, interesting thing here, it looks like they're still saving a little bit, not pushing to 10/10ths. So I think the driver's even more worried about the tires than we thought, taking this first lap as a massive banker and not looking like they're pushing the car that much.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I did think on that onboard, I just didn't want to comment in case it was our feed lagging, but yeah, very interesting that the drivers are really building up to that fast lap at the end. So this is very apt actually, DJ, because in true Bathurst shootout style, we're going to get a 1-lap shootout, clean air, no traffic to worry about, nothing like that. It's going to be now or never in qualifying, and if you mess up that qualifying lap, you're going to be starting right at the back.
Yeah, you certainly are, and you don't want to be starting at the back here at Bathurst for multiple reasons. Obviously, it's going to be harder to try to work your way up through the field, but I think first and foremost is you want to avoid any of that first lap calamity that we often talk about here on the run up the mountain. If you get one or even two cars that have a problem in front of you, there's no going back from that. You can have a track blockage here very, very quickly and quickly find yourself 30 to 40 seconds lap down before 30 to 40 seconds a lap down before you even cross over and take lap 1.
Gustavo Ariel just building up towards the final qualifying lap then. And we're going to get the timing sheets lighting up. MSI Esports, the first two set a time of 201.281 for Gabi Montoro. Then Team PGZ, Pablo Lopez, 201.024 for the Galician. Let's see what Gustavo Ariel can do in car number 12. Over the line he goes. And the time for Ariel, he goes 5th quickest for now, 201.491. So it's Pablo Lopez on pole position in a Ferrari. So we've got Ferrari from two McLarens from a Mercedes AMG, DJ. So a good mix up there at the front.
Yeah, you absolutely love to see that. And as we look down the field there in the top 10 a little bit more, I mean, we've got great disparity here among the makes and models. Brabham Esports coming in 7th place with the Audi, then Valkyrie in 8th with the BMW, Paceworks Esports with the Ford of all things up there, giving a little bit of love to the American marquee, and then TC Corsa Esports also up there in the Porsche, rounding out your top 10. So clearly here we've got a little bit of time left to go. We've still got another lap to see what some of the bigger teams are going to be putting down on the board, but clearly score a win for the balance of performance here early on.
So car number 99, Brody Kostecki for Lobsdalton Esports in the Porsche, 206.950 for them. So Brody, of course, 4th in the 2022 Bathurst 1000 in real life. He's a real life supercar driver, taking part at the very top level of virtual motorsport today, which is very exciting. So what does everybody have left? At the moment, Pablo Lopez at 201.024. He's in the pit, so he's done. But can anybody beat that? It's interesting to see here, DJ, if any of the other drivers are trying 2 fast laps rather than just one dash at the end here.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be keeping my eye out for, to see if any of those drivers that held back a little bit are going to be pushing ahead, or if the drivers who did 2 flying laps is here. We've got some big names coming up to the top of the charts. Mercedes AMG Williams and Mercedes AMG Urano right up to the top, but a 2-minute flat as more times continue to come on the board.
Oh, Daniel Pastor goes to pole here at Bathurst. 2 flat, 0.574, 2/10 of a second, 10th and a half of a second quicker than Altus Esports. But then Altus Esports' sister car 42, Simone Maria Marceno, goes to the top by 0.004 of a second, DJ, at the top of the timesheets. Wow.
Absolutely wow. And look at all of those times working their way down through the order. First through 30 seconds, separated by a mere second. We are talking about absolutely infinitesimal gaps up at the front of this field.
Infinitesimal, that's a great word. That's a very good word for where are you for 5 o'clock in the morning, I suppose.
I do what I can. I've got my thesaurus open next to me.
I'm impressed. Well, it's Altus Esports who sit on pole position then, making it. The times are very close, but it's a Mercedes 126 in this qualifying session. So the Alphabet V8 muscle cars, they appear to be the machine to have. But will they be when we get into the race? That is the question. There's a little glimmer of light on the horizon starting to appear here at a virtual Mount Panorama, and this is how they start for the 2023 Bathurst 12 hour here on iRacing. It's Simone Maria Marcheno on pole position by just 0.04 of a second from Daniel Pastor and Williams Esports. Then it's Carlos Fenalosa and Daniel Lafuente with Dino Lombardi and Dominic Hoffman rounding out an all-Mercedes top 6. Then it's the first of the McLarens, Luke McEwen for Apex Racing Team, followed by Dylan Burst for Pure Sims in a BMW. Then it's Alexander Teeb for Urano Esports, last year's pole sitter. Matthias Sipola will round out the top 10. Then it's the Scotsman Gordy Much alongside the Manxman Josh Thompson for Team Redline. Then it's Pablo Lopez. That lap was pole, down to 13th place, with Alex Dunn starting alongside him on the 7th row. Then it's David Toth, Sami Matti Trogan, Martin Kadlachik and Brody Kostecki rounding out the top 18. Then it's Maciej Lucic and Luca Kita rounding out the top 20. Damon Woods, Chris Lullen, Gabi Montoro and Ricardo Rico round out the top 24. Then it's Jonas Wallmeyer, Florian Lebiga, Spencer Kostovic, Parker White, Gustavo Ariel and Oskari Rinna for Team BMW Bike. T-Boy Prevo and Elias Reka round out the top 32. Then it's Nick Schulte-Wisserman, Oscar Pye, James Armstrong and Gabriel Streetmatter. Then it's Simon Nicholson, Felix Kernbach and the mighty Ford for Paceworks Esports, Tice Simmons. Then it's Anton Lacherit, Hayata Asaga and Carlos Villegas. Oscar Coper is 43rd, followed by Gael Valero, Christophe Herbigno, Felix Luding, Corentin Guinness and Jose Soria. And last on the grid, Jan Sentowski. 49 GT3 cars ready to do battle here at Mount Panorama for 12 hours. No safety cars, no planned interruptions, just a flag-to-flag sprint. 21 degrees track temperature for now, but that is going to climb as the day progresses, DJ.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're going to be talking about a little bit of tire management because the other thing that has been updated on the simulator recently is the way that these GT3 tires wear in. So keep your eye open for that. That is certainly going to be something that we are going to be talking about over the course of the run. But right now, the only thing these drivers have to focus in on is that first corner, going down into Hell Corner and watching for the green flag.
So it will be Simone Maria Marcheno for Altus Esports. A great presence from them. 3 cars in the top 5. Simone will lead us away into 12 hours of racing. Points the nose at the checkered flag. We're racing down under at Mount Panorama here on the iRacing simulator. Down towards turn 1 they go, and it's going to be an Altus 1-2 into turn 1. Carlos Fenalosa gets past Daniel Pastor as they all try and fit through Hell Corner. It is a Hell Corner at the start of this race with 49 GT3 cars trying to make their way through, but they do all make it way through cleanly. Simone Maria Marcheno, great start, pulling a couple of car lengths from the leaders as Williams get back in with Daniel Pastor back into second place.
Yeah, able to make that move, losing it out, going down into Hell Corner. Good, orderly fashion here. This is exactly what I'd expect from top split. A little bit of a battle. That's Altus Esport Yellow and Apex Racing number 98. And that's going to be Apex losing it just a little bit there, coming through the cutting. Luke McEwen falling back down through the order.
Not so good there for Luke McEwen, but plenty of time to go. This is always treacherous on the opening lap as well. The tyres aren't into their full temperature and pressure yet as well, so the car can feel a little bit loose as you go, especially over here, over McPhillamy Park, Solomon Park, Skyline. These are all really difficult parts of the circuit, as well as the McLaren's flaming on the overrun as the drivers lift off the throttle and that unspent fuel just spits out the back of the exhaust. Riding with Carlos Fenalosa out of the elbow and on to Conrod Straight, where the drivers get right up to the top of 6th gear. Oh, huge wreck at the Dipper. What on earth has happened there? Antoine Lacherit with huge damage to his Ferrari.
Yeah, big damage there. You can see the front bumper going around as we take a look back on board. This is the battle for the lead here. Marciano trying to make the move down to the inside and indeed making it on, or getting it made there on Daniel Pastor. That Williams Esports Mercedes not wanting to wait around. And there you see the 4th place car of Daniel Lafuente trying to do the same thing right now on Fenalosa.
Yeah, this is an all Mercedes battle. Ooh, big move there from Lafuente in the second Williams car. So it's Williams Esports who lead lap 1 then of the 2023 Bathurst 12 hours here on iRacing. Daniel Pastor leads for Mercedes-AMG Team Williams, so that stronghold of the Mercedes holds at the front. 6 cars lead the way from Mercedes-AMG. Then it's the first of the BMWs, Dylan Firth for Pure Sims. Then it's another Mercedes of Urano Esports, Alexander Teep, last year's pole sitter, the world's fastest physiotherapist.
As they work their way up the mountain now, everybody just trying to stay in as orderly as fashion as possible here. I think that's going to be the big key in the opening stages of this race, is just not wanting to get too hard. As here we take a look back at what happened to La Cherie.
Oh, one of the Ferraris just got checked up and the Ford ran right into the back. As one of the Apex Racing Academy car, Parker White, spinning there as well. So Apex Racing Academy car number 97 in the pits, as is the Pacework Esports Ford. Oh no. Oh, so the fan favourite Ford GT, the old stager, is in the pits for repairs at the moment. So damage from that incident, unfortunately, causing too much of a problem. Hopefully we'll see that car get back out again, but it's a Mercedes domination at the front so far. Daniel Pastor leading by 3/4 of a second from Simone Maria Marcheno. Then it's Daniel Lafuente, then it's Dino Lombardi and Carlos Fenellosa, making it 3 Altus Esports cars in the top 5.
Yeah, Altus off to a very good start here. Sorry about that, Peter, but they're off to a very good start, as that's a car slow. I think that's the Sui Racing McLaren Alex Dunn having a problem.
That looks like a hardware failure. That's very strange. Alex Dunn is going back to the pit, so that's a shame for that McLaren squad. Alex Dunn, a very handy real-life racer. Quite a few real-life racers in this virtual Bathurst 12-hour. But looking at stint lengths, we'd expect if the teams have, I think they'll be aiming for about 29 laps on a stint. 30 I think might be too much of a stretch, but 28, 29 laps, we'll see what they can do. Might have to do a little bit of fuel saving. That's a huge move, both Mercedes in the wall. Oh, it's a disaster for Mercedes. What on earth was going on there? Contact between the Altus car and the Williams car, and the Williams car has pulled up. We'll get a look at it for you folks, but that, with 11 hours and 55 minutes to go, pretty clumsy stuff there.
Very clumsy indeed, Peter. It looked like the two were just scrapping for the same piece of real estate. Let's take a look here from the overhead. That's the Williams coming up from behind. That's just a big dive to the inside and a little bit of a hip check there coming back onto the track. Not a lot of damage when you're carrying that much speed coming into Griffin's Bend. It's just what can happen. You've got to be less clumsy in the opening stages of this race.
That was really silly there, I think, from Daniel Lafuente. Just did not give the 42 car, Simone Maria Marcheno, any room at all. Pretty sure it was Simone, yes it was, Simone Maria Marcheno who hit the braking point, was as far over the road as he could go, and Lafuente had plenty of room to make the move. And yeah, like you said, like you called it right there, DJ, just massive hip check, took them both into the wall. So all of a sudden, 6 Mercedes at the top becomes just 4. And at this stage of the race, very, very strange incident as well. We'll see if the 42 car can, the Altus car can keep going, or whether they need to take repairs. So, replay at in the middle of your shot here is, one of the Ferraris just gets a little skip off the wall, but manages to get going. And that's Bathurst for you. You can rub the wall just, but only just.
Yeah, you could just barely get away with it there. As a little bit of action here coming farther back down into the field. As that is one of the Urano cars, I believe, trying to work their way forward right now. Again, in this big battle with Mercedes and McLarens, that seems to be the way to be, as they work their way now down the mountain straight, trying to be able to see what they're able to get. You've got to be careful. We've already seen what can happen if you're too aggressive here coming into Griffin's Bend. They sort themselves out and get themselves back into line.
To apologise, that was a replay of Alex Dunn's McLaren, the suspension breaking, hitting the inside wall, and that broke the suspension, and that is what took them out of the race. The SUI Racing car, Daniel Lafuente, still in the pits, has been for over 2 minutes. The Altus car, the 42, has been able to keep going. Simone Maria Marcheno in 10th. is still going, so maybe carrying some damage, but not so much that's caused them to go into pit lane. Last time by a 2:07.8. We'll try and get a closer read on what their pace is as well. So early drama here, TJ. Normally we like to see the drivers just settling in and getting ready for a long stint ahead, but that was a little bit of excitement there early on.
Yeah, a little bit of excitement and a little bit surprising. Again, we are so used to seeing these drivers and competitors really hold back and wait as we ride on board with Sky Rinne here for the Team BMW Bank team, trying to work his way up through the field from about 25th. And this is a little bit more of exactly what I was expecting. A long train of cars here at this point, a little bit of a move up in front, and a lot of drivers just waiting to see who's going to be over eager, as there was a little bit of a check there from Ascari to the cars up in front of him.
Yeah, and that won't help the top speed at all. But that looks not too bad. The Team BMW Bank car getting a little bit of damage, and spin for the Apex Racing Academy car, the McLaren, and managed to get it back going again. Now, which one was that? It was Parker White again, so it's been a really difficult start to the race for Apex Racing Academy, Parker White in the 96 crew.
And not the start that they want to have, as we've got a little bit of a battle here. The BMWs of Team BMW Bank and Pure Sims Esports going to be in a drag race coming down into Griffin's Bend. Looks like that's going to sort itself out, and that is going to be Team BMW Bank able to hold on to that for now. Bit of a wiggle on the exit of the corner. I'm very surprised here. We're going to take a look at the replay of what happened coming down there. Ooh, that looked a little rough in the 96.
Yeah, maybe got a little help actually, from the Mala BMW. Great work from our producer Hugo Luis. He got dumped. So a rough day already, and straight on the headlight flasher. That's always a telltale sign. Well, everyone's shuffling for position as well. The number 99 Porsche is the leading Porsche in the field at the moment. That's Brody Kostecki, a driver who knows this circuit very, very well in the real world. He finished 4th in the outdoor Bathurst 1000 in the V8 Supercar Championship. Great to see him fighting up there at the very top of virtual racing. Team PGZ, their Ferrari, they've gained a place as well. They're up into 12th position after that strong qualifying performance from Pablo Lopez. So at the moment we're showing us 2 retirements, the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams car of Daniel Lafuente and the SUI McLaren of Alex Dunn, with Paceworks Esports Ford still in the pits after 6 minutes, but is not shown as retired, and the number 97 Apex Racing Academy car Gael Valero also showing as in the pits at the moment, taking repairs. A view for you here of what it's like in the heat of battle in this top split competition. If you're in some of the lower splits here on iRacing, the field tends to spread out a little bit quicker than this, and you can often find your own space and your own pace. Here, DJ, you really don't have that luxury. All of these drivers are so tightly matched on pace that there is no resting time through these 12 hours.
No, there really isn't. I mean, we talked about it a little bit when we were talking about qualifying pace, with first to about 34th or so, separated by only a second. We are talking about mere fractions here that these drivers are going to be faster than one another over the course of a lap. So very, very tricky running, and you've got to try to take your advantage whenever you're able to get it. Obviously, with no full course yellows being thrown out here, you've got to be a little bit aggressive early on, as the field is bunched up here at this point. But it's really about finding that fine line between aggression and restraint that's going to see you through to the end of the race, but also not finding yourself in a position where you're not going to be able to move your way forward here a couple hours in.
So, at the moment, 4 Mercedes at the top, led by Daniel Pastor for Williams Esports by 2.5 seconds. The gap has stretched a little bit. Altus Esports holds 2nd and 3rd, with their 2 cars running in quite close formation, with the Arano Esports Mercedes of Dominic the Hoffman just behind as well. And Bathurst is one of these places where if you get a good dancing partner, if you get a good draft partner, you can, and you're able to tuck in behind. You can do some huge amounts of fuel saving while still maintaining a good lap time, using the car in front to tow you along. So we could see in this opening stint, DJ, some drivers get to that 29 lap mark, and we might even get a surprise and get some 30 lappers. It depends how well our drivers can do that.
You read my mind about that, Peter. I was about to bring up a little bit of that running here for them, as that would be my main goal here at this point. Remember, these teams and drivers are already going to have a prescribed strategy to put down that they want to be running to, and they're going to try to keep on that strategy as much as possible. And I think a big part of that is going to be extending these stints as long as you can. Now, obviously, Pastor up at the front of the field, not going to be able to do that, but with as tightly compact as the rest of the field is, I think you're seeing a lot of coasting here from these drivers as they just kind of settle into the race a little bit and maybe save some of those bigger moves for later on once the strategy starts to play itself out in full.
It's interesting to see that the virtual Bathurst 12 hour is following a similar pattern to the real life version, which we had just a week ago at Mount Panorama, the real return of the proper Bathurst 12 hours with full pro cars. And so pleased for Sun Energy One and Kenny Habel, the team owner. Kenny Habel, by his own admission, not a professional driver. He races for as a hobby, as an enjoyment, but very competitively so. He won it last year, and everyone said, oh well, it was just a Pro-Am race. And then went and won it this year as a pro race. And his Mercedes factory teammates Lucas Stoltz and Jules Gounon did a top job alongside him as well. So Mercedes, the winner of the last two outdoor Bathurst 12 hours, can they add a virtual one today? In the GT3 in the last 4 years they haven't been able to do so. It's been McLaren out and 2 Audi wins and a BMW win over the last 4 years. So is today the day? We shall see. It's cool as well to see, DJ, that we have some official Mercedes AMG involvement here. The Williams team, of course, backed by them, and also Urano as well.
Yeah, and that's really been one of the stories over the course of the past 6 months or so here on the sim, is Mercedes really stepping up their game in terms of factory involvement with sim drivers and sim teams. It's really pretty remarkable, and you love to see that sort of full factory backing here from a driver, from a manufacturer rather. And it looks like it's proving out here. Obviously, the Mercedes doing well. Some of these teams locked in with Mercedes, and they're just able to carrying on. And I think it goes to show not just the strength of that chassis here today, but the strength of the chassis overall, that we've seen it be competitive a little bit last time out at Daytona. We've seen it be competitive time in and time out anytime we let these GT3s loose, and it's a real testament to the work that iRacing has done, as well as everything that Mercedes is starting to put into esports.
Riding with Dylan Burst, who I think just caught the wall there, coming through the dipper, which really hang on by your fingernails every lap, going down off on the other side of the mountain through the dipper. And what a roller coaster ride it is. And interestingly there, Dylan Burst losing a few car lengths there, I wonder, after that altercation with the wall. No, not too bad, but yeah, you don't want to keep doing that. Look what happened to Alex Dunn, just brushed the wall and broke the suspension. So yeah, you don't want to run that gauntlet too much. Dylan Burst, another Antipodean driver, races a Hyundai Accents in the real world, which apparently I'm told is kind of halfway between chess and bare knuckle boxing.
I have not heard it.
And tactics.
I have not heard that comparison before, Peter, but I kind of like that. I may have to start using that a little bit more as we now follow on the mountain straight right now. Looks like we're finally starting to get into that settle down period of the race, starting to see some gaps form up at the front. This battle right here, really our closest one up in the top 5 as Altus leads over Urano and Pure Sims here as they work their way now through the cutting.
So 18 minutes into the race, we expect, if the drivers can hit 29 laps, they will They will just hit that hour, I think, just about. Certainly by the time they've done their pit stop, if they can stretch it to 30 laps, even better, but that's very much an unknown until we get to the end of the first stint. It's Nick Schulte-Wisserman for German simracing.de by ACV in the train at the moment, chasing down the Mala BMW. And that McLaren, as you mentioned, DJ, it's a fast car in a straight line, but it does have a bit of a widowmaker reputation. It's a handful.
Yeah, it really is. I like to say it's not a matter of it's not a matter of if the car is going to attempt to kill you over the course of a lap. It's a matter of when the car is going to try to kill you over the course of a lap. A wicked off-throttle oversteer, which means that rear end of the car likes to step out when you are off of the throttle and the engine braking is pulling it down a little bit more. And so you've really got to be careful. It's one of the reasons why I love to drive the McLaren around very certain circuits, but a place like Bathurst, or coming down the hill in particular, where you've got to do a little bit of coasting and make sure you're absolutely hitting your marks perfectly, it really comes back to bite you. But it's going to be a good run here. I think that the straight line speed is going to be able to take it, and obviously behind the wheel of these cars right now, or behind the wheel of these drivers, it's going to be in well hands. They're going to know the characteristics of the car. They're going to know where it's going to want to step out, and they're going to be able to combat that over the course of a lap.
Oh, side-to-side contact there between the Team BMW bank car and one of the McLarens. I think it was Gustavo Ariel, yes, for Texaco Racing by TK. They charge up Mountain Straight once more. A drag race to see who's going to be better on the brakes. Very deep there into there, and through goes the Team BMW bank car. So interesting stuff there, but battling for 25th, so fierce. That's Oskari Rinna driving the Team BMW bank car. Always an ever-present machine in iRacing special events, and especially the endurance races. Team BMW bank, that crew have got so much experience in this BMW M4. Race car has been on the real world track for just over a year. It's on the virtual racetrack for nearly 2, so much so that it came to iRacing as a development prototype, and it's been raced ever since. So Team BMW Bank, they've got a lot of setup data in that car.
Yeah, they certainly do. They have been able to run it plenty of times, so they'll know exactly what they're going to need as they now come down the hill here a little bit, looking like they've got a little bit of a decent run on the cars in front of them, but I don't think that's going to be close enough to get anything down the hill. That is Mercedes-AMG Team Urano directly ahead of them in 23rd. Wallmeyer behind the wheel of the car right now. Indeed, just as I thought, looks like they're going to stay in line here going into the chase. And so, as we've got a car off in front, that's Team Redline.
Oh, Josh Thompson off in the McLaren then. Was running up in 12th place, but lost a few positions there. Has to take to the grass at the chase. So that was Brody Kostecki going by, and yeah, pretty firm move there from the Porsche. Josh, nowhere really to turn in. Let's have a look then. So Kostecki comes from quite deep and goes to turn in, and there's a Porsche there. To be fair to Kostecki, he was the wrong side and just parked it on the apex there, but no harm, no foul. Doesn't appear to be any damage on that McLaren, but not the heart attack that the team need at this stage.
No, certainly not. When you're carrying that much speed coming into the chase, you do not want to have another car up to your inside. Not exactly the best run, but Team Redline, we know the speed they have. They're going to be able to pull things back into line. As we focus here on something that I was a little bit curious about, Apex Racing Team, what their strategy is going to be today. Obviously dominant last time out in the iRacing special events when we were at the Daytona 24, and the two of them hooking up here, opting for the McLaren as they work their way up and down the hill. I was wondering if we were going to see these two getting together over the course of the race.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, it certainly worked for Apex Racing Team at Daytona, getting the win in the GTD category. But we shall see how it works here at Bathurst. Completely different circuit. Could not be more different to Daytona here at Mount Panorama. That's the thing I love about all of the iRacing special events. At the very top level, we get great entertainment by watching these drivers go head-to-head and watching how the teams play their strategies and things like that. But the cool thing is as well, DJ, if anyone with an iRacing account can take part, and everybody is put in a put in a race based upon their ability. It's all about participation here, but we have the top level competing at a world-class level, but that participation is something that makes iRacing very cool indeed.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why the sim is regarded as high as it is, because you do have this massive turnout for these special events, really across the board in all sorts of disciplines that can be put down, whether it's the GT3 cars, whether it's the hypercars that we saw last time out at Daytona. We ran you through that iRacing special event calendar. Obviously, Daytona taking place, as well as going to Knoxville and the Chili Bowl on the dirt side, Crandon on with the Pro Trucks. Pretty much anything that you can imagine here, you're going to have that similar breakdown in terms of talent level. And if you are just a casual driver, you're going to be able to find your way in a split where it's not only going to be enjoyable to be racing around, but it's going to be competitive for you, and you're going to see, frankly, races like we're seeing with very close competition up and down the field.
So at the moment, the cap's still holding steady at the front. The Daniel Pastor has just set his fastest lap of the race, a 2:01.7 in his Mercedes AMG. Is pulling out 0.2 of a second from Dino Lombardi for Altus Esports, car number 2. And the gap now sitting at 2.8 seconds at the front of the field. So Pastor, he's got to balance his pace, but also with the fuel mileage, the teams will know exactly what number they need to hit per lap to be able to hit the stint length that they want. And they'll have done all the calculations before. If they feel that they can do a little bit of fuel saving and get that extra lap, or if there's a particular number that they feel they have to hit regardless, they'll have done that calculation already. The amount of preparation these teams put in for the special events is quite remarkable. That's why they're so quick. That time's 2:01.7. I couldn't dream of a 2:01.7 around here.
Yeah, neither could I, but as I am wont to say, there's a reason why I'm up in the booth and not down on the track. But yeah, in terms of plotting out everything, these drivers are now starting to settle into that rhythm where it's going to be about the strategy. It's not going to be about locking wheels with another car. It's about hitting the numbers that you need to hit to be able to make that strategy work. And that really is going to come down to trying to extend these fuel stints by a single lap, trying to just gain that little bit of an advantage that you can lap after lap after lap. If you're able to make it work, by the end of the race, you're able to save yourself a stop, you're able to save yourself a little bit of time. That is going to come back to pay off in spades when you come into the last running here on the last corner of the last lap before the checkered flag flies.
Yeah, a few drivers have shown that getting involved in a side-to-side battle is not advantageous at this stage. Just ask Daniel Lafuente and Williams Esports. But there's just a car going very, very well. The 55 car now. The gap opening out a little bit further on this lap. Almost identical to the previous lap, but Pastor pulling out a couple of tenths from Lombardi in second position. Carlos Fenellosa in third. It's dropped to now 1.7 seconds back. So keep an eye out though for car number 90, Dominic the Hoff Hoffman, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. He's the first car in this field, the leading car, who's actually getting a draft, DJ, and that draft could really bring him, when they come out of the pits, could really bring him into the fray, either by giving him an extra lap or able to not spend as long at the pumps.
Exactly, and the other driver that I think is going to be interesting to see out of that is going to be the Pure Sims Esports number 117, that BMW trailing directly behind as well, as they actually blink a little bit there on your screen. They are another one that are going to be able to take a big helping of that. And remember, the way that the balance performance did break down here for all of these cars, that's in what was put down. Remember that that Mercedes did have 3% fuel taken away as part of the balance performance. The BMW only had 1% of fuel taken out of their tank, so we could see that number coming into play here for these cars, and we're going to have to keep that in mind, that may allow for the BMW to stretch just that much farther.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, how that balance of performance is going to be affected. That's for sure. And who's gonna be able to hit these fuel stints? So I think if you don't hit that 29 lap stint, you're going to be short of the hour, and therefore you will need an extra stop towards the end of the race. However, you always have to bring into the calculation attrition here at Bathurst. I think more than any other special event, I think it's the toughest driving challenge, certainly of the endurance races. If you just even make the tiniest error, you can either, you can be into the pits with damage, you can have your race ended entirely, you can have someone spin in front of you, and then there's nowhere to go. It's so narrow over the mountain. I think the attrition and not giving up, I think, is going to be very important today, because for any car to have a complete clean run is not easy at all.
No, it's not easy at all, and I think it may even be near on impossible when you're battling in these close of quarters with another driver. Just that little bit, an inch or two offline coming down up and over the mountain can be enough to just pick you up a little bit of damage. So I think as much as you can mitigate that is going to be the biggest way around here, and just keep your calm. Don't be trying to go for anything too crazy here early on. That's going to be what keeps you to the end of the race. As we follow this little battle on your screen right now, this is about the third or fourth train in line, as we're really starting to see these big trains pull up. It's Team PGZ with Pablo Lopez in the Ferrari, trailing behind Arnage Competition and the McLaren up ahead of them.
So half an hour into the 2023 Bathurst 12 hour here on the iRacing platform. If you're watching RaceSpotTV, do let us know in the chat where you're watching from today. Who are you cheering for? And most importantly, what are your in-race snacks? You need good in-race snacks to get you through these long endurance races. Great to see so many of you watching here on RaceSpotTV, and thank you for your company. It's Peter Mackay here alongside DJ Clark. A truly international broadcast crew. Our producer Hugo Luis over in Brazil. You're in California, DJ, and I'm in Scotland. We really are a multicultural crew.
Well, we aim to bring you the best of all worlds here on RaceSpotTV, and so certainly bringing that to you here now. All of us at different hours of the day, getting ourselves up and ready to do it. Although I think I have the toughest wake-up call at about 4 a.m. But nevertheless, wouldn't miss this for the world, and love to be able to bring you the melodious sounds of a Hoosier and a Scotsman calling a race from Australia. That makes total sense.
Yes, it does. It does. The joy of the internet. The joy of the internet. Interestingly, coming back to the Mercedes, it's had 1% of its fuel capacity taken away, rather than 3%. So that's interesting. So minus 1%, is that? It's going to be about. That could be about a lap. DJ.
Yeah, it very well could. It was the McLaren, that has had the 3% taken out, and I think that could be almost upwards of a full lap, potentially, most certainly there for them. The other thing with the McLaren is they've actually tuned down to the horsepower a little bit on the car, taking away 2% power, which really shows you the strength of that British marquee around this circuit, that even on 2% power down, it is still one of the more favored cars here in the field, and running 3 spots in the top 11.
Yeah, it's definitely a car. It's a car that it tends to be pop up here at Bathurst, particularly. Now, update on the fan favourite Ford. Unfortunately, a bad news. That car has been just as I say that, it had been in the pits for 28 minutes. But car number 447, the Paceworks eSports Ford of Ty Simons, has gone back onto the circuit. There it is, folks. Give it a cheer. That's the true spirit of endurance. Half an hour of time in the pits, repairs. Massive moment there coming through Quarry Bend. And the Ford is back there. The Detroit V8 muscle rumbles around Mount Panorama.
Yeah, massive credit there to that 447 team. You can see a little bit of damage there on the rear wing. That's going to slow them down on the straightaways, but I think here for them, this is all about just getting back out on the track, and you never want to wish ill of your fellow competitors, but just hoping for a couple of incidents and accidents ahead of them to be able to move themselves back up through the field. Obviously, as we've mentioned before, no full course yellows around here, which means that they're not really going to have a chance to make up those 16 laps or so that they find themselves down. But as you said, the spirit of endurance back out on track, you love to see it.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Hello to Ryan Hunt, watching from Barbados. I was just there a few weeks ago. Beautiful, beautiful place as well. And hello to Lord Hedge, Mr. Fish Tank himself, master cinematographer. He's got some full factory snacks on the go here, DJ. Dairy Lee Dunkers and Capri Sun. I mean, that's the dream lunchbox.
That's not too bad at all. It certainly beats my bowl of peanuts that I have next to my computer, so he's got me beat dead to rights.
Not the dried bananas today?
No, I decided to go more traditional and less California.
Excellent. Well, I've got these other brands are available. Terry's Chocolate Orange mini segments as well, which are depleting at a faster rate than the fuel in these in the tanks of these race cars as well. So we'll see how long they last over the next few hours. And at the top of just at 1/4 distance, we'll be doing our own driver change here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box, with the new set of commentators coming in to take you through that next portion of the race. But at the moment, it's Daniel Pastor who leads the way by 2.6 seconds. So Altus Esports' Dino Lombardi has responded a little bit. Now it's actually pulled away a little bit from his teammate Carlos Fenolosa in third, who in turn has Dominic the Hoffman right behind him. And then they're coming across a little bit of traffic here, though. No, excuse me, wrong Altus car. So yes, the Altus car number 42, Simone Maria Marcheno, has, of course, was put in the, I think it's fair to say, put in the wall by Daniel Lafuente. And actually, DJ, to be still trucking on in 9th position here is quite remarkable stuff from that car.
Yeah, it shows a lot of grit, a lot of tenacity to be able to find yourself in that position, and a lot of skill. I think it also goes to show that not any real damage on that car necessarily if they're able to keep up this kind of pace and find themselves behind Apex Racing Team 98 and 99, Luke McEwen and Gordon Much there. And you noticed on that last lap a little bit of swap in positions for the 98 and the 99 going down the Conrad Straight. I think, Peter, that's going to be a little bit of the strategy game coming into play, clearly wanting to give that number 99 machine the benefit of the toe here and be able to try to save a little bit of fuel in that McLaren.
Yeah, maybe, like you say, with that 3% of fuel capacity removed, that's definitely going to make a difference for these cars. That's going to be approximately 3 or 4 litres, which is a lot. So Porsche, they're aiming for about 3.3 litres on a pretty reasonable push, 3.2 on a strong fuel save, depending on the driving style of the driver. And of course, down the dipper over Skyline and down into the dipper, you can do a pretty good amount of fuel saving along there as well, lifting and coasting. You hear a lot of the drivers doing that. Or also one that I don't have the guts to try, DJ, is the clutch dip. I'm always scared of letting the clutch out and locking the rears when it comes back in.
I'm the same way. I know folks that can make that clutch work, but I am not one of them. I'm much more content to just do a little bit of lifting and coasting coming down into the corners. We do have a couple of little battles on our hand farther back down in the order. The 15 trying to hold off an attack there. That's MSI Esports trying to hold off an attack from RAG.
Yeah, can't be Montoro. Trying to hold off Elliot Veyron. Now that's a cool name. Named after, well, his second name is Veyron. Maybe the Bugatti was named after him.
Maybe indeed.
That's car number 6, McLaren, with running in stealth black. That must have been a nightmare to spot on track in the darkness earlier on, but no such problem now. The sun has truly risen over Mount Panorama, and the drivers only have to worry about the darkness here for just a short portion of the race, but it's going to get hotter and hotter as the race progresses. And when we get into that final portion of the race, the track temperature here can get positively baking. Some of the sessions during the week, the track temperature going up over 120 degrees Fahrenheit, and that, DJ, that certainly plays havoc on the tyres and the grip available.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, we talked a lot about the tires over the course of that qualifying session, but they've also got to worry about these new model tires when it comes to the race itself. You've got to be very cautious as you bring your way around, as the wear has been updated, and they're a little bit more sensitive, Peter. They're a little bit more reactive to what you're doing. And so everything I've heard from the drivers is you really have to nurse the car a little bit more, be driving from the very outset thinking about tire saving so you don't burn up your stuff by the end of the stint.
Yeah, of course, the tyre regulations have changed as well for these type of events. Oh dear, that's Alexander Teeb off for Urano Esports, and Simone Maria Marcheno off there too. He's got going again just in the foreground. That's allowed the Arnage Competition McLaren to come by. So what happened there involving Alexander Teeb and Simone Maria Marcheno, who's had a very eventful race so far, a lot of which is not his own making, but that's bunched up the field again. There was a large train of drivers who have now brought themselves up into the battle for the top 10. It was the battle for the top 15, now for the top 10. So Alexander Teeb, last year's pole sitter, takes a huge lunge from nowhere and clips the back of Simone Maria Marcheno, who'll be lucky to get away without damage. They both will. He's coming from miles behind. That was, again, clumsy.
Yeah, very clumsy. Not exactly what I'd expect here at this running. I mean, clearly trying to get the move done on the Apex Racing machine in front of them and just misjudging the timing going down into the corner. Clumsy is exactly the right word to use here, Peter, and we've seen this from a couple of drivers. I'm not sure really what to attribute it to. It's not the style, it's not the class of racing that I would expect here from the top split. It's just a couple of errant little mistakes that you wouldn't expect to see here.
Yeah, and poor old Simone Maria Marcheno has been on the bad end of it both times, neither his fault. Somehow it's like the Altus Esports Mercedes, it's got a protective force field around it despite these incidents, almost like in Mario Kart when you keep the shells spinning around you as a way of protecting as well. No, of course not. But yeah, very, very, very strange. I wonder if maybe just Alexander Teeb just got a much bigger draft than he expected and carried more speed through the chase than he thought. And yeah, very strange one, but they both carry on nonetheless. But yeah, certainly another heart-starting moment for Altus. Great to see more messages coming in here on our RaceSpotTV chat. Hello to our esteemed colleague Lorenzo Bonder. Morgan Butler, hello Morgan. He says his race choice got to be chocolate digestives and PG Tips tea. Very good, excellent choices, I would say. No other tea is as good as PG Tips. Some might say Yorkshire tea. Some might say Scottish blend. Answers on a postcard. Chocolate orange sensations. Hyper sweet choices. I agree, yes. I'm a big fan of the chocolate orange mini segments. I like this. You can't have an endurance race without discussing snack choices.
No, you really can't. You've got to have something there to be able to keep you tided over, although my normal stalwarts of a Cliff Bar I unfortunately don't have with me. That's my go-to when I'm on site for a race. I normally tend to have more smaller snackable segments when I'm here working from home, obviously, on the virtual side of things. But I've got a big cup of coffee, if that counts, for myself. Obviously not a tea drinker, but that's always my go-to, no matter what time of day a race is.
Yeah, me too. me too. I'm already I'm coffeeless at the moment, and unfortunately my good lady is away working this weekend, so there's no coffee service. The coffee service is off at the moment for this broadcast, which is a shame. But no, we will. I'll plow on regardless. So thanks you all for getting in touch. Oh, here we go. I knew this would start a discussion. Oh, it's team off again. Or was that Hoffman? No, it was Hoffman. So Hoffman taking a little bit of a excursion there in the number 90 Urano Mercedes, side by side with the Pearsons BMW Dylan Burst. Just seemed to just get a little bit too deep on the brakes there.
Yeah, and that's the second time we've seen drivers struggling a little bit with that. Is a little bit of a thought of a move there going down into Hell Corner. I wonder here if these changing temperatures are maybe throwing drivers' braking points off a little bit. The track is just not warming up nearly as much as they thought it would. Track temperature still remaining at about 69 degrees Fahrenheit, as we've got a little bit of a battle here. Urano and Team PGZ going down into the corner. Urano going to have to kind of muscle their way on through, but they're going to hold onto that line. PGC thinking about a little bit of a fight back here. Pablo Lopez going up into the cutting. I think he's going to have to wait in line. Oh, that's a sneaky move from the McLaren.
Oh, sneaky indeed, yes. Pablo Lopez has no option but to let that move happen with now who is in that Team Redline McLaren? That is Chris Lullum. Great move there from Lullum. Just put the car into place where Lopez had absolutely nowhere to go, and oh, has a huge moment there. Well done, hangs onto it there. Does, oh dear, Pablo Lopez going over Salmon Park, over McPhillamy Park, excuse me. That was a heart starter for that Ferrari. Car number 119. Oh, that could have been race over.
Yeah, very easily could have been. Great job there for Lopez to be able to hold that up underneath him. And that's something else that we'll talk about over the course of the running, is some of the different characteristics of these cars. Now, the Ferrari being a mid-engined car tends to have some pretty good rotation, but it's one real drawback. It's known as a good all-arounder. It does tend to chew up its tires a little bit, so I wonder if that was maybe a result, that little bit of a blip and bobble there was maybe just a result of tires being a little bit more worn than they expected. We'll have to see. Obviously losing a little bit of time up here to Team Redline with that little bit of a slip up, and Redline I think eager to try to work their way back up through the field.
Yeah, very interesting there. Yeah, Pablo Lopez, it just washed out a little bit wide going through McPhillamy Park, and yeah, up over the curb, which unsettled the car. Quite big moment, but they're still in the game. Thanks to you all writing in as well. Adam Watson is firing bullets in the in the chat. He's saying Yorkshire tea is the granddaddy. Morgan Butler doesn't agree. A Cliff Bar. Apparently you can't get any more West Coast than that, DJ. You have to explain here.
I'm not sure about that. I know Cliff Bars from my days back in Indiana doing a lot of hiking and backpacking through there. Apparently that's a West Coast thing. I was not aware of that, so...
Wow. Well, there we go. It's a territorial snack choice. Adam also said that coffee and Oreos are better than tea. Do you dip your Oreos in the coffee? I don't think you should. You don't want the crumbly bits getting in your coffee, surely.
Yeah, that seems a little bit of a strange decision there. I mean, I can get the Oreos and milk necessarily, but coffee? I'm also, I believe in very, traditional coffee. I don't like a lot of the different flavorings on it, so I guess if you dip your Oreo in there, you get a little bit of the residual chocolate flavor, maybe? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm with you. And pure from source coffee. As Team BMW Bank, Oscar Rinner trying to find a way through, but there is no gap through. Two McLarens going side by side, and one goes off. That's the R8G car. Oh dear. Team BMW Bank, Oscar Rinner trying to make the most of it as well and try and get past the MSI Esports car number 9. They can't quite get it done. but the black RAG McLaren has dropped back a little, along with one of the Urano cars. That's Jonas Wallmeyer, car number 91. So it's all going on here as well, and there's been a problem for the Pure Sims Esports car. Dylan Burst has dropped back behind Team PGZ's leading car of Matthias Sippala.
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe that was just a little bit of a wheel spin coming off of Hell Corner, but that PGZ machine able to get their way on by the BMW here at this point. I think that may have just been a matter of corner execution. As I go back and look at the replay here on my own screen, yeah, no real issues there for Pure Sims, just a bad exit off of Hell Corner, and PGZ recognizing it and going for the move when they had it.
Yeah, great opportunist stuff there from the Team PGZ Ferrari. The two cars in the race are both running the Ferrari 488 GT3, the latest Ferrari GT3 car debuted at Daytona, the 296 GT3. Beautiful machine, massive rear aero. I mean, the diffuser is just serious move on from the previous car. And the whole rear section can be removed and replaced as a one as well. So obviously it's looking towards quick serviceability in 24-hour races. When will it turn up on iRacing Network? Hopefully soon. As Oskari Rinna gets the job done then on the MSI Esports McLaren at the chase, moves up into 22nd position. Quite unusual to be talking about Team BMW Bank in 22nd position, but didn't have the best qualifying, DJ.
No, they certainly didn't, although they're making up for it here. They qualified in about 30th position. They now find themselves up 8 into P22 at this point. So making some solid progress here. I've got to think that they were one of those teams that probably tried to put down a banker lap and then go absolutely hard at the paint on that second lap and just not getting it hooked up as well. So we did have a couple of surprising names up near the front, running a little bit of a defensive line here with that RAG machine right behind them. But now as they come through Griffin's Bend, it looks like they're going to separate themselves out just a little bit more, starting to build their way around. I think we may see this BMW Bank machine start to scamper off into the distance and try to close down on Speed Demon, powered by Mercedes, up in front of them, which are only about 1.9 seconds up the road.
So we'll see if they can run down that gap. Shouldn't be too long before we see our leading cars coming into pit lane. They're on to the 25th lap of their stints at the moment. Daniel Pastor been setting a superb pace, and he's just set the best lap of his best lap of the race, a 201.160. Best lap at the moment, 201 flat from Josh Thompson. Quite a remarkable lap there from the McLaren driver. But yeah, the lead at the front, 3.4 seconds from Mercedes-AMG Team Williams back to Altus Esports number 2. Then it's number 41 Altus Esports car, Carlos Penalosa in third. Then another couple of seconds back to the Team PGZ Ferrari, who has Pure Sims Esports Dylan Burst right behind in 5th position as well. So that's your top 5 at the moment, but from 5th down till sort of back of the top 10, there's not a great amount of time. Lots of cars packed in that space. So on to the 25th lap. So if they can take, the drivers can take 3 more laps plus their service, they should hit the hour about right. And if they can get that 29th lap, it will make a big difference.
Yeah, that will be a huge difference maker here for these drivers. If they are able to stretch that out just a little bit more, that is going to mean absolutely everything to them. As we keep our eyes here on this pretty close battle. This is our Naj competition. Williams Esports directly behind them, almost giving a push there to that Falcon Esports machine up in front of them, the number 99 Porsche. This is some very, very close running. And Peter, it just goes to show you the margins that these drivers are able to deal and cope with. To be this close behind another driver and not be missing your braking zones, having the forethought to be able to check yourself up coming up and down over the hill, it is absolutely millimeters worth of precision, and it always impresses me to see them running this close lap after lap.
Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. As they come through the dipper and then down towards Forest Elbow. It's good that we've got a corner called the Dipper, and the chat has broken into a debate on what is the right biscuit for dipping. I would say either a Blue Ribbon or a Fox's Viennese. They're good, I would say. Or Aldi's fine butter cookies with raisins. They're very nice too for dipping. I'm not really I don't really dip in. They're just my favourite biscuits. I don't know if I would dip them.
I have to agree with you there. I'm not the biggest dipper. I'm really and truly not. I tend to just sort of enjoy my cookies or biscuits and enjoy my beverage at the same time.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're on the same page there. Oh, some bad news. Carl Moore let us know for Pacework Esports they're going to park up the fan favourite Ford. It is still showing as circling by my timing screen, but the car hasn't fully repaired after all. Nearly half an hour in the pits, and that's a shame. It's great to see that old the Ford GT3 running. Now, I've heard many times, DJ, of people saying, "Oh, it's not a real car. That's a fake car. It's blah blah. That doesn't exist in real life." It absolutely did. It raced in the American Le Mans series. It raced at Spa in the 24 hours. It was Mark VDS ran one, so it definitely did exist. I don't think it was officially built by Ford. I think it was more built by ambitious privateers, but it was homologated. It was a GT3 car.
Yeah, it certainly was. It reminds me a little bit of the Callaway Corvette, sort of a Franken car almost that exists today. I think if you're looking for a comparison, that's probably the best one.
Definitely, I love this Callaway Corvette. It's the C7. It's really cool. Really, really cool. Shame we don't really see them very much anymore at the top level, but it always moves on. Everything moves on. The new machinery coming on show. Gapu, Daniel Pastor, he's broken into the 2 zeros, a 2:0.963. Last time by for Daniel Pastor, our race leader. He sets not quite the fastest lap of the race. That goes to Luke McEwen, to flat .960. So yeah, 3 thousandths of a second in it on the fastest lap of the race time sheets at the moment. And that Luke McEwen running in 7th. And actually the Altus Esports Mercedes has broken into that Apex Racing Team Shinkansen train and has upset that rhythm of the Apex Racing Team duo.
Well, and I wonder if that's maybe a little bit of a strategic call there for that machine to try to break up a little bit of Apex Racing's dichotomy there in the field. As we know what they were able to do in Daytona, and they just kind of want to prevent any sort of team tactics that are taking place, make this a single car race as much as possible. That would at least certainly be something that I would be talking to my drivers about if I was on the board there for Altus Esports, to try to run and break them up a little bit and prevent them from running an absolute team strategy that saw them run away at the front of the field at Daytona.
Yeah, it was quite impressive to watch how they were able to just do it lap after lap after lap. It was quite an amazing execution. They did tangle once, I think, at the International Horseshoe, but it wasn't too much of a hindrance. They still managed to get the win done. Well, really like a good barbecue in Australia, especially here at Bathurst. Our very own David Haynes was at Bathurst last weekend, barbecuing away. And I tell you, just need one of these McLarens to be a perfect camping vehicle, I would think. You could just have it on the, just rev the engine and you'll cook your sausages in no time.
I wondered where you were going with that. I was trying to figure out if there was storage space in the back that I was missing or exactly what it was. Oh,
now, driver on pit road, our leader is in pit road. The other cars, have they pitted as well? Yes, they have. So 28 laps then for the AMG Mercedes. That, DJ, is short.
That is short, but crucially here, look at some of the teams that have been able to make this an extra lap. Altus Esports Yellow, Pure Sims in the BMW, Urano Esports in the number 90 Mercedes, and Apex Racing Team number 98. Crucially, Apex Racing number 99 hasn't been able to make it, but very, very interesting here to see how this is going to break down. And I'm a little bit worried here. If I'm some of these drivers that are coming in, Daniel Pastor in particular, where are they going to come out in terms of traffic? You can see on your screen, there's a couple of slower cars working their way now through Murray's Corner. We may see the leaders held up ever so slightly.
So interesting. There are plenty of Mercedes that have been able to stretch that 29 laps, including the number 2 Altus Esports Yellow machine of Dino Lombardi. So we saw how good the pace was of Daniel Pastor, but there was a payoff in terms of fuel usage. Carlos Fenalosa, same for Altus Esports Red, that's car 41. As we'll see now on this 29th lap of the stint, Dino Lombardi will be able to hit that magic hour when coming out of the pits again. So, we've got a strategy battle on our hands here, DJ. And the question is, and I always like to cheer for an extra fuel saver as well. I'm Scottish and renowned for my frugality. If someone can stretch 30 stint, I want to see if someone can do a 30 lap stint.
Yeah, and obviously the first stint's going to be the easiest one to probably do that on, as you're going to be bunched up for the majority of the field. Running very well there, though, is Lombardi. It does look like the top 5 are all coming down into pit lane. We'll have to wait here. Is that... I think Falcon Esports may be able to make this. They're making that 30 there, David.
Oh, Peter, so that Porsche, yeah. So the frugal little Porsche, it might not have the outright lap speed, but it's a frugal little car. Now that means that Brody Kostecki's been able to use less than 3.2 litres per lap to be able to get that Porsche to do that 30th lap stint, and that's going to give them a big edge, I think, on at the end of the day. If they can run a clean race and hit those fuel numbers, they're in a really good spot. But a lot of cars coming down in from a 29 lap stint. Altus Esports car 42, Altus Esports car number 2, Mercedes AMG Team Urano, Pure Sims in as well, Urano Esports Heinking Media, Team Redline, Team PGZ car number 119, Arnage Competition car 18 as well. Speed Demons are in, and we've got a full-on pit party as well. And was that one of the McLarens just come in there as well? Car 23 coming into the pits as well. But Lobs Falcon Esports Porsche leads the Bathurst 12 hours for 2023 for now, running that 30 lap stint. And Team Hoisingvelt's Ferrari managed it as well.
Yeah, that's Jen Senkowski behind the wheel of the car in the number 35. So 2 drivers that were able to stretch out this stint a little bit longer. We're going to have to keep our eyes on the 99 and the 35. If they're able to make up that extra lap, that's going to be absolutely huge for them. As Kostecki here bringing the car now down through the chase. I've got to think this is a good run. It'll more than likely gain them more than a few positions here if they're able to keep this up over the course of each and every stint. That's going to be the real kicker here, is they're going to have to do this time in and time out, and when they switch drivers as well. And you know as well as I do, Peter, that some drivers aren't nearly as great at fuel saving as others.
Very true. Yeah, it is certainly a skill to have. So, Lobs Falcon into the pits they go, and Team Hoisingvelt, Jan Zentowski will be going in there as well. They started right at the back of the field. Let's see where they come out after this pit stop cycle as we go in. We're now into the second hour of the race. It's Peter Mackay here and DJ Clark taking you through the first 3 hours of this Bathurst 12 hours for 2023 with our very own David Haynes and Stefan Schlacker taking over commentary duties, taking you through the next portion of the race as well. So it'll be interesting to see where the Lobs Falcon Porsche pops out as the rest of the field come through. The two Altus cars have hit the kind of net front, if you like. Car number 2 of Dino Lombardi alongside car number 41 of Carlos Fenalosa. There comes the Porsche, so the Porsche is popped out in 9th place. So, good run there for Brody Kostecki. Does Brody Kostecki stay on board? I think he does. Yes, he does. Yeah. So, did you see any driver changes, DJ? I didn't.
No, I'm not seeing any particularly up in the top 10 or 15 or so, so I think that's probably about what we would expect here for strategy, is you're going to at least want to double stint your drivers here early on. The only real reason I would think you'd want to change drivers is if you've got somebody that is just losing positions, that's not feeling the rhythm around the circuit, maybe try to pull them out, but everybody else that's up in the top 15, keep them in so that you've got the knowledge base of who you're racing around, how they're going to race you, and so that rhythm just continues to stay and continues to be good.
We have had one driver change in the top 10. Elvis Rankin has gone on board the number 98 Apex Racing Team McLaren. Well, Elvis, a budding single-seater racer in the outdoor world, using sim racing as a great tool to further his prospects. Now, it's great to see so many taking part in our chat. It's, of course, as we mentioned earlier, DJ, there's lots of Bathurst 12-hour races going on today on iRacing. Every team is put into a split or a race based upon their ability. This is the very top of the top, the top split as it's referred to. And we are not in the top split, our team. I was doing some driving earlier on, and my teammates just popped up into the chat. That's bad, isn't it? Because he's meant to be driving right now. That can't be good.
No, I don't think that's a good sign there necessarily. We'll have to see exactly what happens, and maybe we can get an answer on that from him. But right now we ride on board with Apex Racing Team as they try to be able to gain up through the field a little bit. Still separated out, not able to run his teammates here as they find themselves at opposite ends of this long train. Little bit of a battle taking place in front of them, though, as the McLaren splits fire out of the back right now, and they try to work their way through Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, Gordy Butch, the Scotsman, in the races in the Praga Cup in the outdoor world. He's just got a little bit separated from his Apex Racing Team colleague, who is just quite a few positions actually up the roads in 6th position. So the two Apex cars have been separated, so no Daytona tactics here as well, but slightly different track as well. Come up over Skyline and down to the Dipper. Trying to keep that McLaren under control and handling it very, very nicely. Already much. Just trying to lift it close as much as possible. Interesting, he's holding second gear there as well and getting that power down nice and early.
Yeah, just holding it back there, and that's going in second gear there. That's going to be to try to prevent wheel spin coming off of the corner as much as possible. Though you can see it did hurt him just a little bit as they come through right now. Again, another little move in front of them. They've got a little bit of move from behind now, as that's going to be Urano Data Group trying to be able to make the move. They're going to run defensive, though, down into the cutting side by side. Good respect given between the two drivers. Now Urano getting their elbows out.
You bet they are. You bet they are. Those Urano cars, a team that really come to the fore in the top. Oh, spin in the background. Spin coming out the final corner. Big spin.
I think that's PGZ.
Oh, it's the Ferrari. Team PGZ Ferrari. Pablo Lopez just loops it on the way in. Now, did he somehow manage to avoid contact? I think he might have done, DJ, you know.
I think indeed he did. He comes down into the corner, just takes a little bit. No, there's a little bit of contact there. That's one of the Altus Esports machines that he makes contact with behind him. But I don't think that's going to be too terrible of damage there on the Ferrari. Escaping relatively unscathed, back down here into about 24th position.
Now, Was that the poor Altus esports car that's just been in the wars all day? Yes, I think it was. Car 16, Simone Maria Marceno. That car has had a trouble magnet on it all day. They must just be thinking, what do we need to get a break? They were right up the front in qualifying, and it just seems that trouble's just radiated towards them.
Well, sometimes you have days like that, Peter, where it just feels like you can't catch a break no matter what you do. And unfortunately here, that's certainly what it looks like for this team. That they're just running in tough running. That you just kind of attract it. And what you've got to do as a driver is just put that out of your mind, absolutely focus in, and just run each lap as if it is your first one. You can't focus on what's happened before. You can only focus on what's going to be happening next.
So can those cars that pitted Daniel Pastor, who was so good earlier on, really fast, he's in the lead at the moment by 3.3 seconds. Can he get kind of back on the strategy he needs to? Because if any more of those 28 lap stints, and he's going to have to take a whole nother pit stop. Oh, it's another slide for the PGZ Ferrari. And I wonder if that car is maybe nursing some damage there, DJ, because it looks a handful all of a sudden.
Yeah, nursing some damage, or I wonder if they maybe attempted to double stint the tires. We talked a little bit about the tire wear on the Ferrari, and with the more sensitive tires, that looks like that's two times down through Hell Corner that they've spun up the rear tires, and that would be an indication to me of wear.
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Well, I'd be very surprised because they can refuel. They can refuel and put tyres on at the same time quite comfortably. Looking at their pit stop time, Team PGZ, Pablo, no, they're about the same as everybody else. 40 seconds in the lane. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. I'm not sure I have an answer for it, Peter.
Yeah, so I mean, certainly you can basically, the car drops off the jacks while the fuel's still going in with after fitting 4 tyres. So yeah, I think everybody's on the same strategy as far as that's concerned. Well, Team PGZ they've still got. Well, the good thing is they managed to survive these issues, but Matti Sippola has actually interestingly dropped back a little bit. So now the two Team PGZ cars are together, so they can try and tandem a little bit here, DJ, I suppose.
Yeah, work a little bit together and see what they're able to do. We may see a little bit of fuel saving coming into play from these two drivers. Now, remember, the 114 was able to go that extra lap and make it to lap number 30. So we may see a little bit of back and forth. Maybe they're going to try to work their way through and see what they're able to do.
Well, let's see. 10 hours and 49 minutes to go. A long old way left in this motor race. You're watching RaceSpotTV here, and the 2023 Bathurst 12 Hours Mercedes AMG Team Williams lead the way by 3.2 seconds from the pair of Altus Esports machines. That's Matti Sippola going to make a move here. No fuel saving going on here. Going past the Team BMW Bank machine, driven by Oskari Rinna, and gets the move done with ease. That Ferrari's got some gallop.
Yeah, it certainly does, and that's going to take our idea about Team PGZ maybe trying to do a little bit of fuel-saving strategy together, slowing each other up. They're going to be on full attack here, as it looks like they don't want to lose any ground, and now they set their sights on the R8G Esports number 6 right up ahead of them. So, getting the job done there for Team PGZ. The stronghold at the front of the field for Mercedes. It started off with 6, then it reduced to 4. Now 3 at the front with the leading BMW Dylan Burst there for Pure Sims Esports. Then it's the first of the McLarens, driven by Elvis Rankin for Apex Racing Team. And the car to watch, it's going to be a car to keep an eye on all day long, I think, DJ. That Porsche 911 GT3R of Lobs Falcon,
driven by Brody Kostecki at the moment. That car able to only one of two cars, along with the Team Heusenfeld car, able to run a 30-lap stint.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big storyline moving forward here, is watching the 99, watching the 35, seeing what they're going to do, and not only in regards to when they're going to be coming down into pit lane and if they're able to keep up those 30-lap stints, but watching the car language a little bit. Watch if they're maybe playing the long game and letting a few drivers on by them instead of putting up a fight. If they're looking at it in a more of a passive way, to letting the strategy be what dictates their terms, watch for those cars to be a little bit less aggressive, a little bit more cautious around the circuit. But we should be able to have that. Looks like they're not getting any calmness from behind them as Arnage Competition tries to make a move up there inside.
Arnage Competition, yeah, and they do get the job done there. So Arnage into 9th. David Toth in that McLaren, and slots in. So Kostecki now has got a bit of a drafting partner. I do think, though, DJ, that if you're running in clean air, that 30-lap stint's going to be difficult. That Falcon car, that Falcon Porsche, was in the draft pretty much the whole opening stint. Was that maybe the reason why they were able to do that?
That could be the reason there for them, and now that they find themselves just a little bit off of this running up ahead of them, that could be a little bit of a change. They're going to have to try to do it. I wouldn't be surprised here at this point if maybe they tuck up behind Arnage Competition and are just content to stay there, just content to be able to now save a little bit of fuel. Before that, it looked like they were going to be running a big gap up to these two Urano cars up in front of them.
Yeah, Urano falling in flying formation at the moment. Alexander team leads Luca Kita. There's the Urano team officially backed by Mercedes AMG. These two are, although these two cars are not the Mercedes AMG named car, that's the car up in 5th, driven by Dominic Hoffman as well, but the outfit backed by Mercedes AMG. And yeah, to have 3 cars in the top 8, I think in a race as kind of attrition gripped as this race can get, DJ, having 3 cars right up there. Altus as well, they've got 2 in the top 3 at the moment. You never know what can happen to one car, but then to have other bullets in the gun is always helpful.
Yeah, you want to have as many bites at the apple as you can, as many bullets in the gun as possible, and also having that number of cars up at the front and running well allows you to do a little bit of what we're seeing right now out of the number 93 and the 92. They're able to play nice a little bit. Right now, I guarantee you this 92 is doing a little bit of fuel saving here. They're getting a nice draft up the hill. Now, the only thing they've got to watch out for is to make sure that doesn't come at the cost of losing time back to Arnage Competition behind them, who currently sit about 1.3 seconds behind. The last thing they want to do is give the draft to that number 18 McLaren. They want to keep themselves ahead of that draft, but they want to play nice and be playing together.
Yeah, they'll be in constant communication. They'll know the drill. And the thing is as well, these teams, when they're practicing together, they will do a lot of close quarter running to make sure that they're really used to where one another breaks, where the power goes down as well. Studying the data, studying the onboards. It's a really professional approach that's required to succeed at the top of virtual motorsport. And interestingly, the times now on full fuel tanks, well over a second and a half slower, 202.3 last time by for our leader Daniel Pastor, or 202.1 for Dino Lombardi, which is, yeah, about a second and a half what they were doing at the end of the stints as well. So they can fit just about 100 litres of fuel in these tanks, so it is quite a difference, as well as move for the 11th position there. Gordy Much goes past the Falcon Esports Porsche, Brody Kostecki, and I think that's telling, DJ. I think the Falcon Esports team, they've said, look, we might not have the outright pace, but we can do 30 laps in a stint where none of the other front runners can. That's their secret weapon, I suppose, that I guess is going to become less of a secret as the race goes on.
Yeah, and that's a little bit about that car language that I talked about, watching to see how they respond to any attacks that get put on them. And now that you find them just holding position here, not looking too eager to really put up a stout defense, I think that is tipping their hand a little bit. And I like that strategy here out of them. They may not have the outright pace. The Porsche obviously not the favored car here. And so they're going to roll their dice with strategy and hope that comes to play. Is that looked a little bit like that Williams Esports number 5 may have made contact with the outside wall there ever so slightly.
Oh, that's not what you don't want to run that gauntlet very much. We saw just ask. Oh, off for one of the McLarens, the Williams McLaren, and somehow gathers it up again. That was Sami Matti-Trogen, the Nürburgring ace, and that was a huge moment there. Sami Matti did a top job to keep on top of that one.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the most terrifying areas in any racetrack to have a big off like that. As we take a look at the onboard here, watch the hands. That snap of oversteer, catches it coming over, able to get the car wound up under him, only losing one position as a result of that, Peter. My goodness gracious.
Well, I think Brody Kostecki would have saved a bit more fuel there as well, lifting out the throttle to avoid what looked like was going to be a huge accident there. But Kostecki holding strong in that leading Porsche, and Williams is Sami Matti-Trogen continues for now, but that would have really grabbed his attention. And that's the thing here at Bathurst. There is very, very little rest time. Yes, you're going up the mountain straight and down Conroe, there's a little bit, but it's so intense over the mountain. It's like a street circuit, but much faster, and the consequences of a mistake are huge. And you know, it actually reminds me a bit over the mountain, DJ, is Macau. I think it's like the faster parts of the Macau, very, very narrow and very, very fast in places.
Yeah, I think that's a perfectly apt comparison there to be able to run. I also have always thought that a little bit of the castle section of Baku street circuit is also a little bit apt, although it's a lot faster than that. I mean, pretty much imagine any street track you can think of and up the speed by about 50 miles an hour, and you've got this run up and down the hill. It's pretty remarkable to see cars flying by this. It requires the utmost concentration and, like we talked about before, the utmost patience to be able to get right, because when you're driving behind another car, you've got to be backing up your braking zones, you've got to be changing things around and making sure that you get absolutely everything right and minimize mistakes, because just the slightest bit offline, well, you saw what happened not too long ago.
Interestingly there, Chris Lullum going for first gear coming through Forest Elbow onto the Conrod Straight, whereas Gordy Much, he was leaving it in second. So different driving style. Same car, McLaren MP412C, but a differing style. As Lullum right in the draft of Brody Kostecki's Porsche. Big lifting coast there from Lullum. And so they just lift, and then you'll actually hit the brakes a little bit later than you would on a flat-out push lap. The difference is, with as you've lifted off, the car has just slowed itself enough to allow you to brake that little bit later, and in theory you should be able to maintain a reasonable lap time, but with also using quite a lot less fuel. I find it's quite a nice way to get into a good relaxed rhythm as well in a race like this. And Lullum looking very, very strong here as well, hoping to use the straight line speed of the McLaren. But I tell you what, that Porsche's holding in the draft quite nicely.
Yeah, it really is, and just able to hold on there to those two McLarens up in front of him. I think obviously the draft helping that 99 be able to keep that speed up a little bit, but still a very good run and a good show there from them as they wind their way up the hill. None of that telltale sort of seesaw that we see out of the back end of the Porsche here at this point. That rear engine, rear wheel design, sometimes leading itself to that tail end, wanting to snap around a little bit more on you, but doing a pretty good job here and keeping everything together.
Yeah, just to listen in there to see how Chris Lullum's approaching that, going through over Skyline and down to the Dipper as well. The two red line McLarens now running quite close together, with Chris Lullum leading from George Thompson. So they're sitting in 13th and 14th at the moment. Remember, Team Redline have been the winners of this race the last 2 years. So they'll be hoping to make it 3, but at the moment, it's, well, there's a cast of drivers at the front, a cast of teams at the front who would like to take that crown away. There at the moment, they're led by Daniel Pastor for Mercedes Team Williams, who all the way through this first hour and 20 minutes or so, DJ, have been not quite, I wouldn't say head and shoulders above the rest, but certainly with a bit of an edge over the rest in terms of pace.
Yeah, I mean, able to pull out a gap here of 3.5 seconds. They are very, very quick, especially as compared to the number 2 running behind them right now at this point, which was really only able to get a best time of a 2:01.16. Compare that to Pastor's 2 minutes flat, 0.96. So very clear speed out of this Mercedes in front. We obviously saw the one big problem for them is their Team Redline able to make the move around Lobs Falcon as they go through Griffin's Bend. The one real thing that I'm going to be watching out for, though, for that Mercedes-AMG Teams Williams Esports machine is the fact that they had to come in a lap early on the pit stops. That could come back to be their bane if they are not careful.
Yeah, very good point, DJ. I mean, the thing is to overcome that, to accept and say, okay, we're 28's all we can do. They've got to build up a very significant lead. I mean, for a full tank of fuel, you're in the lane for just over a minute. Now, it would be less than that. You could maybe take 30 seconds off that. So they effectively need to build up a 30 seconds of pure pace advantage over the course of the race to basically give them the luxury to have that splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, they're really going to have to push those limits here. And frankly, with the, as you said, not truly dominant performance here, but certainly one that is well off, I'm not seeing those gaps increasing quite the way that they need it to be able to pull that off. Now, this next pit cycle, that's going to be the big question for these drivers. We're working on about lap 12, lap 13 of the stint. If they're able to make it that go longer, if they're able to make it to lap 29 on this stint, that's going to change the calculus around here a little bit. But we see another 28-lap stint. That's going to change everything else, and it's going to be back to exactly what we suspected. And they're going to have to really work to maintain that gap at the front of the field.
It's DJ Clark alongside me, Peter Mackay, here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box. Great to see so many of you watching here. This 2023 Bathurst 12 hours. For any teams who are struggling to get that 29th lap on their stint, David Haynes has given some handy hypermiling advice from driving his Prius over in Australia. Good, I mean, that's got to be a pretty good car for doing some hypermiling in.
Yeah, it's got to be good for getting those extra couple of laps out of a circuit. So David Haynes will be joining you here in about an hour and a half time, giving us those good pieces of advice. I currently don't exactly have the most fuel efficient car, so I can't talk too much about trying to do that. But we'll take his word for it.
What are you driving, DJ?
I've got a Mini S, Mini Cooper S, and so the way I drive it is not exactly nice on fuel mileage.
That's an excellent choice of car. Brilliant choice of car. They're very nice. Very, very nice. What colour?
British Racing Green, the only way to do it.
Oh, come on, stop it. Stop it. Perfect. Perfect. Well, you are from California, so style is compulsory.
Exactly. You've got to look good when you're showing up.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're going around the touring the coffee shops, the swanky coffee shops of LA in your British Racing Green Mini Cooper S.
As David is asked, it does not have the Union Jack taillights. So it doesn't have that. I had to keep it. I do have a Silverstone license plate holder, so it makes up for it in that way. That's
cool. Yeah, that's very, very cool. Is it the supercharged one or the turbocharged?
Turbo.
Turbo. Ah, very cool. Very, very cool. Well, do let us know what you drive, actually. David Haynes drives a Toyota Prius. DJ Clark drives a British Racing Green Mini Cooper S. Let us know in the RaceSpot chat. What do you drive? We'd love to know. Well, at the moment, in this race, you want to be driving a Mercedes AMG GT with the big thumping Alphabet V8 in the front. A thundering machine. And that car of Daniel Pastor leads by 3.5 seconds from Altus Esports, two Altus Esports cars, the car number 2, Dino Lombardi, and Altus Esports car number 41, Carlos Fenalosa. Gap between them about 2.1 seconds in the favour of Lombardi, but I think Fenalosa is just chipping away at that gap. Fenalosa in turn in third holds 6 seconds of a gap back to Dylan Burst, who has a little bit of he has 2 cars queued up behind him. He's got the Urano Mercedes AMG of Dominic Hoffman and Elvis Rankin's McLaren as well, as you see them coming down Conrod Straight at the moment. And Dominic Hoffman there, DJ, he's in a really good spot right now, just right in behind Burst.
Yeah, just able to tuck up behind here. I like that strategy from Hoffman, being able to hold that. He's only about 0.3 of a second behind as they work their way through the chase, and that's going to give him options here over that Pure Sims Esports machine. He's going to have the option to be able to pull out and go for the move if he wants to, but with as close behind as he is, he's also able to do a lot of really good fuel saving here at this point. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword in the best way possible for that number 90 machine, and I like what I'm seeing here out of it. I'm not seeing a lot of aggression and a desire to get forward. I think he's pretty content to just save fuel. That up is that Apex Racing number 98 behind him.
Yeah, Elvis Rankin just lurking there ominously in that white, blue and black McLaren. Answers already coming in about the what do you drive? 54 GS Racing, a Porsche 911 Carrera S. Excellent choice. Which generation? Let us know. That's I mean, any generation's good, but Adam Watson, a Ford Fiesta ST line EcoBoost, and John Oitjens, a Mini Countryman hybrid Cooper S. Very cool. So a little bit of electrification of your Mini as well. Very cool indeed. There's the 2 red line cars. In fact, excuse me, the Texaco Racing by TK of Gustavo Ariel, just ahead of Josh Thompson, who's got separated a bit actually. So Chris Lullam was able to make moves and get past Brody Kostecki, but Ariel and Thompson, they're behind Kostecki. So Lullam said, I can only stick with you, chum, for a while, and he's off. He's left Thompson in his dust.
Yeah, he certainly has, and so that's going counter to what we've talked about a little bit here about maybe some teams wanting to play nice together and have that little bit of fun. But Redline, I think, if they want to start to consider themselves real players in this race, loitering back down here, that number 1 machine around 12th place position, I don't think that's a suitable strategy for them. They've got to start working their way forward. They sit about 26 seconds behind the leader right now, and I think probably within the next couple of hours or so, we need to see them start to move their way through the field. So I imagine that's a little bit of team orders. Surprise pit stop out of Urano coming down into pit lane.
Oh yeah, very much so. Sorry, that caught my attention as well. Dominic Hoffman is in the pits. Car number 90, Urano Esports. That's way off schedule. I mean, 30 minutes off schedule. Does that car have damage? Hard to tell, but making its way into pit lane, up on the jacks for tyres and fuel. But that's very strange there for car number 90, Dominic Hoffman. And as we were saying, DJ, looked to be in a really comfortable position there, but all of a sudden, not so.
Yeah, not so. I am absolutely at a loss for that strategy call. I don't really have any words or idea why that would happen there at that point for Urano to come down into pit lane. We are hearing that there was damage, so there was indeed damage on that number 90 machine, the Hill claiming another victim.
Oh dear. Okay, let's just look at it then. So behind Dylan Burst, and Burst just checks up. Oh dear. That's very strange. So Burst just lights up there. There's a bump there. that you can easily just get the rear tyres lit up and you lose all your drive, and that just caught Dominic Hoffman out, and bang, goes straight into the back of Dylan Burst. And that looked pretty. We've seen bigger contact than that not cause problems. That's really bad luck for the Urano team.
Yeah, if they picked up a meatball flag there, or if they picked up any sort of damage that was going to be affecting the car, that is very bad luck. Normally these GT3s tend to be a little bit more tanky. They tend to be able to take a little bit more damage, but if you hit them in just the right way, you can get that damage to be nearly fatal, and I think that's exactly what happened to Urano.
Oh dear. So this is the thing that at Bathurst, it can happen that there's just that little crest there, loosening up the rear of Dylan Burst's car and taking the drive away and catching Dominic Hoffman out. So, and has Dylan Burst got away with it in terms of damage? Has that BMW, the rear of that BMW? Because you think if it was hard enough damage for Hoffman to have to pit, then surely the rear of Dylan Burst's car is needing repair. But no, he did a 201.9 last time by. That's only 0.3 of a second off our leader. So Burst gets away with it. Hoffman certainly does not. He's just come back out of the pits, but over 2 minutes in the pit lane for Dominic Hoffman and Urano Esports. They've got a long day fighting back from that one.
Yeah, they're going to have a very long day trying to push their way back forward here at this point. I hate to see that. They're only about an hour and a half into this race, coming back to bite them. But Lolem here that we watch for Team Redline right now in 11th place, trying to work his way a little bit forward. This is the battle that we watch up and over the hill. A line of McLarens. Really, the storyline here has been McLaren and Mercedes dominance. Pure Sims Esports, the only team up in the top 10 that is anything different than being a BMW.
Yeah, it's McLaren and Mercedes down under. Well. Some great answers coming in from keep them coming in, folks. What do you drive on the street? A 991 Carrera S, great answer from 54 JSR Racing. Apex says a 992 911 Turbo S. That's a space shuttle, not a car. That's an absolute rocket ship of a car. Big respect. Very cool machine. I'm jealous. Jeremy Hensley, he's very much a fan of the Mazdas. He used to have a 2013 Mazda 3 and did have a RX-8 as well. Very cool car, the RX-8 with the Wankel engine. No laughing at the back. Nick Marshall, I have a 2023 Toyota Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive. Very cool. Get your name down for one of the GR Corollas. We can't get the GR Corolla here in the UK. I would love one of those, but we can't get them here.
Well, we can certainly get him over here. I know I'm excited about it. Mad props to Jeremy Hensley there for the RX-8. That was my dad's car, actually. I drove that car to my senior prom. So there you go. And
was that a bit of a magnet? Was it?
Not really. We just went with some friends, and it was like the least romantic prom in the world. It was just us having a good time.
I like it. I love the honesty, but I think you definitely turned up in the coolest car, because that is a great little car. Sadly, I don't know what it's like in the States, but certainly in the UK, a lot of them are now scrapped because a lot of the engines just nuked themselves, unfortunately.
Yeah, the same is true over here. There was quite a few problems with it, and it just didn't quite live up in terms of reliability, I think, as much as I would have liked it to. But yeah, the engineering behind it's still so cool, and I'd love to see Mazda take another crack at it here in the future.
Oh, I know. It's just such a shame they stopped their DPI program. That was a great car which they had in conjunction with Multimatic. As Gordy Much up into 10th position, he's got a draft from fellow McLaren driver for William Trogan. Oof, just over the curb there as well. That's giving a bit of room there to car number 1, Chris Lullum. So Chris Lullum's definitely on the move. He's up into the top 10 now, covering the inside line here as well. giving Gordy Match a face full of flame. And Gamers Holy Army says, he says, I kind of hope the new McLaren GT3 never gets scanned here on iRacing, so we can keep the flames forever. I think the flames will be missed when they're gone, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think they will as well. It's really become the hallmark of the McLaren. But to your point about Redline starting to move their way forward here with Lolland behind the wheel, I think this is go time for them. We talked about it a little bit earlier that they needed to start pushing their way forward if they want to be contenders for this race. And that's, I think, exactly what we're seeing out of the number one. Obviously, getting by Apex, now putting pressure to the back of Williams Esports. They know they've got this gap to make up. And crucially, once they get by Williams Esports, and I do deliberately say when, as I think it is just a matter of time for them to be able to get on by, they've got to try to gain about 5 seconds up to Arnage competition. That's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but we're going to have to see. That's really where this car is going to prove its mettle.
So, yeah, the McLaren's just getting... I wonder if maybe we'll see a difference of which cars come to the 4DJ when the temperature goes up, because, of course, we start under the cover of darkness, 21 degrees Celsius on the track when we started the race. Of course, we still are relatively early in the morning in sim time, but once we get into the real thick of the afternoon, if you've got a car that maybe doesn't work in the cool, it might work in the hot. It's amazing how different the track is across it. Probably at the Bathurst 12 Hours, by one race where the track evolves more than really any other endurance race in the world. It's quite a remarkable challenge, as if there wasn't enough to think about.
Yeah, exactly. Just something else to throw you out for a little bit of confusion and a little bit of tough running here at Bathurst. But it is certainly going to do that. The track temperature has picked up about 2-3 degrees Fahrenheit as their team BMW Bank making a move there on Arctic Sea Racing. Oh, and it looks like Team PGZ trying to make a little bit of a move as well. They're going to try to get by that Mercedes coming down into Murray's Corner right now. They're going to have to fall in line as they're not able to make it work.
It's again strange to see Team BMW Bank just hustling over 20th position. We normally see them right up the sharp end of these events. It just shows you just how punishing that getting that qualifying right or wrong can be in these special events at the very top level. So Rinna going very much to the defensive, and then cuts across very tight there as they go into Quarry Bend. And the MSI car just breaking away a little bit there. The McLaren, Gabby Montoro, is big move there from Simon Nicholson for Team PGZ. Gets the move done. Yes, he does. Goes past the Mercedes. Very good move indeed there. See who's in the wheel of that Mercedes. No, I can't pick out which car number that is.
It's a little bit hard to read there on the machine. I believe that is the number 4. I think that's the Arctic Sea Racing car.
Yes, it is. Thank you, DJ. And excuse me, it was the other Team PGZ car, Matti Sipola, the front-running Team PGZ Ferrari, 21st place now as well. The other PGZ car, Simon Nicholson's back in 29th, just a little bit further back down the order as well. So, 19 minutes till the top of the hour. And will the fuel strategies be much different than we saw in the opening stint? As Valkyrie, Excite competition, Thibaut Prevost into the pits again. A little bit off strategy. That car showing is 8 laps down as well. So problems for that number 677 BMW.
Yeah, problems starting to creep their way in here. Just saw a move up for 4th position as Apex Racing Team 98 able to get by the Pure Sims BMW. We keep our eyes on this battle a little farther back down in the field. But plenty of good running here. Yeah, I'm not sure about that early pit call there. We're still about, let's call it 8-9 laps away from full pit stop sequence starting to take out.
Oh, another move there from, that's the Apex Racing Academy car of Parker White goes by and then gets a big bump from behind from Maciej Luchak. And Luchak's not letting him have it. And Parker White holds a little bit more defensive line as they go through the cutting. Then up the hill, absolutely flat out through here as well. And I tell you what, I think Luchak's Mercedes got a bit of damage there to the front. Yeah, he's pushed the bonnet in a little bit. Or the hood, excuse me.
I knew what you meant there, whether you were on this side or the other, but you are completely right. A little bit of aero damage there, potentially. Not thinking there's any suspension damage here, otherwise we probably would have seen some pretty larger mistakes out of that machine, but I think that's what they're dealing with, is probably just a little bit of aerodynamic slowdown, a little bit of drag being picked up going down these long straightaways, and indeed, as they come off of the corner, looks like they missed it a little bit. We've got some action, though, here, as that is Apex Racing Team Gordy Much being passed there by the Texaco Racing by TK machine.
Yeah, Gustavo Ariel gets the move done into the chase as well. I think there's a few drivers just keeping a very close eye on that fuel gauge, because they know if they drop into that 28 lap stint range, they're in trouble. They've got to hit that 29 if they can. I think there's some moves that are going on which aren't being particularly aggressively contested. And Gordy Much, a real-life endurance racer himself in the Praga Cup. And yeah, just keeping his powder dry there for now. A relatively recent signing to the Apex Racing Team, formerly of RAG Esports. Gordy. And yeah, it's amazing how we get. It's almost like draft day or football transfer deadline day, especially at the start of January here in the sim racing world, when everyone announces when their old contract runs out and they announce their new one. There's always a lot of moving and shaking going on with drivers moving from team to team.
Yeah, there always is, and certainly esports and the sim racing community having their own little bit of silly season for a lot of these drivers as they swap back and forth, and obviously the best teams in the world trying to recruit and get the teams that they can, and to be able to maximize in events such as this. It certainly makes things very interesting, and obviously those team dynamics. We haven't really talked about that all that much today, but how you communicate and how you work with the other drivers in your car, very, very crucial to a long endurance race such as this. Unfortunately,
we have quite a few retirements to mention after an hour and 45 minutes. Bathurst that can bite, and it has bitten a few cars. The number 176 Sim RC Ferrari out. Zenith Esports are out as well in their Ferrari, as Chris Lullum still on the move, goes past Sami Matti-Trogan for 9th place. So Chris Lullum wanting to defend Team Redline's honour here. They're wanting to go for 3 in a row today, and this has been a mega stint from Chris Lullum, winner of many special events here on the iRacing platform. Coming back to our retirement, so Sim RC and Zenith both out. Brabham Esports, unfortunately, their beautiful dark green Audi is done for the day. Paceworks Esports and their Ford GT finished. Apex Racing Academy Car 97, their McLaren is finished. Daniel Lafuente, Car 53, was running up near the front, and an incident going for a pretty bold move on one of the Altus Mercedes has taken them out. And the ASUI Racing McLaren of Alex Dunn also out after taking early suspension damage. That leaves us with 40 cars out on the track at the moment, and a fight back, of course, DJ, for car number 90. What looked like a pretty harmless clash with Dylan Burst has taken Dominic Hoffman and Urano Esports down to 40th. They are just off the lead lap, and about 2 minutes and 45 seconds from the lead. It's a long day ahead, but they've got a lot of mileage to go. They can still get a result. Yeah, they can still get a good result around here, and this is going to be the part of the race where you really start to factor in your expectation game. Unfortunately, you find yourself farther down in the field. They may find themselves not being able to compete for the outright victory as they had hoped when everything began, but they still have plenty of time to wait and see how that will play itself out. You never know what can happen, especially here at Bathurst. Plenty of curveballs to be thrown at
these drivers as they continue to circulate around right now. And I always wanted to bring credit to any of the drivers that have those issues, come back out, keep going around here, because it really is a testament to their driving character, for lack of a better term.
So just 12 minutes to the top of the hour. And it's Daniel Pastor who leads now by 4.5 seconds, just opening up the gap bit by bit. Altus Esports in second, car number 2, Dino Lombardi, Carlos Penaloza in third. And in Apex Racing, they've moved up into fourth. So Elvis Rankin in a really good position. It's been a great stint from young man from the United States. Just 17 seconds off the overall lead, and but Dylan Burst right behind him in the BMW for Pure Sims. But Burst and Penaloza, the two young Burst and Rankin, having the two young drivers having a great little battle there as well. But do not underestimate the little Lobs Falcon Esports Porsche, running there in 13th at the moment. But once it kind of dropped into the group, once overtaken by a few cars there, DJ, that Lobs Falcon Porsche has been able to just manage the pace. And there's your fuel save, just coasting all the way down the hill, not being too aggressive on the throttle. Up into third, big lift, big coast. Yep. They're on their plan. It'd be interesting to see if they can do that 30 lapper again.
Yeah, that's going to be my real question, because remember, it was them as well as Team PGZ that were able to make it on that 30-lap stint. And if they're able to pull that out here once more, we could see this strategy come around for them. They could maybe leapfrog a couple of cars up in front of them. We will have to see, but you are right here, Peter, that this Lobs Falcon machine is the one that I have circled here. This is the one that I want to keep my eye on over the course of the entire day, so I think they're going to be in a good position by the time the checkered flag flies.
They're still setting really good times. Last time by a 2:01.4. That's, you know, only 3 or 4 tenths off the leader last time by. And in this strong train, getting pulled along by the rapid McLarens, been able to just do a lot of lifting and coasting into the braking zones, but still maintaining a good lap speed, using the attributes of that little Porsche. Again, big lift and coast up into Quarry Bend, and then up towards the cutting. But Kostecki will have to look behind though, because the Altus Esports Mercedes, that's a rapid machine, qualified very close to the front, and it's only 4/10 of a second behind. So Kostecki will just have to keep an eye on that Mercedes, and it will be quick as well. But the Mercedes, if you don't hit the fuel number, you can be hitting a 28 lap stint on those. So intriguing stuff. That's what I love about these endurance races. You have a slowly unfolding drama in front of you.
Yeah, it's very much like just kind of unfurling of a cloth here, unfurling of a yarn, as you just try to see exactly what will play itself out with the course of this strategy. Plenty of drivers here still waiting to see how that's going to go. Again, a decent amount of fuel saving here from this line of McLarens that we watch right now. And, you know, remember, we mentioned Arnage Competition fairly up the road from Team Redline number 1. That gap's been brought down here to about 5 seconds, so Redline clearly starting to put on the screws here. They've been able to take a little bit of time out here, a little bit of time out there, and slowly but surely try to bring that gap back down.
Yeah, well, interesting. Gap at the front, 5 seconds, as it is 2:01.206 last time by for Daniel Pastor. Looking at Mercedes 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, for fans of the Valkyrie X-Type competition car, that BMW is still sitting on pit lane, and I would think it's very unlikely we'll see that car returning. Usually at this level, when you see cars go multiple laps down, you usually stay in the pits, unfortunately. Such is the level of competition. In the slightly lower splits, you will see teams carrying on right to the finish just to get to the finish, but also the fact that there's likely to be more attrition ahead here, a lot less mistakes being made, and yeah, that could be where it plays out to. Thanks again to so much of you for writing into us here at RaceSpotTV. You can do so in the chat bar just to the right of your screen on YouTube. And I think there's big love for the old McLarens chasing around with the flames spitting out the back, and no fire bans currently in effect in New South Wales. Well, that's good news. So you can barbecue with your McLaren as long as you want.
Good news there, as we certainly did talk a little bit earlier about how that McLaren may be good for barbecuing, so we will have to see. But yeah, good to hear that there are no fire bans in New South Wales. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier, the real-life Bathurst last weekend, so good to see all of the fans back, everything running sort of as it was supposed to be, Peter. Really and truly a highlight of the beginning of every racing season, and so good to see it back in full force again this year.
Oh yeah, it certainly was, and great to see drivers hopping on a plane straight after the Rolex 24 at Daytona and getting in there to go and take on Bathurst as well. And Jules Goodnon arriving at Bathurst with his new Rolex winner's watch on and goes on and wins the race. He's had a great start to the season.
Yeah, he really, really has. And again, massive credit to that Sun Energy 1 machine. I know you and I have both had the pleasure of being able to watch that car drive at many points over the course of the past couple of years. I got to call them at the 8 Hours of Indianapolis. Good to see them there. And you couldn't ask for a better group of drivers and teams for that to take place for. So very, very good to see them there.
Yeah, but Sun Energy 1, brilliant. The always a really cool car out on track as well, with their metallic, shiny metallic paint jobs, which they have. The blue that they had for Daytona was very cool. I think they went back to the traditional orange for Bathurst, if my memory serves me. Yeah, it certainly does glint in the sun quite fittingly. To ride with Gustavo Ariel coming up over the top of Skyline and down the Dipper, chasing two fellow McLarens. Amazing to think that this McLaren MP412C is a road car, kicked off the McLaren Road Duck car division as we know it today. Yes, of course, there was the McLaren F1 back in the 90s, but much more a one-off project. This was the start of the McLaren road car brand as we know it today. Very much always been very known for its kind of complexity and sophistication. And apparently they have an excellent ride quality. Normally supercars are super stiff, but apparently the suspension setup of these cars makes them very comfortable, but also very sporting as well.
Oh, I was not aware of that. So good to know if you're in the market for a sports car that's not going to break your back. Look no further than McLaren. All right. I'm going to have to write that down whenever I get enough money to actually even think about owning a sports car.
Well, I would have to go some to beat your Mini.
That's fair. She's got a good get up and go to her.
It's definitely going to be lighter, that's for sure. The little Mini. I can't remember the last time I drove it. Actually, I drove a more modern Mini a couple of years ago, but it was the standard engine. But I did drive the old supercharged Cooper S. That was a cool car.
Yeah, that's a fun one there. The turbo, it's really pretty impressive. The turbo on the Mini, you don't really recognize it's there. It's just good speed delivery. There's not a whole lot of turbo lag, obviously, with all the electronics that we have nowadays. And it pops up there and gets you just where you need to go nice and quick. And like I said, you can drive it in a very eco-friendly sort of way. There is an eco mode, but that is one of the least used settings on that car.
Well, we've got a problem for three cars. MSI Esports car number 9, car number 13 German Sim Racing, and car number 54 TC Corsa, all showing us out, going back to the pit lane. Bila Racing Team as well. So I think there's been a multiple car incident. All cars showing us off at the same time. They're now all into the pits. Yeah, they've taken their toll back to the pits. So car 13, car 9, car 54, car 45 all coming in. Now, that might well be that they've not hit their... no. It might well be that they've not hit their fuel stint. That could more be what it is. As Daniel Pastor comes in after, again, 28 laps on the stint, as does Carlos Venalosa. So, again, I think, you know, Mercedes Williams Esports Car 55, Daniel Pastor, they have said we can only do 28 lap stints. That's all we can do, and we're just going to have to stick to it. Likewise, a lot of cars coming in here after 28 laps. The Pure Sims BMW as well, the Williams McLaren in as well, Apex Racing team in again with their McLaren as well. So it's all happening on pit road here, DJ.
Yeah, everything firing off. I would have thought we could have gotten a potentially little bit of a longer lap from some of the drivers around them, but clearly able to make it not stretch as nearly as long as they wanted to. Plenty of those leaders coming on in. Again, though, keeping my eye on that Lobes Falcon Esports machine. They were able to make it 30 laps last time around. Looking at everybody else here, looks like Altus Yellow, Urana Data Group, Texaco Racing by TK, they were all the drivers that came on lap 29. So a little bit of a surprising strategy here for some of the drivers that are in pit lane right now, but everybody else doing what I expected them to do here at this point.
Well, that said, they're again short. So any 28 lap stint is going to hurt you. If you can't do that 29th lap, you're going to pay the price. As the Mala Racing team, they're onto their now. Mala BMW car number 10, and they hit 30. No, that can't be a lap ahead of everybody. I think Mala Racing team they maybe did 28 the first time, whereas everyone else did 29. But they're now going to do 29 on their second one, if that makes sense. Altus Esports in, so race leader in. Altus Esports Mercedes in the pits with Dino Lombardi coming into the pit box. Now, question is, do Urano Esports Data Group follow in? Yes, they do. Does Urano Esports Heineken Media go in? Yes, they do. Texaco Racing, McLaren. Do they complete that? Do they go into that 29th? Do they get that 29th lap done? Yes, they do. But is the Porsche coming in? The Lobes Falcon Esports Porsche? No, doesn't appear so. So that light blue Porsche did 30 laps on a stint last time by. Last time at the pit stops. And has it carried on? I think it has, DJ.
Yes, indeed, it has. It's going to be able to go around another one, and it also looks like VRS Coanda Jr. is going to be able to make it for an additional lap here as well. Williams Esports, Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports, the number 55. Looks like they're going to be out. They're obviously off cycle a little bit here, but those look to be the only two cars, that Lobes Falcon Esports team and VRS Coanda Jr., the only two that are able to make it here for an extra lap or two.
Yep, looks like it, and VRS Coanda Jr. running a little bit further down the order as well. So Lobes Falcon Esports, wow, going 2 laps longer over the first 2 stints, over each stint, over our former race leader, car number 55, Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, now driven by Louis Nazar. So a double stint there, and then a driver change to Louis Nazar. So it appears that there are teams that just aren't able to hit that hour or indeed exceed it, whereas the Lobes Falcon Esports car, Brody Kostecki, able to. And we saw with the onboard camera, DJ, and just how much fuel saving Brody was doing there in that pack that he was running in.
Yeah, and able to take full advantage of the double, dare I even say triple, quadruple draft in front of him as he ran. So that's certainly going to be a help there for him. And clearly that strategy continuing to play out here for Lobes Falcon. They seem to be in what I would argue is probably the best position here out of the top 10, is they've got that lap in hand to be able to make whatever they need to work. I like that, that ability for them. I like that position. I like the fact that they're going to be able to find themselves in good running here at this point.
Yeah, very good as well. So one of the very few Porsches in the field, Chit Chat Racing also running one, and TCR Corsa Esports running one, and of course Kwanda Jr. So there's 4 Porsche 911 GT3Rs in the field. Team Hoisingveld coming in for their stop as well. So Team Hoisingveld able to run that longer stint as well. Brilliant stuff from them. And I tell you what, now where is the Porsche of Brody Kostecki? Is he going for their 30-lap stint again? I think he might be, you know.
I think he is as well. I mean, he's still out on track here, so that means that this would be a 30-lap stint. Would he complete it? Yeah, he's already halfway down the mountain here as he goes, so he's clearly thinks they've got the fuel numbers, and he's going to keep going for it.
Wow. Yeah, so he's using 3 laps of fuel less than the number 55 Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports car. Now, that car is the fastest car in the race. It's opened up it's now 5 seconds ahead of the trailing car of car number 2, Altus Esports Yellow, Tristan Iglesias. But this number 99 Porsche, the Falcon Porsche, a tyre manufacturer and a brand of car that have been together in the past. Who could forget the Falcon tyre team in the American Le Mans Series days, run by Derek Walker's crew. And into the pits comes Brody Kostecki then, and right enough, 60 laps, 2 times 30 lap stints, and if they can keep this going all day long, that safe pit stop could really push them up the order.
Yeah, it certainly could. It could find them in good position here as we've got a little bit of a battle. This is Urano and Pure Sims right now, side by side, coming down into the chase. Looks like Urano's going to have a little bit of an edge here, and it looks like they're going to be able to find themselves fully in front.
So car number 92, their good move. Luca Kita for Urano Esports Data Group. Good move.
Yeah, very good move, very heads up, recognizing where it is, recognizing how to take advantage of it, push ahead here. Now, that car up ahead of them is the Apex Racing number 98, as Lubs Falcon Esports is going to fall back in order here. Looks like they're going to come out in about 8th, 9th position, so not terrible there for them. I think if they maintain this positioning, running about in the top 10 or so, that should be a job well done for that team.
So driver change then in the Lobs Falcon Esports car. Govan Keeney takes over from Brody Kostecki as they take on their fuel and tyres right now. Not Falcon tyres. It's Pirellis they run on Lee's GT3 machine. So, but we can gloss over that. Well, that's one thing in the virtual world you don't have a control over.
Yeah, it is. One of the strange things that does come back and forth here when you talk about going from virtual to real racing. Certainly a little bit of a change for those drivers.
So, 9 hours and 54 minutes to go here in the 2023 iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. Your race leader is Louis Nazar by just over 5 seconds from Altus Esports. Tristan Iglesias, car number 2, car number 41 for Altus Esports, 2 seconds back, with Elvis Rankin regaining 4th position after the pit stops in his Apex Racing Team McLaren. Then it's the first of the Urano cars, Urano Esports Data Group. Luca Kita is right in behind Elvis Rankin. Then it's the Pure Sims BMW, now driven by Lucas Prada. Dylan Scrivens is taking over the Urano Esports Heinking Media car. Arnage Competition are up into 8th, just quietly making their way up with Nicola Rubilar in there. Then it's Texaco Racing by TK. Gustavo Ariel has stayed on board that car, so going for at least a triple stint. And Diego Pinto has taken over the number 1 Team Redline car. And Chris Lullum, I tell you what, DJ, he was rocking and rolling in that car in the latter part of his stint there as well. And Diego Pinto, I'm sure, will continue that march.
Yeah, I'm sure he will as well, with Pinto behind the wheel of the car right now. Still having a couple of positions to be able to gain up, but running in 10th place position, I think this is going to be a good spot for them. Now, Pinto does have about 3 seconds to be able to get up the road, and so he's going to have to try to push as much as possible.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, but the pace that they showed in that last part of the stint there was very, very strong. Change here, so Luca Kita has gone past into 4th position ahead of Elvis Rankin. And I tell you what, let's take a few laps with the wonder kid Elvis Rankin for Apex Racing Team. He will be your Mount Panorama taxi driver for a couple of laps. Peter Mackay here, and DJ Clark will be back shortly here on RaceSpotTV. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour for 2023. Many thanks to Apex Racing Team's Elvis Rankin for a couple of hot laps around Mount Panorama in very close proximity with Luca Kita for Urano Esports Mercedes. I'm just listening to the throttle inputs there, just trying to save those for little bits of tiny bits of fuel as the stint progresses, trying to get that extra lap. I'm trying to get on the right strategy as well. That's been the story of the day so far. The race leader is Louis Nazar, car number 55, and his pace has been superb. However, fuel mileage, fuel economy has definitely not been, and that team will be now forced to take a splash and dash at the end of the race. However, it does appear that quite a few other teams might as well. The car that is able to make those 30 lap stints work is the Lobs Falcon Porsche of Rory Kostecki and Govan Kini, but will they be able to be in a position to make the most of that fuel advantage? We shall see. But your order as it stands right now: Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports, they lead by 5.3 seconds from Altus Esports car number 2, driven by Tristan Iglesias. Then it's Altus Esports Red, car number 41 of Aaron Vasquez, and they're just 1.1 seconds behind the team car. Then it's the two cars on screen right now. In 4th and 5th place, it's Luca Kita, car number 92 for Urano Esports Data Group, with Apex Racing Team's Elvis Rankin right in behind. Pure Sims Esports, their BMW is in 6th, followed by the number 93 Urano Esports Mercedes of Dylan Scrivens. Armage Competition are up into 8th with Nicolas Rubilar, and Texaco Racing by TK Gustavo Ariel on a triple stint right now in 9th, with Team Redline's Diego Pinto rounding out the top 10, and Diego 3.6 seconds back from Gustavo Ariel. And interestingly, quite a bit off the pace there of the Texaco Racing driver. 0.4 of a second to the favour of Ariel, so it could be actually, DJ, that McLaren, when the fuel burns off, that's really when, or the red line McLaren anyway, seems to be that their car really comes alive at the end of the stint.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well here, Peter. As we saw that red line machine really start to be able to try to move their way up later on in that last stint, and we're just not seeing it here at this point. That Texaco Racing by TK machine starting to pull away a little bit more, starting to just get themselves into a better position as much as possible. And now they're going to have the added benefit of being able to run behind Arnage Competition right now, get a little bit of that draft, maybe even be doing a little bit of fuel saving. Although the way they're driving, I have to say, it looks like they're pretty aggressive. They may have a move on their minds rather than being calm and patient and holding behind.
Yeah, we'll see how that develops over the course of the race. It's Peter Mackay here alongside DJ Clark in the RaceSpotTV commentary box, with David Haynes getting ready to go alongside Stefan Schlacker for the next from 9 hours to go onwards. About 45 minutes time you'll hear some different voices coming in to the RaceSpotTV booth. Rundown of our retirements so far. We have quite a few, unfortunately. 9 retirements so far. Arnage Competition Pink, Valkyrie Excite Competition, Sim RC, Zenith Esports, Brabham Esports, Paceworks Esports, Apex Racing Academy car number 97, and most notably car number 53, Mercedes AMG Team Williams, Daniel Lafuentia. Very, I would say, controversial incident just a few laps into the race. If you haven't seen it, quickly wind back and watch it. It's well worth seeing, and then wind back again and join us back here live on RaceSpot TV. And then lastly, SUI Racing has done early suspension damage to their McLaren, put paid to their chances as well. So it's been a traditional Bathurst so far, TJ.
Yeah, it certainly has. Lots of attrition coming back to bite these drivers, and really and truly just cleanliness being the name of the game. Nice little battle, though. Well, I say battle. We are dealing with teammates here, though, as this is Altus Esports yellow and red running second and third. And I think this is going to be a nice little chance for them to maybe doing a little bit of fuel saving, maybe doing a little bit of just holding in together and trying to be able to extend their advantage fuel-wise over that Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports car up ahead of them.
And this could be a key advantage to Altus. Again, if they can do the required fuel saving to be able to hit the stint length they need to avoid that length, that extra stop, it would be it's going to be a hard ask. The moment Aaron Vazquez is not on that strategy. Interesting, a little bit of coordinated moving there as well. So Vazquez goes, now did I see that correctly? They're switching and swapping. So yes, Vazquez goes up into second position. Vazquez is 9 laps into his stint. Iglesias is just 8. So if anybody's going to need or anyone's able to get back onto the strategy of saving a stop, it's Iglesias. So is Vazquez now the kind of sacrificial lamb, if you like? Is he going to be the diesel locomotive to pull Iglesias along and save the fuel? And is Vazquez going to eventually be released onto the full push strategy and try and chase after Louis Nasser? Intriguing stuff. We'll have to keep a close eye on it as well. I think it must be said, these Mercedes AMG cars, they look resplendent in the Altus colours, the blue and the orange.
Yeah, they certainly do look fantastic. And in terms of letting Vazquez or Iglesias sort of go here and let them pull off, I think this is going to be interesting to see what exactly plays out. Now, we've seen plenty of times over the course of competition teams calling into effect basically the different chits for these cars for them to pull their way back around and get one car ahead of the other. I don't know if we're early enough to necessarily exhibit a sacrificial lamb type scenario here, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on.
It is, yeah, definitely. Well, Elvis Rankin's placed himself in a very, very good position here, I would say. Able to just keep himself in touch with Luca Kita, able to just lift it close a little bit and get that fuel to where they need it to be. I tell you what, these drivers, they amaze me, DJ, because normally at Bathurst, at a more modest level, you're more just trying to keep the car in between the two walls, but with these drivers, they're so accurate, they're so precise that we do end up talking about how do you find that edge over your competition that we saw. What did you say, the top 32 were covered by a second in qualifying? So in order to find an advantage, fuel is maybe one of the more obvious ways to try and pull some sort of trick on your opponents.
Yeah, it's certainly let's call it the easiest way to be able to pull that little bit of a trick, to be able to make that work, certainly as they go. But, I mean, the other way is really just maximizing the points and knowing where you can push the car a little bit more. As they come off of Hell Corner right there, that's one of the areas where you can push a little bit more to try to gain an advantage on the exit of the corner and the run down here into Griffin's Bend. And knowing where your limits of the car are, because to your point, this is such a tricky track, and when you see this in lower splits, it is a game of survival. But for these drivers, it's all just about keeping everything nice and normal coming up and over the hill. You want to keep it within the lines, you want to keep it together and push as much as possible. So certainly an impressive run here from these drivers, because if you watch their times, they are so consistent up and down the mountain. They are able to absolutely put everything together and be within hundredths of a second of lap times, and that is what really separates these drivers out.
Oh, you can hear the big thump of bottoming out of the McLaren for Apex Racing team just going there through the dipper. I can't imagine what that's like in the outdoor world in a full-blown GT3 car. That just the way it thumps through the bumps. It must be a hard circuit to set up for, I would think, DJ, because you've got two very long straights, Conrod and Mountain Straight. We're on Conrod at the moment, But then over the mountain, you want the car to be as tied down and as stable as possible. And those are high speed on the straights and stability in the corners. They're not happy bedfellows. They're kind of polar opposites, really.
Yeah, they certainly aren't, and I think for a lot of drivers, you find a more compromised setup around here at Bathurst, where you tend to sort of just have the happy middle ground, where you're not going to be too slow on the straightaways. We've got a little bit of a battle here. This is Ariel and Prada coming down across the line right now. Also looks like Rubelar's starting to get interested in that as well.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, and that's the Puritan car drops back quite a bit there, so it loses a few positions. Car 117. Once again, the McLaren starting to move forward later on in the stint.
Yeah, something that we've seen out of these cars a couple of times, that the McLarens just seem to get a little bit more lively, gain a little bit more speed as these stints go on. Over the course of the running, they look just a hair, I don't want to say sluggish, but just a little bit down on power in the opening stint of the race when they're first on the heavy fuel tanks. But as that fuel continues to burn off, the McLarens come alive. And I think what this is going to be especially good news for is going to be Diogo Pinto in that Team Redline 1 machine. Just a little bit of a battle in front of them. That's going to cost these drivers just a couple of tenths of a second. That's going to allow for him to be able to pull in on the back, as we've got what I think is another assisted move here for Iglesias and Valdez, the two Altus Esports drivers.
Very interesting stuff. Yeah, between the two Altus cars, almost as if they're trying to use the draft to maximize speed rather than fuel. But we'll keep a close eye to see what's what there. Last time by, yeah, the Altus cars are just over, they were just over a tenth quicker, but that time by, ooh, interesting, 203.6. Aaron Vasquez 1.6 seconds slower than Nazar and 1.3 seconds slower than his teammate. So Vasquez there, car number 41, that last lap, something's afoot there, DJ.
Something a little bit afoot here. I'm not sure I like that. Maybe a little bit of a problem. Maybe just a little bit of a back and forth issue there for Vasquez. Not exactly having the best run. I was going to be able to tuck behind his teammate, but that is not the kind of thing you want to see here this early on in the race, having an errant lap for them.
Great spot from Crazy Tots. The 41 almost wrecked. Well, that would do it. Yeah. So a big moment then for Aaron Vasquez. I think he'll be just quite glad to be in the game after that then, and still just a fraction behind his teammate, so can still remain in that drafting game. I wonder then if the major moment for Vasquez held up his teammate slightly as well, because yeah, they dropped just a little bit of time to a race leader Louis Nazar on that last lap, and Nazar's lead has in turn moved up to 7 seconds. So for Williams Esports, it's a story of two tales, really. Two different stories for the two Williams cars. Louis Nazar leads the race. The 55 car has been dominant, well, not dominant, but it's been strongly leading the race since the beginning. However, car 53, well, it's parked up in the garage. Daniel Lafuente getting into a pretty clumsy incident in the first handful of laps, and yeah, hasn't been able to recover.
Yeah, and so how many times have we seen that? I mean, that's why earlier you talked about having as many bullets in the gun as possible to really be able to take as many bites at this proverbial apple as you can. That for these drivers, they certainly have to hope that you don't fall yourself away, and that's going to be very unfortunate for Williams. Now, I wonder if we're going to see that Williams Esports car, I would have thought maybe try to come back out on track earlier on, but clearly too much damage on that machine. But the biggest thing that I'd be concerned about here is if I was Williams is that the majority of the drivers that I'm competing against here, whether it is Altus Esports, whether it's Urano, whether it's Apex, whether it's Redline, they've got multiple cars here in this field, and that could certainly be a big problem for them if they don't have a rear gunner, if they've got to do this by themselves and they find themselves swamped by a couple of other teams.
Yeah, they've got to keep an eye out for that. Elvis Rankin looking very comfortable indeed right now in that McLaren. Just able to sit behind the Kakita and just be able to just reduce that throttle input at almost every corner, but keep maintaining that lap speed. And I want to see what this... I think this is the best chance we'll see to see the McLaren do a 29, maybe even a 30. If you're going to do a 30 lap stint, well, this is the only way to be able to do it with such fuel saving behind the Kakita. But 29 could well be possible here.
Certainly could, as we see another swap around here for the Altus Esports drivers. That's going to be Vasquez going back into the lead. So I wonder if that was maybe a little bit of team communication there after the incident that we saw earlier for Vasquez, being able to pull this back around as they come in, and maybe now getting back to the strategy that we had sort of speculated that they may be on a little bit, giving the tow to Iglesias, who was able to go a lap longer that last time around, and maybe trying to extend them out to a 30-lap fuel stint this time by.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Two Altus cars running together, but not able to match the pace of our leader, Team Williams Esports, Louis Nazar. 7.2 seconds now the gap. Vasquez able just to get just a little shade of time back on Nazar last time by, but the gap still over 7 seconds in the lead of the race. Question is, will Altus Esports be able to save a little bit of time in the pumps? They certainly won't be able to save 7 seconds at this stage, but it's going to play out back and forth all the way through the day. And of course, as the track temperature goes up as well, that's going to affect the lap times that we see. We're seeing about 1.5 seconds difference between a low fuel and high fuel, and the track temperature is going to make a difference as well. Still mid to late morning in sim time, but once we get into the heat of the day, the heat of the afternoon, this track will really begin to cook and will become very, very difficult. A lot less grip for the tyres, especially coming down there over the mountain there, DJ. That's in the high track temperature. That's going to be a proper thrill ride.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very tricky, because as this track temperature does get up into what we anticipate being probably the triple digits before the end of the day, as I actually looked over and it just ticked up another degree Fahrenheit, up to about 73 degrees Fahrenheit right now, you're going to lose that front end grip in particular. And as you come down the hill, trying to have those tires searching for that grip when you've got to be so millimeter precise, it's going to be very difficult, and drivers are going to have to back up their braking zones a little bit to make sure that they don't have any sort of mistake taking place there. I did see just a little bit of a flash of the headlights there. I think that's the Urana Data Group car as they work their way now through. That's going to be Guillaume Levesque. They're in the 38th placed ASR by Able Esports Ferrari with some damage on it. I think that Luca Kita certainly would like that car to get out of the way, and that's exactly what's going to happen before they get up there.
Yeah, that Ferrari just with absolutely no straight line speed there because of the damage to that ASR by Able Esports cars. Guillaume Levesque is not able to do anything about it. R8G in the pits have been for 2 minutes. Elliot Veyron, car number 6, so the McLaren for R8G Esports is in the pit lane with some sort of issue. So not good news for R8G, and hopefully this isn't going to be our 10th retirement, but the amount of time that they spent in pit lane already, not good for the R8G outfit.
Oh, and you hate to see that here at this point. That was a car that was doing so well, finding their way up through the order. I certainly thought they were going to find themselves in good contention by the time the flag fell, but that's not the way things are looking here for them. Unfortunately, yeah, it looks like they're still down in pit lane right now. As I take a look, they're back out. They are back out now. They're being listed as back out of pit lane, so just an unfortunate running there for them, I think.
Yeah, they've managed to rejoin you after 2.5 minutes. Unfortunately, the Urano car is now back into the pit lane, but I think this is now on schedule, is it? I didn't quite see how many laps on their stint they'd done, DJ, but is that Mercedes-AMG Team Urano in after an hour or not? They've done a driver change to Daniel Alves Lorenco. I think that is on schedule, but they are a bit off strategy now, of course.
Yeah, and remember, they did come in a little bit early on the last run, so I do think that is a scheduled stop, quote-unquote, for them.
Yeah, I think so, because I remember saying last time it was half an hour short, so yes, that's right. Urano Esports on, that's a scheduled stop for them, so panic over. And it's been a super job at the front of the field for Louis Nasser just to manage this gap beautifully. It's just sort of hovering just over 7 seconds. And yes, the car 55, Louis Nasser, his Mercedes-AMG Team Williams crew haven't quite been able to run the same fuel mileage that the others have. However, the two Altus cars don't appear to be hitting the necessary fuel number either, so that's very much an accurate tell of time. The car that is the big question is the 13th place Lobs Falcon car. She's been able to do 3 laps longer than our leader and 2 laps longer than most others in the field, putting in 30 lap stints at the wheel of that little Porsche car. It's obviously not the car in terms of absolute outright lap speed. There's only 4 of them in the race. Much more McLarens and Mercedes as well in this field, but on fuel mileage, that crew appear to have found something, that's for sure. We'll see how much they can flaunt that advantage over the course of the day. Interestingly, car number 1, Diego Pinto, not quite been able to make the same forward momentum that Chris Lulham did at the end of the last stint.
No, he hasn't. He finds himself about 2 seconds off the back of that Pure Sims Esports number 117 BMW, and we saw that speed really come out over. Now, he has been able to take about a second out of that gap, but I would have expected more here from Team Redline. The one thing that I will say that they are going to have working for them, and I doubt they're going to employ it here at this point, is that Team Redline 75 is leading this train that you see right here. And then that black McLaren up the road, or that one right on the front of your screen, that is the number 1. That is the 75 right in the center. So they do have a little rear gunner to prevent any sort of attack coming from behind them, so that'll be a little bit of solace to them. But I would have thought that that Team Redline number 1 machine would be able to make up more ground. Maybe they're still in a little bit of fuel saving mode, not nearly pushing as much as they would like to here.
Yeah, they certainly need a little bit of help to be able to run a good pace and fuel save at the same time. They're going to be our little wild card to keep an eye on over the course of this race. Of course, all going from 12 hours flag-to-flag coverage here on RaceSpotTV. You don't have to miss a moment. For those asking time stamps for the quite controversial incident at the very start of the race, the opening 5 minutes, in fact, between the Williams Esports car and the Altus Mercedes. Go back to the first 5 minutes of the race and you'll catch it, and then come straight back to join us here for live pictures as well. It certainly was a pretty controversial incident for that kind of stage of the race. Team BMW Bank having a pretty quiet day at the office. They're 19th at the moment. Josh Anderson driving that number 7 car that we're so used to seeing really at the sharp end of iRacing special events, but just not quite able to get the job done. Interestingly, DJ, there isn't a huge number of BMWs in this race. Is it maybe a performance issue? Has maybe not had the rub of the green with the balance of performance, perhaps?
Well, as we take a look at the balance performance figures, that was one of the cars that had its power, its actual horsepower, decreased down about 2.5%. Now, that is the largest power decrease across the entire field. The McLaren coming in second with 2% being taken away, and then the Ferrari being third with 1.5% taken away. So I think that certainly has a little bit to do with it, of why we're seeing it not nearly as favored here. And why we're potentially seeing the Mercedes having a little bit more favorability is the handling characteristics of those two cars are relatively similar. Yes, there are little subtle differences, but both of them being front-engine, rear-wheel drive, they are a little bit more understeery, and so as a result, they're more predictable going down into the corners, and you kind of know how that car is going to point this way and that a little bit better.
See how will that BMW come alive in the heat is the question. At the moment, not quite able to run the pace that we know that they can, but we'll see as the track is going to evolve and change a lot over the course of the day. 77 laps completed. Louis Nasser still holding on that gap. It is hardly moved at all over the last few laps, still around 7 seconds. Curiously though, the Altus Esports train has been broken. The locomotive has left the carriage. It's now 1.7 seconds, so Aaron Vázquez has dropped Tristan Iglesias. So after that big moment, that nearly terminal moment there for Vázquez a few laps ago, he's not let it break his rhythm, and he is pulled away from his teammate, interestingly.
Yeah, so that kind of throws out our theory a little bit of Altus Esports red and yellow doing a little bit of team strategy and fuel saving together, as it looks like they're not choosing to run that here and letting Vázquez really just start to pull away at the front of the field. And that now opens up a question for me at this point, Peter, of what could have been for that Altus Esports red machine had they not made that mistake coming down the mountain about 20 minutes ago or so. Would they be able to be a little bit closer here to Louis Nasser up the front of the field? Would that gap be maybe shrinking a little bit, as it looks like we've got a bit of a slow McLaren side by side here? This is Lucas Prada trying to be able to get around him in the Pearson's Esports. This is with Arnage competition.
Well, so something that fit here. So Arnage competitions, McLaren trying to hold off Pure Sims, and a little bit of. I think the cars are now starting to get a little bit more battle scarred. The front of that Pure Sims car, no, it's okay. No jokes about the grille of the BMW. It's beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
I guess it most certainly is, as they come down the hill. Now at this point, looking like we're not going to see too much of an attack here from Pure Sims. Looks like they're going to be back in line. I'm not entirely sure what happened there with Arnage. I'm not sure if that was a side-by-side battle with the BMW or if there was a little bit of a mistake, but one way or the other, they do find themselves about 3 seconds behind Urano and Texaco Racing by TK as we tick down under 20 minutes to go here until we get to the top of the hour and what we anticipate being the next round of fuel stops.
Yeah, we will, and it will be telling to see who's been a little bit lighter on the field. Now, what is that little exchange between Arnage McLaren and Pure Sims BMW has brought the McLaren of Team Redline, car number 1, and in fact, car 75 for Team Redline of Alex Palou. Now, is that IndyCar Alex Palou? I guess it is.
He's listed as an Iberian driver here on my server, so yeah, I think that is 2020 IndyCar champion Alex Palou.
That's very cool. That's very cool. Well, this is iRacing for you folks. I mean, the winner of the Bathurst 12-hour the last 2 years has been Team Redline with Luke Bennett and Enzo Benito, and their teammates for that was a certain Max Verstappen, double Formula 1 world champion. And we saw during the COVID pandemic, during the lockdown in 2020, many drivers taking on sim racing for the first time, and many kind of increasing their involvement, and that has stuck. The concept has been proven. It just took that little change in circumstance, or major change in circumstance, to encourage people to give it a go. And it's great that we've got so many real-life drivers taking part. And the thing is that DJ, this is not an invitational race. This race, you have to come in on merit. If you, and the iRatings required to be in this top split are enormous. So Alex Palou is showing us 8,800 iRating. His teammate ahead, Diego Pinto, 9,700. We've got a couple over 10,000 as well. Lukakita over 10,000. Gustavo Ariel also. Vlad Kamichev also. So it's quite remarkable that we've got such a good representation from real life drivers taking on the top virtual pros.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It's one of the things that I love most about the iRacing service is that you're able to have those battles and you're able to have those drivers that just show up and you never know when you find them. I mean, this is a public session, and I don't know about you, Peter, but I know I've had many incidents where I've jumped into a public server just to have a little bit of fun and ended up racing against bigger names. I know not too long ago I was racing, I believe it was the one of the open wheel feeder series, and ended up racing against Roman Grosjean, as well as being I've raced against Max, I've raced against Lando. You know it's them because you show up in the server and you've got to use your real name. One of the draws of iRacing that you're not really able to hide behind an avatar or anything like that, and it just makes for such a wonderful community experience that, and as you said, really took hold over the course of the dire days of the pandemic and has been able to continue on now that we've come out the other side of it.
Yeah, I think it's really superb. Really superb stuff. I've had a similar experience. Rubens Barrichello. I overtook Rubens Barrichello. I mean, we'll gloss over the fact that I was in a prototype and he was in a GT car, but anyway. But I overtook Rubens Barrichello. I was going past, I was like, yes, Rubens! I was in one with Jos Verstappen the other day, which I think may well be a shared family account, perhaps, for Max. I've had Fernando Alonso, Ross Gunn, Jules Gounon, triple winner of the Bathurst 12 hour as well. Let us know, folks, if you've come across, if you've been in celeb spotting on the iRacing platform. It's always fun. So, just 15 minutes to the top of the hour, where within that time we will see the next round of pit stops. Of course, all cars running in the same class, all GT3 machineries, cars from Mercedes, McLaren, BMW, Porsche, and Ferrari as well. We even had a lone Ford GT3 as well. It sadly was involved in a lap 1 pile-up and unfortunately didn't get the car repaired enough to keep going, so it's parked up for the day. But not often we see the mighty Ford GT in the top split competition. As move for 9th position. Diego Pinto makes the move on Lucas Prada. So now the Team Redline machine coming to the fore with Alex Palou there in the car 75, just right behind there, just watching it all going on.
Yeah, lurking in the background is Palou, just holding on to it there, and he's going to have about a 1 second advantage over the Williams Esports number 5 machine, so that will be good if that Pure Sims Esports BMW falls back in the running there as a little bit of a result to it. Now, the other thing that's going to be interesting here, we haven't really had the chance to talk about it too much because we've been so clean and green, is we've got some masses of lapped traffic that these drivers are going to have to work their way around. That's going to be a big checkup here for some of these drivers in front, and it's going to make things very interesting. It's already checked up Arnage competition quite a bit as Team Redline 1's been able to catch up at the back of them.
Yeah, it's something that we're not really used to seeing as lap traffic in the top split event, but we're just getting to that point in the race now. There is going to be a bit of a sequence of traffic to think about. It's Arnage competition getting a good draft there on Guillaume Levesque's ASR by Abel Ferrari. And this could be a little bit of a split here as goes through car number 1, Diego Pinto, just at the last moment. Now, did Palou get through? Oh, he didn't. No, he's straight into the back of the Ferrari. So Palou is off. Alex Palou is in the wall at the chase. Oh, so the poor ASR by Abel. Ferrari just trying to stay out the way. Let's have a look then. Palou comes in hot, and yeah, the ASR Ferrari, to be fair, moves across under braking. That's a big no-no. As you can see here, Palou braking in a straight line, he just pulls across in front of him. Nothing that Alex Palou could do there. That's bad luck for Team Redline.
Yeah, very bad luck for Redline. That's going to be them off. I don't know how much damage there that number 75 will have sustained here at this point, but clearly not the best running there for them. Little bit of side-by-side action here between that Loves Falcon Esports machine and Urano, who's going to try to make the move coming up here through Griffin's Bend.
Well. So Alex Palou, it was going so well there. Guillaume Levesque is into the pits. That car had a lot of damage anyway, that Ferrari, and I wonder if we'll see it back out again. They were obviously determined on getting it to the finish, because it was heavily damaged and still running, but we'll see. R8G are back going again in their McLaren. About 38 seconds up to the next car, which is the also recovering number 90, Daniel Alves Larenko. Well, bit of drama here as we approach the next pit stops. 24 laps into the stint for our leader, so I think we'll just be 3 or 4 laps to go, DJ, before we get in there with Louis Nazar.
Yeah, that's about what we've seen from Nazar here at this point. I would say 3, maybe 4 if they're lucky to be able to stretch it out that long. But we will have to see. Again, the big question here going to be that Porsche that we were following not too long ago to see if they're able to extend for another 30 laps is the big gainer there. If they're able to keep up that run, that's going to be very, very good for them. But everybody else expected within about 3 to 4 laps time as drivers continue to try to work their way through. I just saw that the temperature, by the way, out on track ticked up another degree Fahrenheit, so it continues to warm up here. Now, it's only about 8:45, 8:42 to be exact, virtual standard time, so still pretty cool conditions in the morning, but that track temp is just going to keep rising, and it's going to keep being a talking point over the course of the entire 9 hours left to go.
Yeah, the race rumbles on at such an intensity. Nobody wanting to give any quarter there. So, yeah, a little reaction to that incident there with Alex Palou. Yeah, everyone on the same place there. Was really nothing Palou could do. He was braking in a straight line and just moved across under braking. Not what to do. Hold your line is the main thing. I have to be honest, CJ, I made that mistake earlier on coming through the chase, the car coming to lap me, and I just lifted off to try and let them past a little bit. What I should have done is just driven as normal, and when I lifted off, the car the rear just came round on me, and yeah, it was not game over, but it lost us a lap or two. Silly.
Yeah, and that can happen sometimes. You get under that pressure when you've got a driver coming up behind you a little bit. I know I've done it many a time, as it is certainly an easy thing to do, but it just goes to show you, even on the places on this circuit where you think you're able to take a little bit of a breather, you know, the chase looks like a pretty straightforward corner. You have got to be on your toes, especially as these leaders come back through and start to lap this entire field.
Yeah, that lappery is definitely making a difference now as the drivers trying to get through. There is quite a few who are just coming towards the back end of the lead lap, which the leaders will have to get their way through. Matches Luchak, the number 4 Arctic Sea Racing Mercedes. They've just nursing a bit of damage on their car. They've not bad on straight line speed actually, but they've been losing it under braking in corners, so that's provided an interesting car for their competitors to negotiate. It's the Team PGZ Ferrari just ahead. Sam Ward in that number 124 car, the leading Team PGZ Ferrari. Jakub Kwiatkowski in 18th place, car number 114. Our leader, I think, will be in the pit lane any minute now. Louis Nazar for Mercedes AMG. Williams Esports leading by just under 7 seconds. So Aaron Vasquez has just chipped a couple of tenths off that lead over the last few laps, but still managing that gap beautifully is Louis Nazar. The question is, DJ, have either Altus car number 41 in second or Tristan Iglesias car number 2 for Altus Esports, have they done enough to get themselves back on an advantageous fuel strategy?
Well, that's going to be one of the big questions that we have to keep our eyes on. Want to give credit there to Vasquez, as you said, able to take 2/10 out of that gap about 3 laps ago, and then on the last 2 laps, just little hundredths here and there. Looking like, though, on this lap, it's going to be a bigger gain potentially for Vasquez. Looked like a little bit of a problem there through the last couple of sectors for Louis Nasser. Indeed, 2.5 tenths taken out on that gap. Nasser is going to stay out here at this point, so able to extend the lap longer than we would anticipate. It's good news if you're a fan of the Williams Esports team, as now this should make it at minimum a 28-lap stint.
Well, they carry on. Yeah, so 28 laps for Louis Nasser. That's a little bit more like it. Still short of the hour. They'll be about 4 minutes short of the hour when they get in. Question is, can their competitors hit that vital hour mark? Because why is that hour important? Well, that's where these GT3 cars usually run to just either side of it. On a really good fuel save, you can just go over it. On a foot flat out run, you're just under it. And the reason why it's important is if you don't hit that hour, you end up having to take an extra pit stop right at the end of the race. So, which, if you haven't built up enough of a gap to take that pit stop, it can end up losing you the race. So, right now, number 55 Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports have they've dominated this race so far. But have they done it at the cost of using too much fuel? We'll only really know as that plays out across the course of the day. Louis Nasser just about to complete his first stint of the race. Imagine he will stay in for another hour at least. So you've got only a few drivers trying the treble stint. Of course, trying to keep the concentration here at Bathurst, DJ. Not easy. If you let it blip for any moment, you're in the wall.
Yeah, and I think that's why you're going to see a little bit of a different strategy than we necessarily saw in the last iRacing special event, which was the 24 Hours of Daytona. That we did see plenty of triple, even a couple of quadruple stints out of the drivers there, but in terms of that intensity, Bathurst requires so much more mental fixation up at the front and really indeed anywhere through this field. And so as you come up and down the mountain, it just takes it out of you lap after lap. So I think a triple stint is going to be in rare order here today. I would not be surprised if we see the majority of the field swapping out after a double stint, just to make sure that these drivers keep their acuity nice and sharp.
I think it's a good plan. Is if you've got usually teams will do it with 2, maybe 3 drivers, but you can do it with 2. Just 2 hours on, 2 hours off is a pretty good rotation, I would say. Of course, the next big endurance race here on the iRacing platform will be the end of next month at Sebring. 12 Hours of Sebring, a great race to take part in. We will highly recommend that. It's a multi-class race, of course, with 2 different prototypes, the GTP cars and the LMP2, and then also the GTD cars, which run to the same regulations as GT3. Pit stops coming in. Car number 3, Apex Racing Team, Michael Yanni in the pits, Team PGZ, Thor Esports and German Sim Racing all coming in for service, but 4 minutes short of the hour. Whereas the rest carry on. Curiously, Louis Nasser, where is our race leader on track at the moment? He's on to that 28th lap of the stint, which is good. So Louis Nasser now interestingly, just able to run a little bit better mileage than his teammate, curiously.
Yeah, able to run that a little bit longer, and that's going to be beneficial here to Williams. They still could scrabble back and be able to get that and get those numbers down. I wonder here if this could have been a little bit of strategy, as now we see them dive down into pit lane, making this an official 29-lap stint. So Nasser able to make that work. but I wonder if this was a little bit of strategy coming out of the Williams Esports camp of they may have put Nasser into the car, knew he was a little bit better on the loud pedal, and was able to back up the corners a little bit more, put him in on the second stint after the lead had been established earlier on. But that's just some idle speculation there, not entirely sure. It looks like Urano Data Group and Altus Esport Yellow both going to be able to stay out for the extra lap.
Yeah, Tristan Iglesias, the second of those Altus cars, running in third for quite a long time. Able, yes, and he's going to be able to hit the hour now as well by the time they come out of the pit lane. More McLarens coming in, the Arnage competition car in, and also the Team Redline machine. That's the number 1 Team Redline car brought in by Diego Pinto. Alex Palou done a very good job just here coming into pit lane now, despite that incident at the chase, able to sort of remain in touch a little bit as the Team PGZ car raging into pit lane, and then hard on the brakes and then onto the pit limiter. You don't want to get a pit lane speeding penalty. It's quite a low pit lane speed limit here, 50 kilometers an hour, 31 miles per hour, so it's pretty slow. It's quite a short pit lane though. But yeah, you could almost get out and run faster than the car, the pit lane speed limit. So we've got several cars that seem to be going on that little bit longer stint. Altus Esports, Urano Esports Data Group, Texical Racing by TK, Urano Esports Heineken Media, Mercedes AMG Team Urano, and of course we're keeping our eye out for that intriguing number 99 Porsche as well. Govan Keeney taking over from Brody Kostecki, the only car to hit 30 lap stint so far. Can it do it a third time? That would be a big ask, DJ, as our leader is in pit lane, Tristan Iglesias.
Yeah, that would be a big ask indeed, but we'll have to see. Iglesias, as you said, coming down into pit lane, keeping my eye open for the rest of the field as Urano Esports Data Group is going to come on in with Luca Kita behind the wheel right now. We should anticipate, at least I do, the rest of the field coming down in at this point is indeed Texical Racing by TK and that Heineken Media machine for Urano Esports coming down as well. Looks like the number 91 Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports car is going to bring it down in too.
Okay, so that's our last few takers. Bar one, we wait for the car number 99. It goes through. So car number 99 has still got a few laps left on the stint. So Lobs Falcon Esports, Govan Keeney leads the 2023 Bathurst 12-hour, the alternative strategy, the fuel trade strategy. Is it going to work, or is it going to be the rapid Mercedes AMGs? Well, that is the question we shall answer here on RaceSpotTV over the next 9 hours. It's Peter Mackay and DJ Clark ducking out of the RaceSpotTV commentary booth and making way for David Haynes and Stefan Schlacker. Be kind on them, folks, and you're in very safe hands. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the race.
Top of the hour in the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour. Thanks, DJ. Some have pitted, some are pitting now, some are yet to pit. It is a race being dominated by fuel strategy at the moment. Contractually obligated Australian commentator David Haynes with you now, joined by what can only be a clerical error in Austrian Stefan Schlacker. Great to have you, Stefan. Stefan's with us, and we'll fix him up, no doubt. So, pit stop strategy all unfolding right now. Watching the Lobs Vulcan car, one of the cars that's been going the absolute longest so far into these stints. And as you can see, they've got another lap to go at a minimum before they stop. What a challenging racetrack. Walls all around have bit some of our competitors, but who is really in a winning position at the moment is a difficult question to answer. You've got some Mercedes leading the way, but just falling short of the top of the hour on their fuel strategy. A lot of McLarens and others out here going longer on that fuel, but seeming to lack that ultimate pace, at least in the early phase of this race. And it is approaching 9 a.m. in simulated time. The Australian sun still rising higher above the circuit, soon to beat down on it and increase the track temperatures, and that might change what machinery you want to be in. Weissenfeld Ferrari goes to pit lane. The red line McLaren stays out for some more. Slipstreaming off of the Arnage competition, number 18 in all black, just in front of them. We are still so befuddled potentially by who stands in the best position strategy-wise on these different fuel runs, with a long amount of racing still to happen. Bit of traffic here on the pit straight in towards Hell Corner. Your 20th positions or so got Team PGZ in the Ferrari out the front of this. Arctic Sea Racing, their paces ebbed and flowed a little bit in the Mercedes. They were getting past quite comprehensively in the last stint, but their most recent laps are some of the best they've done. A 2-minute 1.7 for Michael Rack there, and he's got Speed Demons, Marla Racing and Door Esports behind. Almost impossible to pass from the cutting all the way to Forest Elbow in this top sector of the circuit. Hasn't stopped a couple of attempts though. We've seen a dive or two into the cutting, and a mistake from your rivals could see you show the nose somewhere over the top here. There is the Lobs Falcon Porsche. Govind Keeney still driving it. Tyres are done. Imagine a fuel hose still attached there. That's what they're waiting on at the end of their stint. Into their pit stop, indeed, to then start a new stint. So that is almost a full 5 minutes past the top of the hour. If the Porsche's not got one lap pace, they're definitely setting themselves up, if they can remain clean, to have a very short fill late on. Maybe do something funky on the tyre strategy. Just don't seem to have the ultimate pace in what's one of only a very few Porsches out there.
Yeah,
Stefan, how do you sound? You sound great.
Thank you. You sound great as well, David. No,
I feel great.
Yeah, most definitely sound like that. You know, the 99, as I was trying to say earlier, I have been watching this race since the green flag dropped, and I have to say it's very intriguing how Brody Kostecki already started here today with a great performance. Not in speed, because the Porsche and Bathurst just don't go together with what the Porsche normally likes. So they had to find something different to drive that Porsche, and they most definitely have found that right now, as you can see in the background. Govankini getting out of pit lane. It will be very interesting how that is going to develop, because it doesn't seem right now as the strategy is working, at least for a top 3 position. But we know this is Bathurst. It's a 12-hour race. A lot of things can happen simply because drivers will get tired, and that obviously means, as we all know, especially from this year's Bathurst 12 hours in the real life, it most definitely will greet you with all arms wide open.
Our very astute viewers, some of them presumably in session, some of them cheering on their teammates, maybe some of them watching RaceSpotTV/timing, noticed that was a very extended pit stop for the 99 Porsche there, potentially speeding on pit lane, and now they've spun across the top of the mountain as well. Just hyping up their potential strategy options, and it has all come undone very quickly for the 99 of Govind Keeney. An extra 40 seconds on pit lane. He's just gone all 4 tyres into the gravel trap at McPhillamy Park as well. Some great spectating areas up there, some great campsites as well. Here is it, the rear Let's Go coming across the crest. Very lucky to keep that out of the wall.
extremely lucky. They're great reflexes by Keeney to keep that Porsche under check. And, you know, that might have just been cold tires there. You never know. With the GT3 cars, they can bite you, and he did take new tires, as obviously you would, since tires take shorter than a full tank of fuel. As we have an attack there from the Mali car to the inside. Is that going to work? A little bit of a touch, and they spin!
Marla around Valtteri Alander in that BMW. There's a big pack racing here, and he's tried to get down the inside, and he's in a super precarious spot. It's a long, late move, gets a lot of the curb, loops it around, and he's had to do a, well, as we say, chuck a Yui there to get facing the right way. Very big loss of time. I think it was either Arctic Sea Racing or Door Esports that they were trying to get by. One of the, do I want to call them unbranded Mercedes?
Yeah, most definitely unbranded, or at least Mercedes branded Mercedes, if you want to call it like that, but it seems like it was at Door Esports. Quickly looking at the standings, and yeah, you know, it's just one of those moves. It not on a normal racing circuit, it would have worked, but because Bathurst, especially in that last corner, features such high curbs, it just bounced off of it, and there was no turning back from that. And yeah, as I said, he had to flick a Yui, or as you would like to also say it in sim racing terms, he had to do the turn of shame.
Yeah, indeed. I think one of the things that's contributing to that is we know there's so many teams out there trying to save fuel when they can. We've had a bunch of onboards, and you sort of hear the throttle drop away in the 50 to 100 meters before these big braking zones. You might be in a pack like that, and the car in front of you rolls out of the throttle earlier than you were expecting, and suddenly you're thinking, I wasn't thinking of passing them initially, but now they've rolled out of the throttle so early, I've almost got to have a dive, and that's what looked like happened there. They got sort of caught out with how much the car in front was saving, how early they rolled out, and so they didn't have a run at them out of the previous corner that warranted having a dive, but suddenly approaching the braking zone realized there was a bit of a speed difference building.
Yeah, most definitely looked like that, especially how that Mali car just all of a sudden flicked out of that draft onto the inside. It really didn't look too much planned, or maybe they were even just fooling us with trying to make it look like it wasn't planned. Either way, one thing that was most definitely not planned for that was that U-turn they had to do. And you know, it is just like that sometimes. You are now 3 hours into this race, and like I said, you maybe have a fresh driver in for the first time, or that driver is being now confident in his car and thinks, you know, I'm getting held up here, even if it's just a little bit by that fuel saving. I have to get past, and that small burst of frustration can be enough to make such an extensional mistake like we have seen there.
Looking here elsewhere in the field, Urano Esports Data Group, the number 92, runs 4th in the field at the moment, and you can see the Apex Racing Team 98 McLaren behind them, of Luke McEwen driving that one at the minute. Definitely looks like pace-wise and even strategy-wise, these are the two cars to have. Pace-wise, it seems to be Mercedes. Strategy-wise, do you think the McLarens will still find something? The balance of performance has taken a little bit of fuel capacity away from them, but they still seem like the kind of car you'd want to have for the longer stints. They seem geared well for the long straights as well.
Yeah, most definitely. That McLaren always is one of the strongest car down a straight line. And Mount Panorama, you have those big straights up and down the mountain. So it is a little bit of a logical choice just in that regard. It doesn't use as much fuel as the other cars, but at the same time has a larger fuel cell. So that's why iRacing had to step in and decrease the fuel cell by, I think it was 3% that they were deducted. So just to make sure that they're going to be able to drive the same stint lengths as the other cars, they had to make that exact change to it. But honestly, I have to say, I'm one of those drivers who just can't drive that car, so I was really surprised to see so many teams actually choose that McLaren. So it's really great that at least the McLaren of our old horses inside the GT3 class is getting a little bit of a revival, at least here in Bathurst.
Let's have a look at our top 20 as they run at the moment. We've had all of that phase of pit stops that come at the top of the racing hour, and give or take 5 minutes at the moment, probably give or take 10 minutes as we get longer into this, but it's still Mercedes, AMG, Team Williams Esports leading the way in the 55. Louis Nasser has been behind the wheel for a while there, still just extending out the lead, and in the last stint able to eke out an extra lap to 29 instead of 28 from a tank as well. 8 seconds ahead of the two Altus Esports cars, red and yellow, or as I think I'm going to call them, that would be Poe and Lala. So second and third, but team cars potentially able to work together here on fuel strategy, on pace, see if the two chasing the leader are able to draw a little bit back out of them. It was only 6 seconds of a lead before the most recent pit stop, and obviously a good in-lap, good out-lap for Louis Nasser, and he's able to extend that out to 8 seconds. So that is second and third for the Altus Mercedes there. We saw the battle behind fourth and fifth, Urano Esports Data Group, Luca Kita, and Apex Racing Team, Luke McEwen. Good pace out of these two. In fact, McEwen in fifth. It's the fastest car in the top 5 on the last lap, so maybe looking to chase down some of that leading gap. Definitely a wedge of time between third and fourth on your timing column there, almost 15 seconds. Not insurmountable, but tough to chip away at the kind of level of competition we've got here. Thousands and thousands of teams registering for this iRacing Bathurst 12-hour, and this is the creme de la creme, if you will, the top split, the top 50 rated teams out of thousands, and so the margins to separate our drivers very, very slim. Everyone hopefully very, very well prepared for this 12-hour race as well. In sixth, Texaco Racing by TK, Gustavo Ariel in that McLaren. It gives us just a little bit of flame down Conrod Straight. Just 2 seconds behind that, Urano Esports Hunter King Media, Dylan B. Scrivens. The B can stand for many, many things, depending on who you ask. But it is another quick-looking Mercedes. They're capable of a lot of speed. Things start to get a little busier behind that. Team Redline, Diego Pinto in 8th. Has a little bit of company with Arnage Competition. And the other Mercedes, AMG, Team Urano, number 91. Three-way little tussle here. Williams Esports a little bit behind them. Sami Matty Trogan runs in 11th. You can just see that McLaren coming over the hill onto the pit straight. Battle on behind Altus Esports Green, the third running of the three. Matteo Ugolotti fighting that car back up the order in 12th. Pure Sims Esports just in tow behind, half a second behind in 13th. You can see Team Redline 75, Alex Palou just behind them as well, hoping a hitch to the slipstream. That car lost a little bit of time, as you saw not long ago, into the chase. A miscommunication with the traffic that moved away that he wasn't expecting. The nose just touched the wall. Behind them, a change of position. Team PGZ potentially getting around Team BMW Bank in this battle, 16th and 17th position. The Ferrari and the BMW, not necessarily the most favoured models, but we'll see if as the temperature changes and as the race goes on, something can happen of this. And to complete our top 20, slightly larger gaps to Apex Racing Academy 96, Team PGZ 124, and Speed Demons car 15 in 20th place. That's your top 20, Stefan, but then again, all GT in this affair, 50 GT3 machines. There is battles just about everywhere, especially the way the slipstream's keeping them together on Conrod Straight. Still got that 4-way fight, was a 5-way fight over 21st place.
Yeah, most definitely. it's been a great race. The attrition hasn't been that high either. I think we still have at least 37 cars still running, so it's a really great race. And you know, Bathurst, it always delivers, be it for the first or for 21st position. It doesn't matter. There's always those little groups somehow special to Bathurst that are gonna find each other stint after stint and continue to battle on for the entire race. And you know, this battle for 21st position is exactly one of those. They just keep finding themselves over and over again inside this little 4-car group, and it's been great racing between them. There's lots of respect as well, and you know, we even have two kind of top teams in esports here as well, with DUR and BS Competition inside that battle.
And with this ongoing question about who's got fuel, who doesn't, who needs to save, is it going to be a problem if you're not making the top of the hour? There's definitely drivers out there saving a little bit, and if you catch someone close enough to your pace, it might be advantageous even for just a while to stay with them, stay behind, and that forms these packs of drivers who don't actually immediately want to pass. Now, this is the Redline Arnage Urano battle here. Too many people not paying attention on the RaceSpot Discord because there's too many unbranded cars in this split. I was wondering for a second, was that the Palou car in the middle here? But it's not. But expect Palou to look to maybe make some moves a little later into this one. This is 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Yeah, Alex Palou sitting in 14th place. He's also chasing someone. That's Lucas Prada of Pure Sims, which we did see earlier. So most definitely you have to be a little bit careful looking at the cars, because if you look a little bit too quick, you might see one going past you. As there we go, Alex Palou making his move past into now 13th place.
I think I called that a couple of corners ago. Great work of the slipstream down the inside, and you're not going to hold him up unless your name is Chip. So he says hello and goodbye at the chase.
Oh, how could you? It's always nice to see those real-life drivers come to the sim, especially for a special event like this, and you know, show those sim racers a little bit of what they can do, not only on the real track, but also show that real track experience, it also translates pretty well onto the rig.
I'm constantly amazed we're in the year of our Lord 2023 and you still come across people on your social media, in person, at whatever, who want to look down the end of their nose and talk down sim racing and say, it's not difficult, it's not real competition, it's whatever. It's like, well, okay, go to the Indy 500 and tell Alex Palou that to his face. Come to the Bathurst 1000 and tell Shane Van Gisbergen that to his face. Go to any of your favorite motorsport competitions and you'll find someone lining up on the grid there, probably earning millions of dollars a year, who says, I love this. It's great competition. It's great racing. So, I mean, you can have your opinion. Just know that there are professional drivers getting paid more for one race than I'll make in my life who disagree with you.
Yeah, most definitely. That opinion will be acknowledged, but it will be discarded right away again, because sim racing is a sport, and yeah, you can tell. You can ask any of those real life drivers who also do some sim racing that most definitely they do have to invest quite a lot into the sim racing to be competitive. For even if it would be just the Bathurst 12 hours that they're gonna be racing. I mean, looking, for example, just at Brody Kostecki, which we all obviously know from real-life supercars racing, he himself is a 6,700 R18 guy just to get into the split as well, so really no small feat for any of these guys to get into top-level racing here in iRacing.
I love to run my timing screen with the club next to the drivers. Have you noticed that Brody Kostecki, if I could even, is Club Carolinas?
Yeah, I have wondered myself what is wrong with that. Most definitely, I don't think that he is located there whatsoever, unless for some reason he's there for holidays.
Well, it's well known that him and parts of his family, I think he's made NASCAR truck starts. He was definitely over there early in his career. Maybe, sniffing around if stock cars was a way that his career could go. So I got to imagine that's where he was when he decided, I'll give this iRacing a go. He's definitely racing primarily in Australia, based primarily in Australia these days. But that's just an interesting little quirk to the definitely Australian, definitely racing in Australia, Brody Kostecki, that he's Club Carolinas.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think you're right. He started out in the K&N series, if I remember correctly, in 2013 and 14. Might have even been at the same time that Daniel Suarez was racing there. I'm not 100% sure on all of that. I don't follow NASCAR that closely, but yeah, it is awesome just to see how the connections come together from motorsport drivers. How you think they're just located in like Australia and New Zealand, but all of a sudden you come to realize, oh wow, in America, how did that come? And then you start looking up and you see how many drivers really are somehow connected just because they randomly raced in a series together. And it's just really awesome to see all of that, basically motorsports history somehow linking together with one another.
DriverDB.com, my favorite online driver database, says 2 pole positions in the 2014 NASCAR K&N Pro Series, and one of them Iowa, but one of them Watkins Glen. So I wouldn't have been surprised to see him run well in that kind of car on road courses. There's no shortage of history, I think, of Australian stock car road course specialists. Shout out to the Ambrose. But things are getting hot here, aren't they? McEwen in the McLaren, great turn of pace, caught a couple car lengths on the Mercedes and right in that peak slipstreaming zone to either sit there and save or try to make an attack. And we'd love to see it be attack, but I'm not sure that's what it's going to be.
Wouldn't be surprised to see McEwen just sit behind here. I mean, really, they're not going to get too much further than that right now, just at 4th place, because we have that massive gap between the top 3, which are separated by only 9 seconds. And then 22 seconds back from the leader is your 4th place for Kakita. So really, that 98 and 92 might just, by chance have to work together somehow to get up to the front. But at the same time, Luke McEwen, I don't think he's really gonna want to work together with Urana just because of who McEwen is, because he really is a guy that just thinks about what is important right now for his own team, and that is most definitely save a little bit of that fuel, because if you don't save enough fuel over the stint of these 12 hours, you're gonna run into the problem that you have to have that extra stop at the end. So that's what most definitely that a large percentage of all the drivers right now driving are concerned about, just getting that fuel stint extended by a lap or 2 each and every time, so that at the end of the race they don't have to do that extra stop and go.
Yeah, with that, 1st and 2nd on the 14th lap of their stint right now, 13th lap of the stint for the Altus Yellow in 3rd, and Urano in front of us here in 4th. 14 laps into the stint for the Apex Racing Team McLaren we ride on board with. So the same amount of fuel on board as 1st and 2nd. So it's sort of 3rd and 4th that I think sit in the best position strategy-wise, and I'd say I want to be Tristan Iglesias in third place, with that little bit more fuel than first and second. But I'd want to be back in that slipstream with my teammate, and they've just separated a little bit, a second and a half between red and yellow in the Altus cars. Do you think I've got maybe split strategy there, in fact? One goes full pelt, tries to hunt down the leader, and the other still plays that fuel game top of the hour.
Yeah, you might be right that just simply because it does kind of look that way. Only really going to find out what their grand strategy plan here is about halfway into this race, and then we can really, decide, because we're going to have half race of data and see, is it really that what they're going for? Is it just looking like that? And it's just how the drivers are right now using their fuel tank. So it's hard to really have a 100% answer to that, but at the same time, it's not really that obvious to really the obvious strategy, that is to go every single time to the top of the hour, because you might just ever so slightly lose too much time that over the 12 hours you are not gonna be on the faster strategy than just going full pelt every single stint.
Pit lane transit time looks to be 23 seconds or so. So you add on top of that however much splash you might need at the end, and that's kind of how far you'd need to be ahead on the extra pit stop strategy for it to still play out in your favor. So then when you look at the gaps on the leaderboard, Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports have got, only to the top 5 within 30 seconds of them, so they might need an extra pit stop compared to Texaco Racing by TK car in 6th as a pure example here, but they've got them covered already by 35 seconds, so they can keep up the pace out front. It's still possible. What's one extra pit stop?
Exactly, what is one extra pit stop? But at the same time, like you said, they are just ever so slightly faster stint by stint. They're keeping to edge out that lead, and that is really important, even though it isn't that much over 4 hours. That is going to accumulate little by little, and at the end it might just be enough that extra stint, that extra pit stop they have to take just doesn't really matter, because let's face it, pit lane, if I can't get my words out, isn't that long here compared to other tracks. It nearly looks like a mini pit lane, even just to normal racetracks, like for example the Nürburgring. It's such a short pit lane. You have a fast entrance to the pit lane that cuts a little bit away from the last corner, plus you have 2 slow corners at the short straight itself, so even the delta time that you're losing compared to a car that goes round isn't that massive as for other tracks where you're flying past full belt. Taking for example once again the Nürburgring, that's a really fast straight that you have to traverse for a very long time. So you're losing much more time there than compared to here. So the pit strategy is also a little bit easier to calculate with, since you're not losing that much time to a normal lap if you're pitting and you have a full service to do. Obviously for last stint it's going to be even different, because that stop is going to be so much shorter for these guys if they have to put in that extra pit stop, that it might just be that even just by extending your lead a second per stint is already going to be enough to secure your win by going full pelt over drivers that are saving fuel.
Well, nothing is safe from inflation these days. Got 3 drivers out on track right now, more than 10,000 iRating. We're looking at one of them, because Diego Pinto with only 9,700 is on the hunt of Vlad Kimachev, 10,200. So just under 20,000 between the two of them. Timochev gets around the lapped BMW, and Pinto will absolutely want to make sure he does the same. Gets to the inside of Griffin's Bend, which is where you want to be. The camber and the crown of the road favours the inside. You get around the outside and really no grip, no speed out there. So he does get through, loses a couple of car lengths to the driver he was probably quite happy to slipstream from. If the Mercedes can break the toe, I think it does have the pace to leave the McLaren behind.
Yeah, it might just be, and you know, it is going to be still a tough talk for that Mercedes to leave that McLaren behind him, because yes, it is much faster up and down the mountain, but as I said earlier, that McLaren just is a complete rocket ship down a straight, so you really have to be careful to get away from that, because you have to push so much more up and down the mountain to get away from that McLaren long enough so that he actually doesn't get a good chance of your draft down the straight and up the mountain straight. And it might just be a little bit too risky to go those 110% to really push away from that McLaren. You have to kind of go to your 100% and hope that, because the McLaren behind has to really push 110, 120% up and down the mountain to keep close to you, that they make that crucial mistake and you break free in that case. Breaking free, by the way, quickly speaking, we had looked at that pass from Alex Palou. Since then, he pulled out a massive gap to his rival, the 117 that he was following. 4.1 seconds. That gap now is in what seems like 3 laps since that pass.
Well, he was flying along in battle before the incident cost him a bit of time at the chase. He's really on the attack right now. One to keep an eye on later on. This is the resurgent, charging green Altus car. This is a Ferrari where Samuel Ward knows where the traction control switch is. He's managed to flick that around a little bit quicker and get going in the Team PGZ Ferrari. One of a few of them, but that's still not how you want it to go. What's led to that? No doubt we're about to find out. But again, that's, I mean, a surprising trouble spot all by himself. All by himself.
That looks a little bit of a mind lapse there from him. The 124, at least a good quick recovery there, so not too much time is lost, but dropped a position if I saw that correctly. Could have been much worse, but obviously that is a lot of emotional damage right there, making such a mistake. Oh, Paulo Alonso.
Scorch those tyres too, and it will take a little bit before they come back to him. Probably not absolutely toasted for this stint, but still not great. You'll lose grip while they're still hot. Track temperature is climbing. It's at 27 Celsius. Air temp at 20.7. So for me, that's maybe shorts weather. For the average Austrian, what's 21 Celsius?
Definitely shorts weather, and we're sort of, if you're out in the sun the whole day, it might even be shirt off because it's getting a little bit too warm there. But as we have also seen on the left side there for a little bit, that is incredible. It's just AMGs and McLarens in the top 13, and then we have the first none of those two car brands, which is a BMW, and right after there's another McLaren. Incredible to see such dominance by just 2 brands here at Bathurst. And don't forget, we have a custom BOP that iRacing pushed out for this event here, and still somehow the teams found something that makes the McLaren and Mercedes stand out from the crowd.
Yeah, interesting. And again, as the track temperature changes, we wonder, will that still be the same? But at the moment, definitely the cars to have, and some strong lead, especially from your top 3. That'll take some chasing down. This is 4th and 5th, hoping to chase it down, but only just able to a little bit in the last couple of laps. Sort of 2 minute 2 flats from the cars on your screen. a little bit quicker from first and second, a little bit slower from third, and of course RaceSpot.tv/timing has got all of the goodies. If there's a particular team, a particular driver, maybe your friends, maybe a teammate that you're trying to follow along with, or maybe you are an Alex Palou fan, in which case, yes, Spanish greetings to you. As a honorary Australian, Stefan, where do you keep your kangaroo? Because I'm always iffy about, you know, should I let mine into, you know, should I let mine sleep in the house or should I keep it outside overnight? You know, like, is it like a dog kennel in the yard kind of situation?
You know, the only kangaroos we have are outside kangaroos. Yes, we do have kangaroos here in Austria. But most definitely on the rear sides. As there is a pass up the mountain road, and is that Apex? Yeah, that's Apex from Pure Sims. So Pure Sims, the 117, seems to be a little bit struggling here, as they now have dropped. That is the third position in this stint. The 117 now down to 16th place. Didn't even realize that a 114 also has moved past them already. Yeah, I wonder what is happening there behind the wheel of that BMW M4. They might just need a kangaroo safety car here.
I did myself a full track walk last weekend, 6.2 kilometers and multiple hundreds of meters of elevation change in a record time for me. Oh, that rear, very out of sorts for the BMW, no grip, and that could be part of it. And I saw some kangaroos at 7 or 8 p.m, but they must have been somewhere in the shade of a tree having a nap in the middle of the day, because no kangaroo safety cars last weekend. But I can tell you they're out there and they're about. They've just, you know, got a lot of respect for race control now. They've been well trained over the years.
Yeah, most definitely. They are starting to realize that it is a little bit dangerous to just hop onto a live racing circuit in the middle of the day. Most definitely, a shady spot is a much better spot than the hot tarmac. These monsters are roaring up and down the beautiful sides that is the Mount Panorama.
It's actually about there, that sort of dip before the crest here on Conrod. Over on the left is where I saw the kangaroos. One of the homeowners in that area has a 6-car monorail sitting in their yard that you can see from the track, which is bizarre and has been placed there since iRacing scanned it. So iRacing, go back, rescan Bathurst, not because the layout's changed much, but because we're missing the monorail on Conrod Street. This is some action here on the fringes of the top 20. Arctic Sea Racing in the Mercedes there, leading this pack. German Sim Racing .a behind, and BS Competition, always easy to spot. A very, very distinctive and familiar livery that we seem to see everywhere in sim racing lately. This group appears to have dropped Dua Esports as well. Just a second back to that next BMW, just off the train.
Yeah, Dur, another team that seems to be just a little bit struggling now in coming close to the mid-stint here.
If it's like real Bathurst, oh, the McLaren goes very wide, hops the curb, and that's a spot lost for German Sim Racing. Lucky for it to not be a bigger incident, but over McPhillamy, did the tail get looser and they had to steer out of it? Did the car just push wide? That's not the optimal way through that corner, and some of these curbs around here, if you strike them wrong, very, very dangerous.
And that might have just been a little bit of a saving grace here for Dirt Esports, because they were already out of the draft. Now they have the draft of the McLaren. So let's see if they can root themselves back into that battle here for 21st place. But I was saying at the time, one of the cars that is starting to struggle here a little bit, Mid-stint. Really, really interesting to see that all of a sudden from these drivers, maybe their setup is right now in a spot with the track temperature that they are not comfortable with, and they're waiting for the temperatures to rise more and more until their setup comes back to them.
It's like real Bathurst. The hotter temperatures do not favour a BMW. I know Valentino Rossi's a big deal. You know, one motorcycle world championship is, you know, good. Enough that you almost can't count them on your fingers is better. But I had no idea that they will show up to watch him race anything.
They most definitely will show up to watch him race anything, because it is Valentino Rossi. And let's not forget, if you look at the grandstands of any motor race of the MotoGP World Championship, you're gonna see 99% of all fans still have merged from him, sitting there wanting to see their hero, even if it is just him being there to support his younglings. Because let's not forget, he also has still a lot of involvement inside that championship, because he has teams himself. And you know, him racing in cars is pretty much the same, because if you look at any cars that he's racing in, they're mostly in that bright yellow and have a big 46 on the side.
Only time in my now multiple times at the Bathurst 12 hour I've seen any of the pit garages need 24/7 security. And it was just one garage for just one car, just one driver. They are fanatical, maybe a little too eager to souvenir hunt, but definitely big supporters. Who's our next biggest star in this race then? I mean, people are excited to see Palou racing in our iRacing Bathurst 12 hour.
Well, if we're talking about this race in particular, it obviously is for most probably Alex Palou. For me personally, it has to be Brody Kostecki, just simply because I'm a fan of him also in the Supercross Championship. But yeah, I mean, right now we're a little bit lacking, I have to say, in the real world compartment, as there's a nice pass here from the BS competition car.
Yeah,
very
two positions
done.
lost for Arctic Sea Racing, and have they all of a sudden got a problem? They looked so strong not long ago. Now BS through. Oh, and wide at the cutting. Do they find the wall? Oh, German Sim Racing going to get back in front. They were the ones out of sorts, offline, losing time and positions. Now suddenly they picked up 2 for 1 in the first half of a lap. Track temperature still only at 28 Celsius, but these tyres not holding on, and the balance of the car all over the place. Is it also a case of attention spans starting to wane, drivers fatiguing?
Yeah, it most definitely seems like that. It's super interesting how all of a sudden they're starting to struggle now. Might just be that they're starting to get fatigued, even though they haven't been in too
What's happened to the leader
right now, as their
What's
leader
happened?
is in pit lane. That is unusual.
They have suddenly and rapidly dropped down the timing screen from an 8-second lead. Mercedes-AMG, Team Williams Esports. It was Louis Nasser driving. Has he had a problem?
Yes,
he has. Technical problems for the race leader while they're leading. Sends their car back to the pit lane. And it's going to have to be Daniel Pastor to take it over. Yeah, no, that was it. That's when the fiber optic gods took him.
how unlucky can you be? You're doing everything right inside that 55. You open up an 8-second gap to everybody else. You're doing fine. You're exactly to plan. And then the internet does you an unfavor, and you hand the lead to basically two cars of the same team. Vasquez now leading ahead of Iglesias, and with that we also have McHugh and Apex Racing Team into number 3.
Changes the complexion of the race massively. Suddenly, it's an Altus Esports 1-2 with a battle for the final step on the podium with still more than 8 hours of racing to go on the mountain at Mount Panorama. Heartbreak for that leading team. They've done nothing wrong, but to race online, you've got to be online.
Yeah, basically, is like that. Just a really big shame for Williams right there. Looked so confident, so comfortable as well. Every single time we saw that car race, you didn't really see anything wrong with it. Not out of shape, or even it didn't look like they were pushing all too much, and it go unraveled just like that, so easily. It is just a big.
I've been thinking, as you know, they climbed the mountain and disappeared. And I might be getting my biblical knowledge wrong here. If Moses had gone up Mount Panorama, what 10 commandments would he have come down with? I think one of them would have been, don't hit your teammate.
Don't hit your teammate, have like 2 or 3 backup internets ready.
So I think those racing 10 commandments are going to be, you know, if you see a gap, you got to go for it. Don't hit your teammate. Don't hit your teammate. And stay frosty.
Stay frosty. So if we extend to that, if Mark Winterbottom would ever race on iRacing, I don't think he does. Would that just basically make him immune to anything because he's always frosty?
Potentially. So this elevates a lot of cars, this drama at the lead of the field, including this fight here. Now 8th and 9th, Williams Esports ahead of Team Redline. McLaren versus McLaren. It's flames all around. Definitely on these long straights. One of the things the McLaren has going for it is you're not going to top out and hit a rev limiter in 6th gear. You're going to maybe start to struggle with the traction out of the slower corners. That seems to be true of every make and model at this point in the stint. Teams have done 24, 25, 26 laps on these tyres, and they just don't seem to want to do much more than that hour.
Yeah, no, the new tyres of the GT3s are just a little bit too soft to make it comfortably over 2 stints. Plus, as I've already said earlier, because you're doing fuel and tires at the same time, which I'm really not liking, by the way.
At least we've got fuel strategy here a little bit. Otherwise,
we have fuel strategy. No, but because it is fuel and tires at the same time, and tires are shorter than fuel, it is just a no-brainer to always switch your tires every single time you come into pit lane, because obviously you would just lose a lot of time on that second stint of the tires compared to the guys who can't just go full throttle all the time on every single stint.
So the Altus teammates separated by probably as much as they have been all race, I think, at sort of 4.5 seconds there. Are they still running different strategies to each other. Aaron Vasquez now the race leader, and he's just pumped out a very strong time, a 2 minute 1.4, given the conditions, given the lack of slipstream. Don't think there's any fuel saving happening anymore for the 41. There might still be for the number 2 car, the teammate that hasn't been following the same pace over this last stint or so. We are coming up to this next phase of pit stops in 2 or 3 laps, I would think, as we also approach the top of the race hour. Matty Sippola for Team PGZ in after 27 laps. First car to pit from our top 16 on the graphic. Door hunting Arctic Sea Racing. That Mercedes from Arctic Sea Racing just seems so strong at the start of the stint and then just drops back at the end of the stint. We're seeing it again. Is it too brutal on its tyres?
It might just be that the setup is a little bit too brutal on the tires. Most definitely. The drop-off comes in quite early in these new tires, and the drop-off can be quite serious if you're not taking care of your tires in that sense, that you're not completely overusing them lap after lap after lap, turn after turn after turn. So it might just that we're seeing exactly that they're a little bit too brutal to their tires over the course of the stint. I mean, we're not that far anymore away from the pit stops, but it just seems like that they're ever so slightly using their tires too much and have problems in the last few laps of the stint.
What I'd give for a iRacing digital virtual Shea Adam right about this pit stop window. Don't expect to see anything creative though, as we've described. Every pit stop is a bit of a no-brainer at this point. You fill the fuel tank, you take the tyres because there's absolutely no penalty for it, and you ask the driver, you good for another hour or will we swap you out, because there's absolutely no penalty to changing drivers either. So until we get to the last 65 minutes of the race, pretty damn predictable what everyone's doing. How out of sorts do you want it for Sammy Matty Trogan as he attacks the pit entry? There's corners, there's apexes, and time to be gained or lost on that pit entry. We've already seen the number 99 Lobs Falcon Esports car get stung 40 seconds for speeding on pit lane on that pit entry. Or if you cut too much of the grass, I think you get the same penalty for an unsafe pit entry. So you want to not lose a second tiptoeing around on that pit entry, but you also really run the risk of a severe penalty if you're just a little bit too far over. I got pulled over by police on my way driving down to Bathurst.
So who do we have? I think Apex Racing Team, the number 3 car, has switched drivers. I shortly saw them drop up and down the standings, as we see Martin Sirtek in the number 15 still racing around in 15th place for the Speed Demons powered by Mercedes. Gained 2 positions thus far and looking quite nice right now. For yet another lap, as we're most definitely starting to get more and more cars into the pit lane, and we're probably going to see the most of them pit this lap.
Yeah, it looks like going for 29 for the race leader. All their teammates in second follow suit. So just based on the pace, with a lack of a slipstream, if 29 is on for that leader, that is looking good for them. It's kind of compressed your top 5, top 10, having lost that Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car, because suddenly the 5-second lead that they had no longer counts, because second is now up into the lead and everyone a little closer to the leader. Change here in the chase. Josh Anderson, Team BMW Bank, might have a little bit more fuel, a little bit more tyre than Pure Sims Esports, who might have to have a big lift, big save on this in-lap just to make sure they made it. The 2 BMWs attack pit entry, where it's a 50 km/h speed limit. Peter Mackay suggested one could get out and run at that speed. I suggest that some people might be able to, and Peter Mackay probably can't.
Yeah, he probably would need at least a BMW M8 to reach that sort of speed himself, as we have another BMW go into pit lane. That's the number 20, if I saw that correctly. So yeah, we are most definitely getting a full swing of pit stops now into the race. And question is, how many teams will change drivers right now? We have been racing for better part of 4 hours now, so that's 2 double stints if you would like. So perfect time to switch your drivers once again around and get the first or third driver in that case into the car.
Yeah, we saw Josh Anderson get out, which makes a lot of sense if you have multiple clocks on your wall that tell you multiple time zones. And Oskari Rinner, I think, took over from him in the BMW Bank car. This is the 41 of Vasquez pitting from the lead of the race. Iglesias carries on for one more, and he's got the headlight flashes out saying, hey, this is my in-lap. I'm the race leader now, so don't hold me up too much. You might still see the number 2 in the number board for that car because the teammate crossed the line in front of them. They are first on track and in the relative box for everyone else. Crucially, all of these teams pitting in the last minute or so are still just a couple minutes short of that top of the hour. You don't need to be past the top of the hour when you pit. You need to be past the top of the hour when you exit pit lane. So if you're entering with about a minute to the top of the hour, you're probably still good. But everyone in the lane right now, everyone entering pit lane right now, still just tantalizingly short of an 11-stop race.
Yeah, exactly. It is gonna haunt them if they're not careful and use too much fuel. I mean, you obviously have your stint plan laid out. You have the exact numbers of what your driver is able to drive per stint or per lap on average fuel-wise. And so you sometimes can't get away with pitting before the hour mark simply because the next driver that is gonna be in the car is just that much more better on the throttle, as they are able to save fuel by just driving flat out compared to that first team, and it actually evens out and you're all of a sudden still good. You always have to calculate it. Obviously we don't have data, so we can only judge of what we're seeing, and as most definitely these guys are pitting before the hour mark, which is not that good yet, as we have the Arctic Sea Racing now into pit lane as well as the Speed Demons. They might just be good.
It's that number 2 car you've got to worry about. So the 2 cars, first and second on the timing column, entering the pit lane just within a minute from the top of the hour. Bit of movement here with Apex Racing Team. I think that's the 99 of Gordy March. I think it's Kelsa Team. The very patriotic Spaniards in behind, and they've both just gotten past Team Hoisinckveld in the Ferrari, who are struggling towards the end of their stint. There's a couple of cars that just seem to fry their tyres in the final 3-4 laps of the stint, especially as the track keeps hotting up. This looks like Altus Esports Poe is going to go back through into the lead of the race as their teammates Lala have done the tyre change, just waiting on the fuel, and now go on and roll. Driver changes in both of our cars there, running first and second. So, what was it? Vasquez, I think, makes way for Fenolosa, and it would have been Iglesias making way for Lombardi in the second place car, if I recall correctly.
Now, is it just me, or was the gap much bigger between the 42 and the 2 before they came into pit lane?
Yeah, it was, but I think what you're seeing there is sort of an effect of the overcut. The first lap, the out lap, is not quick on these tyres as they warm up, and now that's what Lombardi has to do now, while Fenolosa has 1 lap of temperature in the tyres. So look at the end of this lap and see that it's probably not going to be 2.5 seconds. It's probably going to be maybe a little bit closer to 4. We've been seeing cars come out of pit lane and at least for that out lap, they are quite tentative. And then they get that performance of the new tyres, laps sort of 2 through to 20, and then that last 7 or 8 or 9, the pace looks to drop away a little bit again, but certainly old warm tyres are faster than Arctic cold tyres. I've never really experienced these sort of racing slick, low pressure, cold tyre out laps, but I have hopped in a rental go-kart a couple of times that had been sitting for too long and it's cold, and that's a sort of an experience in itself that you can kind of appreciate. It takes a bit for them to actually, grip up, and how they feel like shopping trolley tires until they get just a little bit of warmth in them.
Yeah, I think there's nothing worse than having cold go-kart tires, because they're already slidey by themselves, and then have them cold as well. I think that must be one of the most horrific experience you can have on a go-kart track, apart from it being wet.
Well, I've had that, right? Cold slicks, going out onto a wet track, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be so slippery. I've got to look out for the rear swapping ends on me. Get to the first corner. No, because there's no front grip to make the rear step out. So I was expecting it to be a little sketchy, but no, just bulk understeer until I got the tyres warmed up, and then it was ridiculous and ludicrous oversteer with the slicks on a wet and raining track. So we've had that round of pit stops. Do we notice anything different to where the teams sit? I think you've seen a slightly short fuel out of Apex Racing 98, because now all of a sudden, through that phase of pit stops, they've solidly jumped into third from the Urano Esports Data Group Mercedes, and battle resumes elsewhere, obviously, as you see on your screens, but that looks like a pretty interesting tactical decision from McEwen from Apex Racing Team, and then McLaren in third.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting, because Apex Racing Team, their stop was shortened by 2 seconds, so that's why their lane cone to cone time is also 2 seconds faster. So very interesting to see that. Also, I'm getting right now a little bit of a technical issue where it says that Lobspark Esports, which is the 99 of Govan Keeney right now, is on their 28th stint, which obviously is not correct because they're on their 28th lap of their stint. But yeah, it is interesting how just that one little mistake in pit lane, whatever it was, has cost them so dearly, because they're now in 5th place, 30 seconds behind the leader.
Well, they get to pit.
Instead of being 20 seconds up the road from them, because obviously they're stuck in pit cycle. And are they actually in pit lane right now? Yes, they are. 28 laps and they're done.
Last pit stop, they had a speeding in pit lane, lost 40 seconds, but they were definitely the car already going the longest. So just now they're going to pit, and
I think they switched
probably
on strategy.
Haven't sped on pit lane again, you'd hope. No. Driver change. In comes Yared Filcell. So, good morning, Jared.
Most definitely. And, I honestly think they have given up on their strategy now of going 30 laps every single stint, because that is a 28-lap stint that they just finished there. So seems like Govan Keeney, with the mistake he's made, they've realized, we really have to do something different now, because with our fuel strategy, we're not going to get there where we want. So let's see what our Porsche can actually do, and hope somehow like that they're going to get back what time they lost.
Rejoined the race in 18th place, still on the lead lap. Getting hot here. You may have seen the Arnage competition, McLaren being quite robust in their defence from Team PGZ, I don't know, Matty Sipola. in the Ferrari, and looming, lurking, and catching behind Alex Palou in the Team Redline McLaren. So three-way fight going on here, just 4 seconds behind a two-way fight for 8th and 9th in front. So a lot to play for. A couple densely packed cars, sort of 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. And I guess in what started as a 48, 49 car field, 49 car field, you'd call a top 10 a pretty solid result here. Looking again the PGZ Ferrari to dive down the inside at the chase. Gets in super hot, 2 tyres in the grass, but parks it on the exit and says, "Nuh-uh-uh, this is my position now. Not gonna give that one back for free."
Yeah, still a great pass though by them, even though just a small little mistake, a little bit too hot into it because they were on the dirty side of the road. Don't forget, since this build we actually have that the dirt on the road affects tire grip much stronger than it used to be, so you have to be that little bit of careful if you go out onto the dirt making these passes. But very well handled by Matti Sippola to get that 10th position away from David Todt in that Arnage competition McLaren. But obviously the smiling third driver Alex Palou in behind that Team Redline 75, he is now part of that fight for 10th place. And what speed Alex Palou is right now putting down on this Australian virtual tarmac, because he is right now either the fastest car or one of the fastest cars lap by lap out there, and he is rapidly catching pretty much everybody ahead.
Well, they're going to have to repaint the sponsors on that wall, because lap after lap these guys get so close and scraping it at times. I heard scraping. That doesn't necessarily guarantee that there was some, but I heard it, and they're close. So this is a great fight here. They're not listening, but I'm gonna put out a plea. IndyCar, please don't schedule your pre-season testing to clash with the 12-hour. I want these guys down under.
Yeah, most definitely would be very interesting. I mean, this year it was much a DTM affair if you looked at the entry sheet. I think in the end, top 10 teams apart, I think 8 of the top 10 teams had some sort of DTM involvement in them. So very interesting how that worked out this year. Hopefully, or much definitely, we're going to get a much better and bigger field for next year's, because we're going to hold them to that. They're going to schedule their test, not onto the Bathurst 12-hour.
Just because I asked nicely.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I had one of the Mercedes mechanics last weekend tell me that there is a little bit of a shortage of Mercedes GT3 parts, and DTM is solely to blame.
I can't comment on that.
Well, they don't seem to be able to go a race without going through some. Is that fair to say?
Well, last year it definitely was a little bit interesting how the DTM played out, especially at the last race at Hockenheim, where we had those 2 or was it 3 major crashes, where even now there's a Porsche engine on sale because it was quickly or rapidly disassembled from where they actually would sit inside a Porsche 911 GT3 R. So yeah, most definitely has seen
it very rapidly from being a race car to about 20 coffee tables.
Yeah, that's also a good description right there. Yeah, no, the DTM last year was a little bit interesting, as in terms of the accidents that we have seen. So much just driver slip-ups, like we have seen at the Red Bull Ring, for example, where on one part on the Sunday qualifying it started to rain and drivers didn't realize because it was literally outlap of qualifying, and we had a massive crash right away with, I think it was Grenier, who hit the barrier by himself, just trying to warm up his tires and hitting that wet patch, which he didn't know about. So which also was a front bumper and much of the front of a Mercedes gone just by that one accident. So yeah, most definitely they're gonna try to look at either of being able to manufacture faster or have the drivers come and say, yeah, we're not gonna do that again, we were a little bit too naughty.
So hot out on circuit, multiple battle groups going on, not least this here. Cipolla got past but has not been able to drop Arnage competition. Alex Palou just dropping out of a second, maybe dropping out of the slipstream behind this group. Still a battle just in front of them. Three-way battle over 5th place. So my timing screen will throw a red box around any car that is within 1 second of another, sort of groups them together. And there are lots of red boxes on track, lots of drivers battling for position at the moment. Yep, this is one of them. This is 6th and 7th. Jonas Vollmeyer in behind Sergio Almeida in the Texaco Racing by TK car. And the Urano Esports Heineken Media Alexander Teeb, 5th place, has just gapped them that crucial second. And it might be hurting the McLaren, or the McLaren might be hurting, because here comes Vollmeyer to try to reunite the Uranos.
That looked very easy for that Mercedes. A little bit surprised McLaren just wasn't able to keep up whatsoever with the Mercedes. Probably just had to do that the McLaren didn't have that draft, but yeah, Mercedes most definitely strong car in the draft, like we have seen once again right there.
That lap of 4.4 for Almeida, so
Yeah.
a second and a half slower than what the leader is doing, slower than, yeah, probably a sort of a second slower than what I would have otherwise expected. So wonder exactly what may be going on there for car number 12.
Yeah, I think if I saw that correctly, fastest lap, last lap. So fastest driver of the last lap was actually Matteo Cipolla with a 2.4. So that's a 2 minute 2 seconds 0.4, sitting in that 10th place, tugging quite nicely David Todt along himself towards Matteo Ugolotti in the Altus Esports green Mercedes. So yeah, very, very interesting how we're once again seeing that some drivers are struggling a little bit in that first 15 minutes of their stint, and then starting to come alive. Well, we have now some other drivers that are starting to struggle in that second 15-20 minutes of their stint, and it always seems to, even out at the end of the stint with small margin either way.
Air temp up, track temp up, so approaching 22 in the air, now just clocked 30 on track, and it's only 10 a.m. I suspect it. Actually, I know at 10 a.m. it's not just the track temperature cracking 30, it's all the spectators cracking some cans as well. But really, we could see, with partly cloudy skies at this time of year, track temp exceed 40 quite comfortably later on in this race as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting the track temperature to sit somewhere around the 45 degrees Celsius mark here, simply because we're still so early into the race, or into the day rather, and the sun still has a lot of way to rise up into the sky and really belt it down onto the track.
Plus, the state of New South Wales do this silly thing called daylight savings or whatever, so I think it's actually only 9 a.m. solar time, because iRacing does account for that in terms of when the sun rises, when the sun sets, yada yada yada. So yeah, it could be a very, very hot afternoon in the back half of this race. Have you noticed first and second just getting a little bit closer? It was 3.5, maybe almost 4. Now it's underneath 2 seconds. Dino Lombardi in second has a slipstream off a McLaren down Conrod Straight. Pretty sure that's the Spaniards of Culsa team. And it's going to probably help him with speed down the straight. Might not help him with speed through the chase just yet. But new drivers in both of those cars since the last pit stop. So Fenolosa inherits a race-leading car. I'm sure he's happy about that. Dino Lombardi inherits a car in second and trying to catch his teammate. The other El Teletubby of Altus Esports Green working its way up into ninth. That would be Dipsy.
Yeah, and the difference of time that we saw shrinking, that might just be because of Fenolosa being stuck a little bit in traffic, that 41 over the 2. So we'll have to see how that is going to evolve over the course of this stint, because they're only going to find more and more traffic the more they go up the ranks, as they now actually have Jan Sankowski of Team Heusenfeld in their target range, basically. So really have to be a little bit careful, especially up and down the mountain, to not lose too much time, because let's not forget, Apex Racing Team, they're not that far behind. Yes, it is 11.8 seconds, but if you're stuck in traffic and that Apex Racing Team has easier traffic than you, those 11 seconds can vanish very, very quickly.
While we're also taking our privileged commentary position to request things, let's have a redistribution of where the spectators are, because they're standing along Mountain Straight on private property. They're quite dense there after the cutting, and they're a little thin on at McPhillamy and Skyline. So let's move them around to the better. See, no gazebos up there at Skyline, only 2 deep in the standing room.
Yeah, most definitely isn't that many spectators. I mean, if you just count spectators, there really aren't that many, which is quite the contrary we're seeing to
there's not 53,000 of them.
Yeah, most definitely. And we see that is the 99 and the German sim racing car here fighting for position. I think that is for 18th place with BS competition, just ahead of them as well. Yeah, that is. So once again, that little battle group continuing to fight away.
Really leaning on that curb after Metal Crate and towards McPhillamy to straighten up the car and not hit the concrete there. Little three-way fight in the sandwich here. BS competition leading. Jared Filsell in his first stint in the 99. And German sim racing. It's been a car that's been up and down in the last hour or so. We saw them get a little out of shape, get a little wide at one point, and get 2 spots back. Behind BS competition again now, but in a good position, in a good tow. Filsell, one of 2 Club Oz NZ drivers on circuit at the moment. Dylan Burse is up the road in the Pure Sims car in 15th. Spoken already, Brody Kostecki. Not a Club Oz NZ driver on the sim, but if he sent an email, I'm sure he could get it realigned. Just don't think he's bothered. It doesn't normally matter for anything.
Nope, most definitely
not.
not.
Does it still matter for what sections of the forum you can read?
Well, technically there still is the regional forums, but are they even still in use? Like, does anyone actually use them?
The OzNZ one was getting used for organising some leagues, and it did mean drivers from outside of that region couldn't necessarily see everything at one point.
Interesting. Yeah, so, I mean, apart from that, obviously, it wouldn't really matter whatsoever outside of those regional forums. But, yeah, I mean, if you take pride in where you're living or racing out, you most definitely get that change. But let's be honest, there are more important things for Brody Kostecki than to worry for what club he's racing.
Yeah, like where the pit lane speed limit starts. I think has been the big one. Oh, come on. It wasn't even him that did it. Was it? It was
No, it was Govankini.
Okay. On board with Nick Schulte-Wisserman. And the McLaren hunting a Porsche following a BMW. Looking at the straight line speeds, I'm seeing 281 kilometers an hour in the speed trap for all of them. So the balance of performance must be very good.
Yeah, it is very good, and as said, it just seems like all of these cars are very well balanced, but at the same time you can't take the characteristics away from each car, and so that's exactly why it seems like the McLaren and the Mercedes are the most favorable picks here, just because the Mercedes being so strong in turns and the McLaren being so strong down a straight line, that teams were able to find something that not only makes their strong points stronger, but at the same time, even out a little bit their weak points. And that's the reason why we're seeing these cars predominantly off the leaderboard.
Oh, you had us worried there for a second. German sim racing. You're on the same ISP as Louis Nasser, potentially. But not to worry in the end. Good thing about a race like this, though, is being only GT3 can get super busy in that class with just the one class. Fields can spread out a little bit, and we'll still find race packs like this. There is another one going on over sort of 7th place, where they're all compressed amongst each other. And here you find Chris Lawlam in the Team Redline #1, leading the Texaco Racing by TK McLaren. Altus Esports Green and Team PGZ, I believe, have caught this. Yeah, so Ugolozzi and Cipolla catching up to these McLarens. The McLarens dropping a little bit of pace as the track heats up, now 32 Celsius. When the track's hot enough to put down some sausages and crack some eggs, we'll let you know. But so far, it's preheating.
Yeah, it is most definitely heating up faster and faster with more and more sunlight that directly goes onto the tarmac. And it is a little bit interesting because Apex Racing Team, they're continuing to be basically the fastest car out there inside the top 3. They're continuing to catch both Altus cars. Even though last lap it was only a 10th, that still means that they are catching. Well, we see Altus here, the 3rd car, are still fighting inside the top 10.
Once again, the Texaco Racing McLaren yields, and a 2nd position yielded as well. Just doesn't seem to have the straight line speed, potentially. Not lacking the overall pace, though not setting the timing screen alight of late, but really looking compromised for straight line speed as 2 cars pass it down Conrod Straight. Altus Esports Green to 8th, Team PGZ 114 up into 9th, and Texaco car back to 10th.
Oh, sorry, did we lose the Arctic Sea Racing car? Seeing they're in pit lane. That is unusual.
Yeah, for the last 2 minutes, the number 4 Arctic Sea Racing Mercedes has been on pit lane. Was Gustavo Ariel driving?
It was Michael Rack driving the last time I saw that car.
Well, I then put to you it's more likely it found a wall than a firewall.
I found it. Okay. Yeah, they had a big crash McPhillamy Park into the SS.
Oh, it's that curb, isn't it? They've gotten just a little bit too much of it. Tail kicks out sideways. Grass offers no grip, as it should. And that left rear suspension absolutely cooked. The wheel hanging out of the guard, and they've looped it around, and big damage on Arctic Sea Racing.
Very unfortunate for them. Another competitor lost. That means we're left with 34 cars still racing. That really has declined very fast now in terms of numbers.
Well, when you have an error there, it bites big time. The opposite end of the circuit, you can also make an error, because I note that the Williams Esports number 5 has also served a penalty for speeding on pit lane. Sami Matti Trogan's driving at the moment. I don't know who is driving on the pit entry. Certainly, it's a challenging pit entry here, and if you don't attack it, you'll lose a second and a half, maybe even 2 seconds on your in-lap, and that is so difficult to make up with how tight the field is elsewhere in racing conditions. So everyone wants to attack up to that pit entry, and if you get it wrong, it's basically a 40-second penalty, which is harsh, which is worse than just a drive-through. On the defense from Altus Esports Green, as they don't want the Ferrari through, because they're still trying to shape up on the McLaren of Team Redline. So 3 different teams, 3 different models, and they're all got their own way they want this to play out. Cipolla in the Ferrari would like to leapfrog one and then the next, and I don't think Ugolotti wants to let that happen.
Yeah, most definitely seems that way. That these guys are wanting to get past. Seems like they are the faster driver here of these 3, and I mean, I would even go as far as say that Altus is faster than Team Redline right now. It seems like that McLaren most definitely is not that quick right now. Maybe a little bit of a miscalculation on the setup, at least for what we're seeing here right now, because even the 75 is starting to really drop. We did see them basically being nose to tail with the 12 and the 18, and they have opened up a 5-second gap to those 2 in the last few laps of this stint. So yeah, Team Redline seems to be a little bit struggling right now with the track temperature they are experiencing.
Ugolotti thought about it at the chase, but still remains behind the McLaren for the time being. That keeps them pincered in this difficult position of looking to get around the McLaren, but with a rather feisty Matti Cipolla in the Ferrari behind, who'll also take a look, nibble at him if necessary. Good run off the final corner for that Ferrari, right in behind the Mercedes, but not close enough to attack into Hell Corner. It was up the top of Mountain Straight here into Griffin's Bend, turn number 2, that it looked like the Mercedes was most vulnerable. You can see the 2 Urano Mercedes only just up the road from this group as well, and being caught on the last lap. So there's good speed here as the McLaren lifts out early, saves fuel, the Mercedes comes through. Altus get the spot, PGZ wants it too, and the car shows the nose and gets halfway down the inside. You're in a tough position around the outside. 2 positions lost for Redline as Altus and PGZ gain.
So this is going to be very telling now. How quickly are they able to go, or rather fly away from that McLaren number 1 of Team Redline? Was it just that lift that did separate them right now, or is there something more going on with that Team Redline car? These next few laps are going to show, because right now they still have the draft, and yeah, if they're not careful, they are actually going to drop with what we have seen, the aggressive driving from Altus and Team PGZ. If they would be smart right now in that 114 camp, they would stick behind and let that Mercedes get them away from Team Red Line in behind.
Well, they're side by side as they go over the crest and underneath the bridge, and Ugolozzi is going to let PGZ and Matti Sipola go into 7th place. Nothing in it at the lead of the race either. Carlos Fenolosa has been passed by his teammate Dino Lombardi. The number 2 car now leads the way. I am seeing that correctly, yes?
Yes, you are. Number 2 is now leading the 41, so I wonder even if the 41 and the 2, a little bit of a setup difference, and because of that the 41 is now starting to struggle, or, maybe it's just a difference in drivers that Dino Lombardi is just a little bit faster than Fenolosa, and so they decided to switch now, so it's going to be, once again, probably a race that we're going to see quite a lot here. Going to be interesting on how this one is going to develop.
It is the hottest show of late at the moment. Leading the way first and second, their lead being just chipped away at by the Apex Racing team McLaren. That's one to keep an eye on, but we expect that 98 to have to pit early. They took a short fill last time around to try to break the slipstream to the number 92 car that sits in 4th, and since then they have been able to put more time between themselves and the Urano Esports cars that are now 4th, 5th and 6th. So it's looking like a clever move to shake off those shackles, be able to push on in 3rd place and maybe try to hunt for the lead here as well. And then this other Altus car on the fight back in 8th place at the moment. It seems as the track's gotten hotter, a few of the McLarens have dropped a little bit of pace, with one exception, and that's Apex Racing team in 3rd. They've been the fastest car out on track for like 8 of the last 10 laps. They are flying along and bucking a little bit of a trend of their manufacturer cousins.
Yeah, most definitely, and I mean, they're the only car that is right now consistent as well. Even the Mercedes are starting to ever so slightly, much less than the McLarens, losing time to what they were doing just even a stint ago. Whereas that McLaren of the Apex Racing team, the 98, continued to pull in pretty much the exact same laps like they did last stint as well. I mean, even the last 3 laps were within just 1/10 of a second. So very nice lap times by Luke McEwen, and he's most definitely doing right now the best he can to maybe get himself inch by inch closer to Lombardi and Fenolosa. Seems also like Fenolosa has been able to stabilize himself, as he is nicely and easily keeping up with that number 2 of Lombardi through traffic.
Through traffic, the race leaders just had a bit of a problem at the chase, I think it's fair to call it. It looks like they now sit between 24th place Pure Sims 116 and Speed Demons 25th place. But at the chase, time lost. Half a second, maybe a bit more, for 1st and 2nd place. And now, that's well done. That's well done from Pure Sims. Let the leaders through, but don't make yourself vulnerable to the car that you are battling with for position.
Yeah, they had the problem that Pure Sims and the Speed Demons, which they just lapped, were fighting for position into the chase, going side by side through it, and that's what lost them about a second to Luke McEwen in behind. But the good thing is, that now makes 3 cars that are in between themselves and Luke McEwen, which McEwen still has to pass. So might just go that Apex Racing team is going to be held up more than Altus, and that would obviously be very good for these two.
Yeah, the stopwatch doesn't count lapped cars, does it? There's 8.8 seconds between first and third, but with some lapped cars in there, making up 8 seconds on track will be more challenging than if it was clean air for Luke McEwen. So if you were going to compensate for that factor, do you think it would be fair to add 0.3 to half a second, but in addition to just the time for every lapped car?
I mean, it honestly depends, obviously, where you're going to catch them, because if you're going to catch them on the straight, you actually can't subtract, because you're getting that second car in that scenario is going to get the draft. They're going to be overtaking them easily, much more easily than you might have been able to, so you have to subtract from your gap. But obviously, if they would be catching them, let's say right here, and they're not able to get past, they're going to have to... Was their car spinning? I feel like there was some tire screeching. But anyway, you're then stuck behind a quote-unquote slower car. There are no slow cars in a top split like this, but you would be stuck in a slightly less speedy, let's put it like that, car than yourself, and so you're going to lose much more time than that first car, which is already past them. So you can't just quantify it like that for every car you can add half a second or 0.3 or whatever to the gap distance, because it depends so much on how you're gonna catch them and where you're going to catch them.
Still a three-way, three-team, three-manufacturer fight there. Fastest car last lap, these right here, PGZ and Altus Esports, only cars in the 2-minute 01s, the only ones we've seen at that pace for a long time, as well as the track still heats up. And what it's done is it's dragged the Ferrari and the Mercedes up to Jonas Vollmeyer in the Mercedes AMG Team Urano number 91. Now there are 3 Urano cars up here in 91, 92, 93. Cipolla has very quickly bridged the gap to the first of them.
Yeah, that 114 Team PGZ is easily the fastest car out there. They're lapping half a second at least faster than even just your leaders, which are already lapping quite a bit faster. But compared to the Urano car that they're most definitely going to overtake this lap, they were 1 second faster than that Mercedes.
Well, Ozpost is still frozen express delivery, but the licked stamp was sent on that one. No hesitation at all from Cipolla. He catches, he gets the slipstream, he passes at the first opportunity, puts a car between himself and Altus, who in 42 car Matteo Ugolotti were also lapping at about his pace. Might have just shaken them with that. Another blistering lap from Cipolla, 2 minutes 01.5, while everyone else is in the low 202s. He's got pace that no one else has got. RaceSpotTV/timing, and you can look up and down the field and see no one has pace like Cipolla does right now. Leading of the Ferraris, and boy, is that leading Ferrari getting a lot closer to podium and leading full stop.
Yeah, they're doing an excellent job. That Porsche in between themselves and Urano is a lapped car, and just look at how much this is going to hurt Matti Cipolla right there. 201.5 as I said last lap, half a second faster than your leaders. another half a second on top of that faster than Alexander Thiebe, so a full second faster than Thiebe up ahead. But this is going to change quite a bit. A little bit of a slide here from the Porsche up ahead through the McPhillamy Park. Obviously down the SS, there's no way you are going to pass a car there. Once again, massive slide from the Porsche of TC Corsa Esports.
Really, really wanted to send it over Skyline, but it's too early in the day, too early in the race for that. And you can see the pace to burn last 2 laps. Now, with Urano and Altus right back underneath him, super costly. Impossible to pass over the top of the mountain. No easy way to get out of it. Double slipstream for Altus Esports Green. Ugolotti looks around the outside of the chase. He gets shoved out onto the grass. He has a wiggle. He gets back onto the track and he blocks it out. My goodness. Hugo, give us the onboard of the wheel work. Heart in mouth. I thought that was ending up in the wall. It ends up in a pass. Another miscommunication with the traffic there as Team Redline try to sneak through. It's all happening here. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th lapped traffic. Ugolotti. My goodness.
Give that man at least a cookie and a new set of pants. Take on that replay, clamp your fingers to your seat because this is gonna be a wild ride.
Around the outside, he gets a tiny shoulder tap. He gets it back on the track. He gets it stopped. He makes the corner. My goodness.
Inhuman reactions right there from Matteo Ugolotti. And the crazy part about this is he even made the pass stick.
Yep. Oh, at that point, you're obliged to. My word. My word. Well, teams get 50 incident points before they get a drive-through in this race. I really wasn't expecting to see many because there are very, very few places around this circuit you can get an off-track without, you know, destroying your car. Certainly not anywhere between Griffins and Forest Elbow, but that's one for Altus. I don't think it's going to bother them too badly. There's nowhere that getting into the grass and the dirt gains you time around here.
No, most definitely not. It's gonna just put you into more troubles than you really want to have. I mean, you're a Bathurst, so you're anyway already having a little bit of problems because that's just the fastest way around Mount Panorama. Matti Sipola, meanwhile, 201.855, still is the fastest car out there. However, Altus Esports Yellow, your leader, that is Lombardi in that number 2, starting to get pace once again himself. Last lap, the only car apart from Sepulveda to go below the 202 mark with a 201.974.
Definitely seems like the sweet spot of the stint here. You've burnt off most of the fuel, but you haven't completely destroyed the tyres yet. Hopefully, that's the idea, that's the plan. So, definitely good lap times right now. Eventually, tyres start to cry enough in the back quarter of the stint. Far up the road here to the next battle as well. Matti Sipola just... he's going to be asking for like warranty repairs on his monitor or something because he passes a Urano, but then the pixels are burned in and he sees another one. And then he's going to see another one. He's got 3 of them to try to catch and pass in this stint. 1 gone. He's on to number 2. I would put good odds on he's ahead by the time they leave the chase on this lap.
Yeah, I think that is quite a low bet right there. Because he is having a lot of speed on that Alexander Thiebe, Urano Esports, Heineken Media, but It's actually not good enough for him to get past, but that mid-corner speed really gets underneath that gearbox. Even a little bit of his line from TV, so the pass might be on here into the last corner. And now actually decides better of it.
I think it could have been if he wanted. He's right up underneath the Mercedes rear bumper. Now, in the battle for 5th, 10 minutes away from that pit stop window opening again. So, you know, the pit stops happen, the stint starts, they settle in, they fight, and then it's pit stop time again, and every chance with still 23 cars on the lead lap, that will continue all the way to the end in this one. No easy way or sensible or sane way to pass over the top of the hill here. Ugolozzi might be able to catch these if he doesn't pass quickly, but it's amazing how quickly Cipolla is just able to leave Matteo Ugolozzi in the Altus Esports green car behind every time he gets a chance. It's one of the quicker cars, that Altus Mercedes, and still cannot hold a candle to what Cipolla is managing in this Ferrari.
Yeah.
Track temperature 35 Celsius. Air temperature still 22, so you can wear your shorts, but make sure you stay in the shade.
Yeah, most definitely. We're getting into that region right now, and it's incredible what Matti Cipolla is doing. I mean, even just comparing them to their teammates, that's the Team PGZ 124, Samuel L. Ward right now behind the wheel of that in 21st position. Nowhere near the pace of that 114, so definitely something Matti Cipolla is doing that is just incredibly working for him right now. And it's
Don't go round the outside of a Urano Mercedes in the chase when death is on the line if they're a Sicilian or something. The line was offered, and Matti Cipolla said no because he's got to pit. It's his in-lap.
That is early, though.
27 laps completed, and there's not been much hint of fuel saving to this point. So it is certainly early, absolutely committed to a 12-stop strategy.
So,
but if anyone else has got to do the 12-stop strategy, no one else is doing it as quickly with the same lap pace as Cipolla.
Yeah, that's for sure. So that was 2 stints for Cipolla. Let's see if he's gonna be on board for one more. He started on lap 86, and it seems like Matti Cipolla in for a triple stint. Most definitely a smart choice with how fast Cipolla has been going.
Absolutely, a flying fin. When I think about flying fins in the history of this, would have been Tony Villanza. Definitely contested this race in a Ferrari at least a couple times. This is the Altus Esports green, Mercedes AMG Team Urano 91, and Team Redline car. Wallmeyer and Lolholm previously teammates in past, is that correct?
I think you are. Yeah, Wallmeyer was part of. Yeah, exactly.
Well, here you have it. Cipolla back out on his outlap with a 3-way fight in his mirrors. We know how difficult, how treacherous, how challenging those cold tyres can be, and he's parking cars behind him. He's got dramas at Skyline. They're all over him. But you can't bin it on your outlap, and you can't give away free positions.
So we right now have 2 nice battle groups here. Obviously the one we're watching for 7th place.
Whoa.
What in the world was that?
Is there a miscommunication there between Wallmeyer and Lolholm? Wallmeyer stays right-hand side of the circuit. Lolholm wanted to get down the inside. Oh, that's... It's looking a lot like driving with your eyes on the mirror, not the road in front for Vollmeyer. I'd want to see that whole straight again from Lollem's perspective, because he's trying to make the move, he's trying to make a pass happen, and he's just not found the window.
Yeah, most definitely. It's not looking that good right now. A little bit too aggressive, maybe even from Lolhem in behind. That could have been most definitely quite the hiccup for both of these teams, as we
You've
just
picked
saw.
this up, Stefan. Felix Fernbach in the BS competition, BMW just getting bullied.
Yeah, that was Nick Schultz-Wissermann of German SimRacing.de going past him, and now even Samuel L. Ward of the second team PGZ car going past. Leader of this pack, by the way, the 114 of Matti Sippola, who was himself quite under pressure going into the chase, nearly being overtaken by Judd Filsell, who is going for the pass, only touch ahead.
Filsell comes off worst and drops back a bunch of positions. He's out of sync with Sippola in that Ferrari. He still tried to make a move, and it's massive congestion across the top of the mountain, bumper to bumper between four cars that have already made contact at the chase. Filsell, well, 0-0, he made a big move at the chase on Fernbach. That balked the BS BMW. A couple of other cars came through, and then he goes for the next move, and he's come off second best. All drama here. Most of these cars still owing us a pit stop in the space. Here's what happened. Well, he gets down the inside, and then he goes to... Does he lose the rear? Does he go to just track out? He door slams Matti Sippola, who is not really fighting for position.
And Sippola, as you can see in the
super
foreground,
aggressively in this last lap.
Yeah, Sippola even has some damage on his right rear corner, so even not that good for him, as we have there. Look at that, another battle, like 4 cars for, what is that, 6th position? Yes, it is. So it is really kicking off right now.
Yeah, certainly. The other side of the coin there is Sippola knows that's not his fight, so he's tried to hold his position around the outside of the cutting, or at least, you know, hasn't yielded on the entry. If that's the wisest way to go about it.
To be honest, I give nothing wrong here to Sippola, as it seems like he's once again side by side with someone. I just saw them switch position on my standings. So yeah, it's I don't know, it maybe was also very aggressive from the Lobs Falcon Esports team, that 99 Porsche, to go into there knowing that it is a cutting where every mistake can be highly costly.
It's walls on the inside, it's walls on the outside. There's a challenging kink that sort of makes it single file on the way towards the corner. It opens up, and occasionally people try to have the dive. 4 cars for position here. Altus Esports green. Ugolozzi has worked his way past Vollmeyer there, has he? And still battle between Vollmeyer and Lolhem that saw Lolhem out onto the grass this part of the track just a couple laps ago. Panache competition. Have they found some pace to catch on to this as well? Where were they in all of this? Because now it is it's 4 cars for position here. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Interesting how it all plays out. Different cars strong in different weather conditions at different points of the stint, and we're right towards the end of the stint for all of these cars. Track temperature, a sizzling 37. Every time I look, it's getting hotter. I'm googling pavement temperature for dogs to know exactly when they're at risk.
So that is the leader Lombardi in pit lane. You saw in the background McEwen also joined the number 2 on pit lane. So might have some driver changes now going on, as McEwen has been in the car himself since lap 87 of the Apex Racing team number 98, and indeed Luke McEwen steps out. Elvis Rankin back into the car for the McLaren, sitting in 3rd place overall. What is Jonas Wallmeyer going to do? Not going into pit lane, that is for sure. Another lap round for the 91, as well as the number 1 of Chris Lalham, tucked firmly in place behind that Mercedes-AMG wing.
Says a pavement temperature of anything over 45, you shouldn't be walking your dog. So it's about time on that one. Pit stop phase well and truly underway. 2 Altus cars on the lane. Arnage in, frees up this fight, doesn't it? I'm not being patriotic when I say I love this track. The way that they attack it across the top of the mountain, tucking in right up against the concrete wall and cutting, using all of the track that they dare get away with here through Reed-Solomon. McPhillamy Park drops away as you turn in, and then this section here from Skyline all the way to the elbow, leading off speed, changes the direction, and still no room for error anywhere. We are looking at a predicted race lap distance of 348, and on none of those 300 plus laps can you get half a meter out of line, half of the circuit across the top of the mountain.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, in my opinion, for simply high pressure racing, there is no better track than Bathurst in the world of endurance racing, simply because it offers no room for error for pretty much two-thirds of this lap. It's just insane how precise you have to be under high pressure, or even just racing normally. You're just not allowed to have a slip of your mind, because you're most definitely certain that you're gonna find your way into a hard concrete because of it. So you really have to be on top of your game 100% every single centimeter of this racetrack.
A little bit of traffic for this group here. Things have already been too exciting for Jared Filsell of late. He's back behind Felix Fernbach, trying to make a pass. Both of them slipstreaming off of Matty Sipler, who's already stopped. He's not in this fight with these guys, and almost just to protect himself, Fernbach goes for the move on Matty Sipler in the Team PGZ Ferrari. These two, he pits in, these two behind have made contact before, and this time Sipler yields to Jared Filsell. Yields almost instantly, knows he doesn't want contact again.
Yeah, it is most definitely kicking off between these teams. Not really much patience left, it seems, sometimes for these guys, as we have another
Wilhelm on his outlap
pass.
Yeah, the red line car on its outlap. Of course, not as quick up the mountain, not as much grip in the tyres, so Filsell immediately goes for the pass. A couple of others might get caught behind the red line car. Of course, this is a battle for position immediately between Redline and Team PGZ. Arnage as well have pitted in this cycle, so the Filsell Lobs Falcon Esports Porsche not part of this battle. Everyone else now through their pit stop phase, back fighting for position once again.
But it most definitely seems like Matti Sipler is losing a little bit of time because of that kerfuffle with the 99 car. With that damage, it seems like Sipler isn't able to go that speed anymore that he was going earlier, because remember, that Team Redline car, it was about 6 seconds already behind Zippala when he did pit in. So yeah, it most definitely has cost them dearly on their lap time speed.
More pit callers, and the only cars yet to go through the lane this time, this hour, Lobs Falcon Esports, Team Hoisingfeldt's down in 16th, Culsa team behind them 17th, Zippala with a move, gets in a little hot on the exit, not a great exit of the corner, but he gets himself ahead of Lolham. The tyres are still warming up on the McLaren. Manage in the black McLaren. Keep an eye on the straight line speed for that Ferrari, by the way, because I wonder if it's not just missing a little bit since the side-to-side contact at the chase. At the chase, at the cutting. Arnaud's competition. McLaren recognise McLaren. And they fight for 8th and 9th. And again, I'm noticing what might have been a bit of a short fuel actually out of Team PGZ. They've been consistently doing these 27 lap stints. And I wonder if that's not because they've just immediately and aggressively committed to 12 stops and are really only 95% fueling the car every time, running it a little bit lighter than everyone else, hopefully being kind to their tyres and just trying to bake in that lap speed. Counting back already to when their final stop might be and saying, no way we're saving that fuel like some others who are trying to make this an 11-stop race. 12 is us, and we are just going to go for ultimate speed, and that's what they've had at points in the last 2 hours, is speed on a hot and heating track that others can't quite hold a candle to.
Yeah, most definitely seems that way, that they're not wanting to give anything away for grabs here and just, you know, try the best they can, and that means going flat out every single time, not even taking a chance of going to 28 laps, but get the most performance out of their car as quickly as possible.
So don't forget Team Hoisingfeldt from 16th. It'll be fair to say everyone has stopped except Lobs Falcon Esports in 5th, who have just been mega fuel savers all so far this race. Vlad Kimichev soon to come under pressure in the 6th place. Mercedes-AMG Team Urano number 91 seem just out front. And there is a handful of big teams, big name drivers trying to hunt him down here as well. Zippala, Lolham, Toth.
Yeah,
people seem to move teams more commonly in sim racing these days than they used to, right? Because I've seen Zippala drive with others. Kimichev was R8G for a time, if I recall. Lolham, I think, a long time Redline.
Yeah, most definitely. It is sort of interesting. You see it, kind of this move in all kind of sports, if be it esports or even just quote-unquote normal sports, like football, like basketball, whatever.
You'll be too energetic for normal sports.
It is an interesting development. You have the old guys, so to speak, the dinosaurs who are loyal to that one brand, and then you have the new guns who seek the greener grass, you know. That team is a little bit faster, so I'm gonna go there. That team is a little bit better, so I'm gonna go there. Or that team is paying me a little bit more, so I'm gonna go there. Not saying that anyone is doing that, in esports, but most definitely there is a push for that in real life sports, so to speak, and it seems like it's coming to fruition also here in esports, where drivers are more fluent with who they're driving for, simply because you always want to have the best competition inside your own team, because, well, your teammates, they are very great friends. They have to be, especially in team racing events, but at the same time they need to be your biggest rivals as well, because then you know that you can push yourself to the best self that you can be.
Scratching my head right now. Very long pit stop for the number 2 Altus Esports Yellow. 8 minutes, and they are down into 33rd place. 3 laps down, maybe even 4 from leading the race. Dino Lombardi now out of contention in this one. I think it's fair to say now, almost last car running. What on earth happened for the number 2?
That is a good question. They did drive 2 laps after their pit stop, and then nothing.
Lolum versus Cipolla here, and Cipolla in the Ferrari feels the need to defend. I'm not sure the Ferrari is instantly quick in these stints, but by the midpoint of the stint, no one had anything for Cipolla's pace. Jared Filsell, Lobs Falcon Esports, pits way past the top of the hour. That Porsche has a little bit of pace, a lot of fuel economy the way they've been driving. 30 laps, are you kidding me? And during that time he was catching and passing for a position there, so gosh, that car would absolutely be in contention for the win, if not for that 40 seconds for speeding on pit lane, right? They're gonna... wow. They'll be kicking themselves over that, but it cycles them, that pit stop cycles them out of the order here, and you now see Altus, Apex, and Urano for your top 3. Stefan, you sleuth, nothing gets by you. What has happened to the hopes of an Altus 1-2?
Yeah, Dino Lombardi, he found Lucas Jestedt, because that 45 of Bila Racing Team Euronics has been in pit lane as well for nearly 14 minutes now. And that 45, it crashed somewhere on the mountain. It was getting back to the pit lane on its own power, but Dino Lombardi, well, let's just say he found that juicy rear of Lamborghini quite nice to bite into. That's exactly what the number 2 did. So they had some repairs to take care of, and there we're gonna see there was actually a crashed car as well to the left side, so that might have been something as well. There you can see that big bite the Mercedes took off that rear end.
Wow, that's a lot of damage on the Lamborghini. Over the crest on the racing line. Got a feel for the leading car there, if I'm honest.
Yeah, most definitely very unfortunate for the number 2, but the good thing is they're still continuing on. So Altus still has 3 cars that they can run. Also, I don't know why I said McLaren, obviously meant Lamborghini there. Slip of the mind there a little bit, as we have less than 7 hours to go in this year's iRacing 12 hours.
It's definitely a little more damage to the right hand side of the 114 black and yellow Ferrari there, particularly around the rear wheel arch. It's actually the left hand side that would have copped a hit here at the cutting. I wonder if that didn't just put him out wide and into the outside as well. Please remind me to look at the radar gun into the chase this time for that car. 'Cause the pace isn't bad, but it's not, 3/10, 4/10 quicker than anyone else like it was last time around. And Lolholm and Toth are able to stay in touch here. Kimachev also matching that same pace.
So I had a quick look at who that car was that we saw in replay. Oh, there we actually have the look at that Hugo Luis with the great replay. That's exactly what led to the Biela Lamborghini being there in place of Dino Lombardi. It's just a very, very awkward incident there. Gestedt came out of pit lane, essentially the first lap on his new tires, so he was a little bit slower up the mountain because he was on cold tires. Mahler Racing team didn't expect it. Elias Reika behind the wheel of that BMW. Just ever so slight of a touch lifted the rear tires off the 45 centimeter spin with massive damage, and there you can see boom, Dino Lombardi goes in for the kill. Sad, sad story for the 45 of Biela Racing.
Sixth, seventh, eighth. Sipola actually running where he qualified right now. Red line car started in 17th. Arnage in 11th. Big mover though is that car just up the road from them, driven by Vlad Kimachev at the moment. The number 91 started 23rd and now runs inside of that top 5. Some McLaren flame action for your viewing enjoyment. Apex Racing Academy, Rasim Fazui. It's being hunted by Williams Esports. Someone was asking, any famous drivers in this race? We've got a couple. And it helps if you speak Spanish, I think. But Augustin Canapino has his fans, and he does look to be on the hunt here. Oh, he's running quite wide across that curb and found some of that grass. My goodness. We've seen you go just a millimetre wider than that and the curb gets you airborne. You land sideways on the grass and it can be almost impossible to save. That curb can be deadly. You've got to either be inside of the curb or all the way over the curb. You half strike the curb and you get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, most definitely. You have to be fully committed or not committed at all to make it through that section. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in that weird state of just hopping over the curb. And it is most definitely always one of the worst experiences to hop over that curb, because most times you're going to find yourself sliding and... Oh, why is the 41 slow?
Oh my gosh, it's very slow. The 41 losing big time. Did he get a slowdown across Skyline? Is he going to come out of the elbow here and right back up to speed? He's gone and dropped a couple seconds to second place, but it appears to have stabilized, sitting at 4.3 and stable now. The answer is going to be at Skyline. He has a wobble right at the turn in, opts to skip the S's. And that was probably the right decision.
Alright, Carlos Fenelos are probably going to come in for a quick splash and dash because he's going to need some new trousers after this one. But what a great save by him to keep that 41 alive and most definitely keep the hopes and dreams of Altus alive. Winning this Bathurst 12 hours, still a possibility after a monstrous save from Fenelosa.
Track temperature 38, and I think it's starting to show for many. The lap times are much more in the 203s for everyone at the moment, compared to well, we've seen 0-0s, we've seen 0-1s, and doesn't just take away a little bit of the grip, it shifts the balance. Maybe your rear tyres start to absorb more heat, they get looser, they start to absorb more heat again. Just lost the rear so early in all of that as well, which I guess gave him time to abort the mission, Houston. Still. Texaco by TK versus Team BMW Bank, 12th and 13th here. Galileo Almeida, Club Canada, Ascari Rinna, Finland.
Is it just me, or is there now a little bit of a cloud cover going up the mountain road? I'm pretty sure that was much more lit up just a lap ago. So very
Officially,
interesting
it's partly
to play
cloudy.
into.
Yeah, it seems to come and go, but what it doesn't do is cool the track. It just stops it heating for 10, then the sun comes back out again and we keep climbing. It didn't remind me to look at Sippela's straight line speed.
Well, Sippela is now going down Gonrod Street, so you're gonna be able to have a nice look at his top speed in just a few moments, as we see Oscar Rino really going aggressive down, yes, behind that Texaco McLaren.
I mean, say what you will about the run from Skyline to Forest Elbow here, it's simple, isn't it? I mean, there's not lots of changes of brake, throttle, steering input, you know, waiting for the car to grip up as it lands across some of the bumps and crests. And that is a very straightforward looking move from Oscar Rinna on Suelio Almeida. And just in time too, because all of a sudden a flying Pure Sims Dylan Burse arrives on the scene there as well. Elsewhere, Sippela has caught one Urano. He's actually catching two, as you can see from the long shot on Conrad Straight. Slipstream's been the friend from Ferrari to help him make some moves. Does not look like he's going to be close enough here at Griffin's Bend, but he will follow across the top of the mountain and maybe into the chase, his favourite happy hunting ground. Be able to make a move on this lap.
And you know, we switched away from the battle between Texaco and Team BMW Bank, but Suelio Almeida, something seems to be a little bit wrong with Almeida, because the last two laps, about a second off pace from everybody else around. So Almeida really struggling in that now 13th place, number 12 McLaren MP412C.
The guts and precision with which these drivers attack the mountain lap after lap after lap, inches from the concrete every single time, and inches from disaster. We've seen how just small amounts of contact can sideline you from this race. Hit directly on the nose for Dino Lombardi in what was the leading Altus car, cost them laps. And every single time they look as committed as I would be on the final lap. Wait, no, I'd be tiptoeing around on the final lap because we've gotten that far. And I suffer from sunk cost fallacy. But can Sippela make the attack here for 5th? Close. He's been so strong on the brakes through this section. Burst has just done a move at the elbow on that Texaco McLaren.
Yeah, I said something is majorly wrong with that Texaco, at least on lap time speed right now. Last 4 or 5 laps, all in the mid 04s, while everybody else is at least doing low 03. So Suelio Almeida really struggling right now with that MP412C.
Look at this from Kinichev immediately to the driver's left-hand side. No defense offered, and immediately rolls out of the throttle when Sippela presents attack and allows Sippela to get back onto the racing line. No time lost. In fact, that will have helped Sippela quite a bit. What I did see, though, was the next car up the road, Alexander Tiber, was trying to stay offline to try to not give the slipstream just yet.
And by the way, since we're right now looking at that PG set, remember how last stint we were talking about low O2s are the norm of the race, with Seppala actually doing high O1s? Yeah, we're a second slower by now. Seppala is doing 203s low at best, while the top of the field is doing 203 mids. So very, very quickly we're dropping massive amounts of times here on the Mount Panorama.
Well, Team BMW Bank got past Texaco Racing by TK with a pretty straightforward slipstream into the chase. Not so straightforward for Dylan Burst, who said, oh, there's a BMW width there. And, well, channeled his inner Matty Campbell, I think, to not wait it out till the till the next corner. Did the pass there and then. Not seen many like that, have we?
No, most definitely not. Was a really great pass, full commitment he needed to have. He also needed to trust his car to stick. But let's be honest, it is a BMW M4. It is going to stick wherever you are going to throw it at. But one thing that is a little bit surprising is that he actually was able to find a gap that's wide enough for the M4, because, well, it is a very big car.
I mean, they had to expand the locks on the Panama Canal for them to be able to get shipped through there, so that's a fact. I didn't just make it up.
Yeah. I mean, you had to make it up, because let's remember, the M8 already passed through those locks, so they had to already make it twice as wide as they would have to have it for the M4, surely. Because obviously 8 is twice the size of 4.
I can't argue with your maths. On board with Vlad Kimachev. Now, we saw that here at Skyline can be a difficult point for the Mercedes, at least it was for the race leader. Maybe on that lap just pulled the downshift a little early. They're going from 5th to 4th over the crest, and I wonder if you do it too early in these Mercedes, it seems like some of the downshifts can just unsettle the rear of the car if you're not braking in a straight line. What Kimachev can see is Matty Sipola, who got past him, now looking up the road at the team number 93 Durano Esports Heineken Media car, and that looks like the next position to maybe change hands inside of our top 5. 202.5 from Sipola. Again, only driver with a lap time like that. I was going to say only driver in the O2s, but on our competition, David Toth had a 2.9, just to, ruin my point. But 4/10 faster than what anyone else could manage, and even that, a little bit of an outlier from Arnage. So the speed, mega in the Ferrari right now.
And now it's going to start to be really, really interesting. Alexander Thiebe, he is going to run up to VRS Coanda Juniors and Chad Racing. Jean de Campo behind the wheel of that car, 28th and 29th in class right now, or in the field right now. So they are fighting. They're a little bit slower than what we see from Thiebe, and especially a lot slower than what we see from Matti Sipola. So this is going to be very, very interesting how this is going to affect the battle for 4th place here.
It's a little loose, but it's quick. That Ferrari and immediately closed up this gap. Got to be careful catching this traffic though, because you're a little blindsided to it right up behind the car you're racing. What is the traffic going to do? How will the driver in front of you react to it? There's a lot that could happen, catch you off guard, and ruin your race. Sipola gets so close to the apex at the dipper there. Some others seem to go a little wider of it, not upset the car with as much air. But he wants to get right to the apex all of these corners. Okay, has the straight line speed. Off the elbow, he gets gapped a little bit by the Mercedes, which has a slipstream off the Porsche in front. Cipolla, 272, 274, 276, 278. Biggest I saw was 278 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, but look at that mid-corner speed through the slower turns. He's gonna be on it.
Rolls out of the throttle. He's waiting for this traffic to clear, and he doesn't want to send into the final corners. I think he'd most prefer the traffic to be out of the way and get past Griffin's Bend, because he's so quick across the top of the mountain. He can hang with them in the slipstream, and he's so good on the brakes as well. You saw how much braking performance and speed he had at that left-hand apex of the chase. Traffic is a big unknown. Right here. He wants it. He's down the inside, and he gets given the space.
Good job by Cipolla, because remember, he also had to be a little bit careful. If he would have been stuck for another corner, at least he would have his teammate right behind him, Kimichev. That would be 2 Uranos here with a sandwich of Cipolla in between.
What goes into a Cipolla sandwich?
A question best not answered, I think.
Potentially. Ferrari is unleashed, but he's going to have a lot more time before he's next fighting someone for position, because he's sort of gone 5 seconds up the road past someone, 5 seconds up the road past someone for these last, 1.5 stints, but all of a sudden it's full 30 seconds before he'll find third place, which is the Urano Esports Data Group car, Alexei Nesov, who's 11 seconds away from the lead of the race. Without his teammate, though, Carlos Fenalosa, Altus Esports Red, looking a little vulnerable. Only 3.5 seconds to Apex Racing Team, and that McLaren has been very quick. It's been flying along. Mercedes, team orders, potentially. They don't look like they've helped each other so much. A flash of the headlights from the 93, Alexander Tiber. Both of them cost each other a bit of time there.
Yeah, very interesting that the 91 is going to go for that move, but I think in general the 91 also right now a little bit faster than what the 93 can offer, because also look at this, as you were able to quickly get the glimpse, that PGZ car already passed both of the lapped cars, while both Urano cars are still, I would nearly say, miles off of them if they want to have any hope of passing them in the next 2 corners. So they're going to lose a lot of time now if they are going to run right up to them, which is probably going to happen up and down the mountain.
Cipolla still the fastest car on track in that Ferrari, but only a little quicker than Elvis Rankin in Apex Racing Team 98. Took 2 tenths out of the lead that time. So there is a race on our hands at the moment. They can't afford a wobble or a bobble like the other Altus car. Wow, Alexander Tsiba right out across the grass. No grip there.
About that wobble. Incredible. Yet another great save by a driver here. And yeah, just continues to be. It seems like Urano not as strong up and down the mountain, even has 2 cars ahead of them. So they're still not really any closer to those 2 lap cars, as they once again ahead of them go side by side. They're not liking that whatsoever.
It's Chit Chat Racing in the 69 and VRS Coanda Jr. And they're battling for position over 27th and 28th in front of some of our top 10 cars. Sean Campbell, one of our buddies.
Sean Campbell used to race for, I think it was RSR by Butt Kicker, if I remember correctly, not too long ago. So interesting to not see those guys racing here today.
Yeah, Chit Chat were in the top split of the iRacing Daytona 24 not so long ago. So, whatever the go, they got some decent drivers in there. Quick flash of the headlights from number 91, and they get through about where I'd want to get through to claim the racing line at turn number 2 and not get held up for the rest of the lap. It's like the last service station for 100 kilometers on the road. If you don't get the job done at turn 2, you'll be waiting a long time for the next opportunity.
Yeah, most definitely, and it must be so frustrating as a Urano driver right now. You're seeing that 4th place of the 114 not too far away, but you know that somehow they're able to just go half a second faster than you are, and you have nothing against that. All you can do is watch that car go away in the distance slowly but surely, even though you're having draft right now and they're not really holding you up onto the mountain. You're still not getting any closer to that Ferrari up ahead. But the good thing is, in the sorts of Urano here, is that the next car for Team PGC is a Urano car, and that still is 29 seconds up the road. And that is also the very good thing for Altis and for Apex. Well, yes, that 114 is the fastest car out there. They're just way too far away from everybody to really make any notice of themselves for those top 3 cars right now.
The big question for me is everyone else just sort of faking that they can do this on 11 stops? We keep seeing teams still pitting, 2 minutes, 3 minutes before the top of the hour, and with no apparent plan to extend some stints by an extra lap to get the right side of that. We know PGZ said this is a 12-stop race for us. They keep just subtly short fueling, doing 27 lap stints and just trying to go flat out. If it falls that everyone else is doing a 12-stop race, PGZ are right in with this and have amazing speed. But if any of the cars in front of them, or in fact some of those behind them, can make this an 11-stop race, they're vulnerable to that.
Oh my goodness. David,
what have I done?
It goes from bad to worse for the number 2 of Altis Esports. Once again into pit lane for the number 2 for 5 minutes now. I've just realized that once again they've had a crash, and there we have it. It was the last Williams car still running. They had a spin into McPhillamy Park, nowhere to go for the 2, fully committed. What can you do?
Nothing.
Heartbreak.
Apparently. Yeah, just arrived there, the car is sideways on the racing line, takes some avoiding action, and it's not enough, and, well, they inherited first and second with some misfortune to a Williams Esports car. Then misfortune befell the leading Altis car. Took them a long way back. More misfortune. That car looks like it's out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if both Arctic Sea Racing, which was also involved in that crash, Altis and Altis Esports are done for the day. They're now sitting both for roughly 6 minutes in the pit lane. And Williams, with that, has retired the last car they had running out of, I think it was 3 cars they had. So yeah, very, very bad day for that organization.
Still one of the best fights on track, and it's inside of the top 10. It's Urano Esports Alexander Tiber. He's been left behind by his teammates, but might be playing just a little bit of a rear gunner here because these McLarens are looking okay, especially in the hands of Chris Lolland and David Toth. Chit-chat, a lapped car in front of them, but doing pretty similar times at the moment as well. That's always the difficult thing in a single class race like this. Every single bit of traffic you catch is the same class as you, and they might only be half a second a lap slower than you. That means they're holding you up when you catch them, but it's tough to pass them immediately when you do. I think Sean Campbell is smart enough to know what's good for him here. Might see at least one of these cars get through before the chase. Looks like 90% throttle for Chit Chat there, and lets Urano through on the way into the chase. The others are going to be pretty impatient now that there's a lapped car between them and who they want to battle.
Yeah, and don't forget, on iRacing we do not have a blue flag. Yeah, oh, that solves it very nicely. As the chit-chat car of Sean Campbell goes into pit lane. Yeah, don't forget, on iRacing we do not have a solid blue flag. We have the blue flag with the yellow stripe from the top right to the bottom left, which is a multi-class, American multi-class blue flag, which is only advisory and has 3 states: a non-waved, a waved, and a fault stage, meaning that there are some cars approaching depending on how fast they are. It has 3 different display states, so to speak, and you are not required, like with the solid blue flag, to jump out of the way. You're only required to stay to your racing line when a pass attempt is being made. That's the only rule for a blue flag, like it is on iRacing.
Approaching half of this 12-hour race done. It has been green flag running from the start, as all iRacing special events are. There's been no tyre strategy for shame, but things are still super hot on track. 3.5 seconds for your leaders and just slowly closing up there. Race absolutely hangs in the balance up front. Drivers are battling, jockeying for position, for strategy, for slipstream elsewhere, including this group here still. Alexander Tiba, Chris Lolham, David Toth. The lapped car's out of the way. Tiba looks maybe a little vulnerable. Speed through the traffic for the Mercedes, I think, is decent, but when there is none, I rate that McLaren Z to put some real pressure on the Urano Esports Heineken Media 93.
Yeah, very much so. I wonder what Chris Lolham is going to do here. He has probably the speed to overtake here, but also does he have the overlap to do it right now? Because let's remember, 93 has some good turn speed, but he's going to the inside. This is going to be interesting.
Half-hearted defense, middle of the road from Urano, and Lolham says, well, I want the inside, and with Alexander Tiba offline, David Toth goes through as well, so 2 positions lost. He didn't offer up the position, he didn't completely defend it. He went wishy-washy, and in the end, it looks like he kind of lost out more than he bargained for. I think if he had let Lolham through, he would have slotted in between the 2 drivers, but he ended up in the marbles, wrong side of the camber of the road, and there's just no grip there.
Yeah, you're saying it right there. He was on the marbles, which always is a bad spot, but because turn number 2 is also off camber on the outside, he really had a bad time and lost a lot of meters to the 2 cars in front of him as well. Good thing is, though, he is gonna go down onto Conrad Straight just about now, so he has time to catch back up once again.
This is a public road, and one you can drive for free, Schleifer. So it is built a little like a public road in places, and Griffin's Bend is one of the greatest examples where the middle of the road is higher than the edges so that water rolls off like you might be used to in your normal residential street and other roads, and it's most pronounced at Griffin's Bend, and it means that if you're on the inside, ooh, you get a nice little bit of banking. But if you're on the outside of the corner, it's the opposite. There's so little grip out there, so difficult to hold speed and carry momentum and find grip around the outside of the corner. It's worse than if it was just flat, because the inside gets some banking and the outside has some against it.
Yeah, and that's why you always see so little passes around turn 2, around the outside zipper, because you really have to have a big grip advantage of the car on the inside to make any passes mature there, just because of the road contour that you have on that place. Team Redline, the number 1, David. It is the big question. They're past now, but can they get back up to that Urano car? They are 3 seconds behind now, being stuck behind Arnage. We have seen them run together with that Urano car for pretty much the better part of 3 stints now. So Lelham surely should be able to get back up and challenge that 91 for 5th place.
Yeah, Kimichev had some reasonable speed. Obviously, he sort of came through on his teammate here with the not team orders, and then kind of used Tiba to back these 2 McLarens up a little bit. You can see he's just clicking through the chase ahead of them. So Toth will want to get through here as well, and he will. Yeah, it certainly helped out Kimichev that his teammate didn't immediately let these cars through. Team PGZ back on the lane again. Again, another 26 lap stint actually this time for Zippala. So maybe the damage is to the fuel tank.
Yeah, it seems like they're losing fuel more and more apparently, because they're doing less and less stint lengths. Gonna be interesting to maybe have Zippala out of this one, or is he gonna stick in for a fourth one here? Intriguing strategies, but at 1:14, I mean, Zippala clearly the fastest driver, but surely 4 stints is really pushing it, and at a demanding track like Bathurst, especially in a Ferrari. So yeah, let's see what happens for Zippala in that next stint. This could be a crucial one for the 1:14 of the Team PGZ.
Lion's share of the racing for Matty Zippala. His teammate Jakub Kwiatkowski's only driven 1 stint of 27 laps. Now Zippala's driven 140, and he signed up for, I hope at least another 25 in this stint. So yeah, definitely looks like Zippala trending to do most of the work. The Lolham with a little bit of traffic.
So, by the way, never mind.
Who is the 15? Speed Demons.
Yeah, that's the Speed Demons, exactly. Yeah, 25th place right now. Petr Stepanchik going around the circuit right now behind the wheel of that Mercedes AMG. And one thing that I once again have just realized is we might be looking right now at just 31 cars remaining. Altus Esports, Yellow, and Arctic Sea Racing still in pit lane for the better part of 16 minutes now, but they are still not counted as retired. They still have a driver at least in session. So we might still have 33 cars in play. But yeah, it is not looking good for our field right now, as fatigue seems to start kicking into these drivers and teams, and mistakes are starting to get more and more prominent.
Unarched competition right with Team Redline here. near identical lap times as well to the Kimachev-Urano Mercedes that is 3 seconds up the road that we're speculating they might be able to catch, but it looks pretty even at the moment. 2.6 for your leader, 2.7 for second place, 2.9 for third, 2.6 for Lolham in that red line car though, matching the leader. Of course, PGZ we're not seeing flying laps from at the moment. They've just completed their out lap, started their first flying lap, still warming up their tyres. I think with my psychic hat on, what does that weaving mean? The next fast position is Simone Maria Marcheno on Alexander Teeb. And that's just behind this on Conrod Straight. We're looking on board from Marcheno. Lots of traffic. Oh, don't do that.
My goodness, that's
what caught out Palou.
Costly.
Well, going goblin mode. Simone Maria Marcheno, he wanted to get both of those lapped cars, wants to keep Alexander Teba right in his sights, and he got past Speed Demons easily. But Oscar Pye for VRS Commander Jr. gave him nothing for free there. In fact, almost slammed the door in his face.
Yeah, that
was a very Sicily thing to do.
All of this happening 46 seconds behind your leader of Vinalosa, who continues to lose time, by the way, to Elvis Rankin. Now 2.6 seconds the gap is, basically 2.7 seconds between those two. So Rankin in that McLaren continues to go against the trend. Still is super consistent with his lap times, lapping just about faster than Vinalosa. So yeah, doing a great job. Obviously, right now, gap is opening up because Vinalosa has the draft up ahead. And now, once again, a lapped car in between Vinalosa and the 98 of Elvis Rankin.
Yeah, all the change you're seeing in the gap first to second, sort of down to 2.8, back up to 3.2, it's all got to do with that traffic for the overall leader. If they get stuck behind one in a corner, it might cost them a tenth, another tenth. But if they get a slipstream down Conrod Straight, well, that can give the leader a couple of tenths. This is that leading Altus Esports red, Carlos Vinalosa. I think his teammate wants the pass, though. Further back, though, Simone Maria Marcheno in the green machine. He's got so much speed in this Mercedes across the top of the hill, but you can see how much Marcheno is trying to save, and we're 11 minutes away from that crunch point. If you can't make it to the halfway point of the race, you know, if you haven't done 6 hours on your first 6 stints, you're going to struggle to do more than 6 hours on your back 6. This is sort of that watershed. You're not counting up from the start of the race, you're counting down to the end.
Yeah, exactly. And the closer you're getting to the end, the harder it's going to be to make up that time to get actually to the top of the hours. And all of these teams, they're right now 25 laps into their stint, are now just one of them. Team Redline is 24 laps into it. Altus Esports Green, which we're on board right now, the 42, also 25 laps into the stint. However, the Urano Esports Heineken Media up ahead at 93, which we're seeing out the windscreen, they're only 23 laps into their stints completed, so there's a 2-lap advantage towards that Urano over the Altus, and that is obviously paying a lot towards the end.
Indeed, 2.9 for Marcheno last lap compared to a 0.3.2 for Alexander Teba. in the slipstream. Down Conrod straight. Mercedes versus Mercedes. They've got the same setup options available to each other as far as rear wing goes, as far as camber, toe and ride heights, and mainly rear wing, toe and ride height would affect the straight line speed.
Oh, and I just saw now live timing that Elvis Rankin had a bad last lap. Lost him about 1.5 seconds with a 4.128 that last lap on lap 169. So Elvis Rankin maybe starting to push a little bit too hard in that McLaren, trying to catch the leader.
Opening of the pit stop window for other teams now, not just PGZ. It's not being so nice to his fuel. There's less Matty Sipola and more Matty Schlorpela? No. Nope. Top of the mountain, Marcheno's looked very, very committed in the Altus green machine. He gets that perfect amount of the curb. We've seen drivers go a millimetre further than that, get the grass and get very out of shape. It's a tall curve, so when you go over it, bad things happen. But when you just use it almost as a speedway style berm, it can help you carry speed through the corner. Simono maybe half a car length closer this time in the slipstream. Car in front of him has no one else to slipstream off of, so he'll get close. But he is doing big lifts, big fuel save.
And he is going to fuel save yet again into the chase. One thing I have also just noticed on our standings yet again, Arctic Sea Racing fans, rejoice, because the number 4 is back on track. Second lap has been completed in their new stint. 18 minutes and 15 seconds they have been in pit lane, but we once again have at least 32 cars circulating with the number 4 back out again.
They are 3 laps away from jumping the currently parked Altus Esports yellow, and then another 2 laps to jump Williams Esports into 32nd. So they've just got to trundle around a couple laps and they'll pick up another 2 spots, because there are other cars that are ahead of them currently parked. More drivers finding pit lane. If you're finding pit lane 7 minutes before the top of the hour, before the halfway point, you are not doing this on 12 even 1 hour stints. You are gonna need an extra stop somewhere between now and the end. Definitely a lot of teams seem like they started this race in the first 2 or 3 hours hoping to hit 60 minutes every stint, and I think more and more are sort of dropping it, giving up on that as we go along. VRS car, the unbranded Porsche, is doing the same pace as 7th and 8th here. Obviously, we know fuel saving from Marcheno in the Altus Esports green. Canyon slipstream back there. Second place is pitted. Elvis Rankin in the Apex Racing team. McLaren been in the fight for the lead. Here goes Marcheno though. No lifting coast this time. Down the inside he goes on the Urano car. 7th for the moment.
Yeah, it seems like Simone realized that he needs to get past Alexander Thiebe because he is the faster car and probably already has saved enough or isn't going to quite make it there to get that extra lap out of his tank. So that is going to be 6th place now for the Altus Esports green car. 1 place to go, and we once again have 2 Altus cars into the top 5 All that while we can confirm that Altus Esports Yellow is officially retired from this race. So big shame and heartbreak there for that number 2 car.
From the lead to retirement for that car, for that team, for those drivers, roll out every cliche about this circuit and about endurance racing at this circuit. None of them suggest that it's easy. You can walk home a lead at Mount Panorama.
Nothing is ever easy at Mount Panorama. I think the only thing that is easy is to celebrating when you're done, because you know you have survived the mountain for 12 hours, and most definitely the hardest endurance race, I would say, that we have on our racing simply because of how demanding Bathurst is. I think that's fair to say.
If we could get 120, 150 cars for the iRacing Nürburgring 24, I reckon that would present a bigger challenge. But as it stands, with Nürburgring as a multi-class race and sort of still capped at 50 and some cars, you don't see near as much traffic around there, even if that's a very difficult circuit and a difficult one to race at night. Here is Simone Maria Marcheno for pit lane, and again 3.5 minutes before the top of the hour right now. He's in company there with German Sim Racing, with Team Redline 75, Josh Thompson following in behind him. As you can see with garage number 1, this is the pole sitting car as well, because they get all the garages, all the pit stalls get given out in qualifying order. Still looking for who gets close to this top of the hour. The leading car in the number 41 is now on the 29th lap of their stint, so they keep doing 29 laps, but I'm not sure that's enough. They're gonna need to find 30 somewhere between now and the end of the race. Well placed in that regard. Well, a lot of the Urano cars are now only on the 28th lap of their stint, so they can go a little longer.
Hold on, am I seeing this correctly? The 18 of Arnage is on their 30th lap just now.
Yeah, Altus have just done the same as well. The leading 41 car has been saving big over this stint, because they're now looking for that 30 I said they needed. So they're halfway around the lap right now. They'll come in with a minute to the top of the hour. They'll leave at the top of the hour, and they stand a really, really good chance. These cars, these McLarens, flamey boys as they are, still going to need to find another lap somewhere between now and the end. And what our dear viewers are going to need to find in a minute and a half is YouTube Part 2. Now, I'm led to believe these days there's a good chance it clicks over automatically. If it doesn't, make sure to click on the RaceSpotTV channel for Part 2, the final 6 hours, the run from halfway to home in this iRacing special event, 12 hours of Bathurst. And at that top of the hour, my Austrian friend Stefan Schlacker will be saying goodbye, and William Chadwick will be joining me. So Stefan, you've got any closing thoughts, closing remarks?
It is going to be a very intriguing second part of this race, simply because of Altus and the fight with the Apex Racing Team 98. We now know that Altus was saving in this stint, so what does that mean for the rest of it? Is that going to be the deciding factor in this race, that while being at speed, they were able to go to that 30 lap mark? Or is it still going to be the hunt for it all from Racing Team Apex? It's all to play for in the Bathurst 12 hours, and I can't wait to find out what the last 6 hours are going to hold for us instead.
So from that lead of the race, Altus Esports ran Carlos Fenolosa pitting. Thank you, Stefan Schlacker. We're done. Halfway to go. Welcome, Chadwick.
Hello, hello. Just making sure my microphone is unmuted.
Yeah, it certainly is, to the delight of some and the dismay of others.
Oh,